Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is a little piece of heaven in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 15, Soul Healing, Part 3, Shikai, Enlightened Black Sun/Moon. Damn kids. Genri Yusai Shijikuni Yamamoto had been the captain commander of the Godi I-13 for the past 1,000 years, but only rarely he sighed as deeply as he did now. But with what had been happening in the past 2 weeks, even he was starting to feel a bit weary. First, the long-forgotten creations of minds thirsty for knowledge, Bounce, had come back from the past to haunt the Soul Society, to haunt him. While this uprising hadn't lasted for long and hadn't really been a serious threat, it had taken a lot more power than he had anticipated to end it. The Bounce incident had quickly showed him just how much he had become comfortable with the peaceful world and how much he had underestimated the enemy. Or just how much he had overestimated his forces. Either way, Bounce had been dealt with and they had left his mind as quickly as they had entered it. Now, an unprecedented incident was occupying most of his thoughts. Just thinking about it brought additional wrinkle to his already old face. Just a couple of hours ago, 3 of his captains had betrayed the Godi I-13 and had fled the Soul Society. Ichimaru Jin, Tsusenkan, and Aizen Sosuke. Those 3 had immediately become traitors of the highest caliber. It saddened him, making him feel disappointed. Ichimaru Jin was an unpleasant brat to deal with and his constant teasing and taunting had been slowly becoming really irritating, but he had also been a captain with incredible potential. Ichimaru was a prodigy in the true sense of the word. Unlike young Kukaki or Hitsugaya, who too had been hailed as prodigies, Ichimaru Jin was a true genius. Yamamoto was aware the standards in the Shino Academy had been drastically lowered since he had first established it a long time ago. It had been necessary or they would have never been able to fill the vacant positions in Godi I that had been created in the past 1,000 years so fast. Still, Ichimaru had managed to literally breeze through all 6 years of curriculum in only 1. Not just that, his learning curve was higher than anything Yamamoto had seen before. The brat was extremely determined. When he had left the academy, he had already been on a level of a high-seated officer. While he would never rival Yamamoto in power, for a brat, he was exceptionally powerful. Unlike him, Tsusenkan wasn't a great loss in terms of power, but he was a loss in terms of discipline, sense of judgment and ability to see what others couldn't. Considering the man was blind, Yamamoto found it extremely ironic. Then there was Aizen Sosuke. That fool. That arrogant, naive, and blind fool. Yamamoto was aware of his advanced age. He was getting old even for Shinigami standards. Despite that, his mind was as sharp as ever, and so he easily understood the true meaning behind Aizen's words the man had said back at the Sokioku Hill. It were those words that made him feel just slightly worried. If that man was planning what Yamamoto thought he was planning, then Aizen had to be stopped. The problem was, Yamamoto didn't know how to do that. Aizen Sosuke clearly wasn't the man everyone, including Yamamoto, had thought him to be. He had managed to fool every single person. Even Yamamoto himself. Feeling a bit of distaste on his tongue, the corners of Yamamoto's mouth twitched downwards. Aizen was truly a mastermind of manipulation. Nobody knew what he would or could do next. Nobody knew what kind of man he truly was. Nobody even knew the extent of his power. Yes, the man did showcase his skill set a long time ago, but it had been a lie. Yamamoto had noticed it as soon as he had smothered everyone on the Sokioku Hill with his Ryutsu, and Aizen had remained standing as straight as ever. The man didn't even twitch. When Yamamoto had seen that, he had thought of one thing. Impossible. There hadn't been a single man born in the past 1,000 years that wouldn't have been affected by his Ryutsu, even if just a bit. That was the reason why he was still the captain commander. Because there simply wasn't anyone strong enough to take the mantle. And a captain commander had to possess power enough to make his subordinates sweat just by glaring at them. That was what Yamamoto believed in. There hadn't been a single bead of sweat on Aizen's forehead. Maybe the man had somehow faked it, maybe he had acted tough, but the sheer possibility had made Yamamoto rethink things, and so he had summoned all the remaining captains for the captains' meeting. It ended only recently, leaving Yamamoto with even more things to think about. Those damn kids. Standing on the balcony of his office, looking at the Seirei below him, Yamamoto couldn't help but to sigh again. Just how far did Aizen's schemes go? In how many incidents had the man been actually involved? Yamamoto heard many new things during the recent captain's meeting, but, so far, he chose to remain skeptical. While the new information had been said in a very convincing way, could he trust the words of a man that had been supposed to be dead for nearly 2 decades? Shiba is Hein. Yamamoto was glad to see the man alive and well. He really was. Despite being headstrong, pathologically idiotic, and with a bad habit of challenging their superiors, the members of the Shiba clan were good people and the captain commander liked them, even after they had fallen from the position of a great noble family. He remembered Shiba as Hein from 20 years ago. The man had goofed more than an average Shiba, but his sense of duty had been engraved deeply in his soul. The Shiba as Hein that had stood in the center of the main hall during the last captain's meeting was different. Less goofy and more serious than ever. The last 20 years had changed him. Was it a change for better or worse? Only time would tell. But there was something else about the man Yamamoto had noticed, an edge of some sorts. At the same time, there were things that remained the same. Shiba as Hein was still a terrible liar. The man must have been aware of that because most of his explanation felt true. Shiba had told him the reason behind his sudden disappearance had been to repay a debt and to save a life of a girl that had interfered with his last mission, thus allowing him to win a serious fight. But because of her interference, the girl had become ill and the only way to help her had been for Shiba to lose his Shinigami powers. For the time being, Yamamoto had accepted the explanation even though he had known there had been much that Shiba hadn't been saying. But there had been other pressing matters Shiba had had to explain. And the man had done just that. He had talked for more than an hour. At the end of his explanation, Yamamoto had felt anger. It had been a long time since he felt a spark igniting his inner flame in such a strong way. He didn't want to believe things that Shiba had said. That it had been Aizen's fault that 100 years ago, the Godi I-13 had lost almost half of its power. That it had been Aizen's fault that the 13th Division had lost its lieutenant, Shiba Kyan. That it had been Aizen's fault Shiba as Hein himself had almost lost his life 20 years ago and more. However, Shiba had backed up all of his claims with sufficient amount of proof. Although, most of his proof had consisted of information he had gotten from Urahara Kisuke and Shihoin Yoriyuki, the 2 Shinigami they all had thought to be traitors. But, looking at the big picture, Yamamoto had to admit, it was all starting to make sense. With Aizen openly revealing his schemes and intentions, there was no other way than to accept the joint explanation of Shiba as Hein, Urahara Kisuke, Shihoin Yoriyuki, and Tsukubishi Tessai. Aizen had even accepted as Hein's claim about his involvement in the incident a century ago with a smug smirk. Furthermore, it was clear to Yamamoto that Aizen had noticed the listening device on the Kurosaka brat long before they had surrounded him. Yamamoto had to admit, when Shunsui had come to him with the proposition, it had sounded more than just ridiculous. One of his captains was a traitor? No, that was impossible. In retrospect, he was glad Shunsui had convinced him to allow it. After Shiba had said everything he knew about Aizen, the conversation had shifted towards the one thing that Yamamoto thought of as quite illogical and nonsensical. Kurosaki Ichigo. Apparently, he was the son of Shiba as Hein, and the one Aizen was greatly interested in. It was then, when Yamamoto had first seen the edge in the demeanor of the former captain of the 10th Division. His features had hardened and his Ryutsu, the one he was always subconsciously giving off, had changed and had become rigid and hard. He had rebuffed everything and anything about his son, claiming he didn't know the reason behind Aizen's interest in him. Shortly afterwards, the meeting had ended. However, Shiba had surprised him by staying behind and asking him for a bit of his time. Flashback, start. What is it? Yamamoto asked once as Hein closed the doors to his office. The man didn't answer immediately and just stared at the doors, his face hidden from Yamamoto's view. You haven't said anything about it during the meeting, sir, but how do you intend to punish me? A quiet grunt escaped the captain commander's mouth. Through his mostly closed eyes, he squinted at his Hein's back until the man turned around and unflinchingly met his gaze. There wasn't a hint of cowardice on his face or in his eyes, and it only showed just how different the man now was. Studying his former captain with a strict eye, Yamamoto held off his answer for a while longer. I'm sure the Central 46 would want to punish you quite severely, so maybe it's for the best that Aizen Sosuke did what he did. Now, until we reassemble the Central 46, it is me who is in charge of their duties. In my eyes, Shiba, you haven't really broken any serious law. What you did was to save an innocent human from a certain death, and I cannot condemn you for that. Moreover, since it seems that Urahara Kisuke, Shihoin Yoriyuki, and Tsukubishi Tessai are all just victims of Aizen's schemes, your collaboration with them is no longer considered a crime either. The Captain Commander eventually stated. Just for a second, Ishine responded with a small smile. Thank you, sir. However, there is more you need to hear. Yamamoto snorted. I am aware of that. Do you think I'm the Captain Commander for nothing, youngster? Your explanation was sketchy at best. You were obviously trying to hide something from the other captains. Ishine nodded and his smile vanished. Instead, he looked at Yamamoto with incredibly serious gaze. Yes, sir. I was, sir. I decided you should be the only one to hear this. I just hope you'll let me finish before you react. Now that was curious and caused Yamamoto to slightly open one of his eyes. He ignored the reference to his quick temper and motioned Ishine to talk. Speak, Shiba. Ishine nodded and took a few steps closer. He stopped in front of the chair and put his hands on it, as if trying to support himself. First thing you should know, sir, is that the girl I saved, later became my wife. Her name was Kurosaki Masaki and, she was a Quincy, sir. The one eye Yamamoto had opened twitched. Continue. She was not just any Quincy, she was one of the last few purebloods. During my fight with that odd hollow, the fight that I mentioned during the meeting and 20 years ago, Masaki was the one who dealt the killing blow to it by letting it get close to her and bite her. It was that moment, when the hollow planted its pathogen into her blood. Since she was a Quincy, her state quickly deteriorated. When I returned to the human world, I found her with a hollow hole already forming below her neck. I met Kisuke, who explained to me that she was getting hollowified. The same thing that happened a century ago, but a lot more advanced. The hollow that infected her was, of course, Aizen's doing. Ishine explained and began to pace around the office. Kisuke offered a solution. I could save her life, but in return, I'd lose most of my Shinigami powers and turn into a simple human because my powers would be tied with the hollow inside of her and would need to suppress it until the day she died. There, Ishine trailed off and expectantly looked at the Captain Commander. Yamamoto was silently absorbing all the information until he gazed at the man with a question in his eyes. There wasn't any need to conceal these information from the rest of the captain, Shiba. That your wife was a Quincy is questionable, but certainly not a crime. In the past 200 years, we were even trying to find a way to improve the communication between us and the remaining Quincy. Ishine's brow creased into a frown and he gave the Captain Commander a hard look. There is more, sir. I'm sure you've noticed, but I only regained my powers after my son died. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you, sir? The sudden shift in the man's tone surprised Yamamoto. He wasn't used to being talked in such a way and it instantly irritated him. However, something caught his interest and quickly dissolved that irritation. Shiba was clearly implying something, but what? My powers that should have been suppressing the hollow in my wife, but my wife has been dead for almost 7 years now, sir. Yamamoto fully opened his one eye and stared at Ishine with unreadable expression. He wasn't shocked. He had lived for far too long and so barely anything could truly shock him anymore. But what he was feeling at that moment was something really close to that. Shiba, are you saying that your son? Yes, sir. Ichigo inherited Masaki's hollow, and not just that. He also inherited Shinigami powers from me and Quincy powers from Masaki. If Kisuke's theory is true, then Ichigo's Shinigami powers have merged with this hollow while, at the same time, he should be able to access his Quincy powers too. In other words, Ichigo is something akin to a hybrid being. And that is the reason I didn't want to say any of this at the meeting. I think you understand that this is most likely the reason behind Aizen's interest in Ichigo. Ishine finished for him. A long silence followed after that. The one who broke it was Yamamoto. Why are you telling me this, Shiba? You do realize what the general consensus on hybrids is, don't you? Especially on Shinigami with hollow powers. He could very well be executed simply for existing. Ishine visibly clenched his fists. I do, sir, but as you have said it yourself, you are in charge now, not the Central 46. Yamamoto fully opened his left eye and stared at the man in disbelief. This sly youngster. Ichigo didn't choose to be a hybrid, sir. He probably doesn't even know he is one. Still, he is what he is and it'd be best to keep him around. Knowing him, Ichigo will use this to his advantage to gain as much power to protect those around him as he can. As his father, it pains me to say it as I'd like to keep him safe as much as I could, but he is a valuable asset. Ichigo is somebody Soul Society will need. Yamamoto's eye twitched again. You think an infant like him could be of more use than our captains? He went from being a simple soul to a Shinigami as strong as a vice captain in just 4 months, sir. I think his growth speaks for his value. What? Yamamoto raised his voice in surprise. He had to admit, he was impressed. Either way, Ichigo is a good person. Now, enough about him. There is more you need to hear, sir. It concerns the Quincy and the man you have fought a long time ago. Flashback, end. Yamamoto sighed again. The conversation with Shiba was unpleasant. Not because of the man himself but because of what he had told Yamamoto. It seemed Aizen was right about something. It was inevitable. He shook his head. He had time to worry about that. For now, he had other things he needed to take care of. He reinstated Ishine to his original position as the captain of the 10th Division and reassigned Captain Hitsugaya to the 5th. Kurosaki Ichigo would remain as he is. Yamamoto was going to watch him from a distance. But there was still a question of 2 more vacant posts he needed to fill. A question that had been too frequent in the past few centuries. Lowering his head, he glanced at the report from Captain Sui Feng and at the picture of a man with a rather unkempt appearance. So, I'm a valuable asset, huh? Thanks Dad, I really appreciate your honesty. Ichigo muttered sarcastically. In response, Ishine sighed and rubbed his forehead. After Ichigo had realized that his Zanpakuto was partly hollow, Ishine had prevented him from immediately going into his mindscape to have a nice little chat with it and had convinced him to wait at least until he was finished talking. Ichigo had begrudgingly calmed down a bit with a series of deep breaths and then had nudged him to continue. Ishine hadn't missed a beat and had told him a part of the conversation he had had with the Captain Commander. Come on Ichigo, you know I had to say it like that. The old man needed to know you are something special, something different, so that he'd leave you alone. I would fight him to death if he wanted to do something to you but I wouldn't prefer to do so. You have no idea how scary the Captain Commander can be. I'm touched. Ichigo retorted quickly but then sighed the same way his father did. Right, sorry. It's getting really hard to trust anyone, you know. It feels like everyone I meet tries to manipulate me in some way. He said and leaned into the sofa. Tilting his head backwards, he stared at the ceiling of the room until Ishine spoke to him. You're one of the few last things I have, Ichigo. I am a horrible father but I care about you a lot, son. I hope you know that. Ichigo snorted. Yeah. I know. He glanced at the man. So, is there something else you want to tell me? For a moment, Ishine appeared to be hesitating but then he shook his head. No. I mean, there are things we will need to talk about but it can wait. It's not that important at this moment. Instead, I want to hear more about you. How did you fare since you got here? Ichigo stiffened and a cold feeling ran across his spine when he heard the question and recalled his first few days in Soul Society. He quickly tried to hide it under the mask of indifference but, unfortunately for him, Ishine saw right through him. What is it? Ichigo closed his eyes. Great. Well. I guess you could say I received a sort of a wake-up call. An hour later. I'm going to beat that idiot to a blood pulp. Ishine growled and Ichigo had to move further into the sofa when large amounts of spiritual energy began to pour out of his father. You Dad? Who are you talking about? The teen stared at his father in surprise. He had never seen the man so upset before. Not once. Moreover, It was the first time Ichigo could feel his Ryutsu. It was powerful. It took several more minutes before Ishine finally calmed down a little and brought himself to sit back down in the chair. He ran a hand over his hair and shook his head. I know why Yuriuki didn't help you that night. It was probably on Kisuke's advice. Now Ichigo felt like raging. What? Taking a deep breath, Ishine put a hand on his face. I think he was trying to help you in his own, retarded, way. Ichigo dumbly blinked. Help. His mind was unable to process those words. With a look of exasperation, Ishine rubbed his chin. If I'm right. Ichigo, did something happen to you immediately after that, after Kazumi died? No. I mean, what are you? You met me. When he heard the familiar voice suddenly echoing within his mind again, Ichigo couldn't help but to stiffen. Somehow, the voice felt different, as if the spirit was a stranger to him. At the same time, his words brought back a memory. I met my Zanpakuto spirit for the very first time. He said quietly. Then I'm right. Ichigo, there are many ways to bring forth the Shinigami powers hidden deep within one's soul. Among them, one of them offers the strongest response. It is the emotional pain. That's what happened to you. I think Kisuke wanted you to awaken your powers as soon as possible so you could have a better chance to survive in Rokanga. I think I can understand his intent, but... Ishine explained in a somber voice, trying to look anywhere but his son. He was clearly expecting the teen to snap. For a moment, Ichigo really felt like doing that. The revelation angered him greatly. However, a moment later, a mind-numbing exhaustion washed over him and robbed his mind and body of every ounce of rage. He just deflated and leaned into the sofa with a defeated expression. He was just so damn tired of people trying to sneak behind his back. You know what, Dad? Aizen's right. He may be a real bastard, but he isn't wrong about one thing. This place needs a change. Sitting alone, surrounded by peaceful silence, Rukia waited for the return of the head of the Kokaki clan with a cup of tea in her hand, a simple method to keep herself occupied. She was in Byakuya's office, and just by being there, she felt her attempts to remain calm slowly vanishing into thin air. After what had happened at the Sokioka Hill, the only words she had heard from him was to go to Kokaki Manor and wait for his arrival. He had said he had something very important he needed to tell her. But what that was, Rukia didn't know. Did he want to scold her? Did he want to punish her? Or worse? Thoughts such as these persistently appeared in her mind, and she was unable to shake off this uncomfortable feeling of bad premonition. She wasn't afraid of Byakuya, the man had never physically hurt her before. But she was afraid of the outcome of their inevitable conversation. Sure, the relationship between the two of them was a lot better than in the past. Byakuya even began to spend his time with her more often. His words were no longer that distant. His face no longer felt detached. Still, he was a head of one of the 4 great noble families and so was responsible for his clansmen. By the time the doors to the office opened and the man's face showed up in the doorstep, the tea in Rukia's cup was long gone. "Nii-sama." She timidly called out to him. Byakuya entered the room without replying to her. He simply walked around her to sit on the chair in front of his table. Only once he was seated, he showed her a tired expression. That surprised Rukia. Byakuya rarely if ever showed any kind of emotion on his face. But here he was, clearly giving Rukia a weary and somewhat ashamed look. Rukia blinked. Ashamed? What was going on? "Nii-sama, are you alright?" The concern in her voice must have been too obvious, because the man almost jerked and tried to renew his everyday face. He succeeded if only for a moment and then sighed deeply. This only further alarmed Rukia. Before she could ask him again, Byakuya opened his mouth. "There's something I want to tell you, Rukia." Something in his voice didn't fit the normal image of Byakuya Rukia was used to, and so she was unable to find her voice to respond. So she just gulped. Byakuya put both his hands on the table and, for a moment, his gaze wandered off. Then he began to speak without any preface. "One spring morning 50 years ago, before the first plum tree blossomed, I lost my wife." he said solemnly, but there was a hint of smile on his face, as if he remembered a happy memory. I'm sorry. Rukia finally found her voice. She did not expect Byakuya to suddenly talk about such things. Lady Hisuna. I was told that I was adopted into the Kukaki family because I looked like her. She said and looked down at her hands. That is right. I instructed everyone in the family. Byakuya trailed off and took a deep breath. To lie to you. In surprise, Rukia's head snapped up. Byakuya quickly found her eyes and looked into them. Hisuna was your older sister, Rukia. While she simply returned her gaze, Byakuya made a slight pause and then continued. Hisuna passed from the world of the living, and you and she were sent to Inazuri in Rukanga. But, it was hard for her to survive there while caring for you. So she abandoned you and ran. He closed his eyes and broke the eye contact. Despite the happy expression when he mentioned his wife, there was clearly a lot of pain in his eyes. She never forgave herself. After becoming my wife, she searched for you almost every day for the next 5 years. And in the spring of our 5th year together, she asked me to find you and take care of you, but I was to never tell you the truth because she felt ashamed. She despised herself for abandoning you and thought she didn't deserve to be called your sister. Instead, she wanted you to be able to call me brother. Then, she died. He lowered his head. For a moment, he couldn't speak. Rukia just listened to him, as she too didn't think she could trust her own voice. I found you a year later and I immediately brought you into the Kukaki family. There were many against it, the same way they had been against me marrying Hisuna. Marrying somebody from the Rukanga was against our laws. They said it would sully our reputation. But I broke that law. That's why, after I took you in, I swore on the graves of my parents that I would never do it again, that I would never break law again. I swore that from then on, I would uphold it, whatever the cost. He opened his eyes and looked at Rukia again. I dreaded the day when something would happen to you, something that would cause me to break the oath, so I distanced myself from you. I pushed you away, treated you coldly and harshly. I tried not to let my feelings grow, tried to deny them, to throw them away, unwanted and unneeded. Rukia gulped. I dreaded the day when something would happen to you, something that would cause me to feel the same thing I felt that spring morning 50 years ago. It was something I never wanted to feel again. So I shut myself down, embraced my Kukaki heritage, embraced my blood and, in the process, I discarded my heart. Byakuya never once raised his voice, but Rukia noticed that his hands, lying on the table, were twitching and subconsciously trying to form a fist. Many things happened in the past few months. My resolve to not let you close to me began to break ever since Shibukayan died, but I endured. But then some boy died on your mission and your face fell once again. I watched you struggle, but once that boy came back with you, you changed. You began to shine brighter than ever, like a Yukiana in a blazing sun. I did not interfere, hoping the boy would give you the one thing I couldn't. But then, the two of you got yourselves imprisoned. Captain Kirako came to me with his plan to listen on the boy, convinced something was happening. With trembling hands, Rukia quietly reached for Byakuya's fingers. When I was forced to listen to the conversation between the boy and Aizen Sosuke, I realized one thing. All of my resolve was breaking down at the possibility of you running away. Back at the Sokioka Hill, when I saw you stand next to the boy, that resolve shattered completely. I was going to lose you and there was nothing I could do to stop it. Sure, I could have forcibly ripped you out of his reach and save you from the act of treachery, but, in the end, I would have still lost you. It was then that I swore another oath. I swore that if you remained in Soul Society, I would become the one thing Hisuna always wanted me to become. Rukia's breath got caught in her throat as she stared at Byakuya. The man smiled. I swore that I would become your brother. Instantly after he landed in his mindscape, Ichigo felt a shiver running up his spine. He was done talking to his father, and so he was finally able to confront the one he needed to confront the most. His own Zanpakuto spirit. Do you smell it, Ichigo? It's the scent of blood. The scent of your own self. A sense of foreboding hit Ichigo in the guts like a cannonball as soon as he heard that voice. The voice he could no longer recognize. The voice of the one who no longer felt familiar. He stood up. When his sight fell on the person standing in front of him, he immediately took a step backwards and a shocked grimace formed on his face. What the hell is that? His Zanpakuto spirit grinned, but Ichigo couldn't see it because there was something over its face. Something that forcibly spit the truth in the teen's direction with unavoidable precision. A mask. A hollow mask. A hollow mask with an appearance of what could best be described as a menacing skull. It was white with two thick black stripes, each on one half of the mask, which were interrupted by the eye holes and the jaw. The spirit chuckled in an eerie way. This is how I look in my initial released state. Does it scare you, Ichigo? Instead of replying to the question, Ichigo raised one of his own. Why didn't you tell me? The spirit reached for his mask and pushed it to the side so that a part of his face was visible. This action revealed his smirk. Believe it or not, despite this mask that has been forced onto me, I do have my moments when I care about you, Ichigo. You ask why I didn't tell you. My answer is easy. You weren't ready. Back then, the truth would have eaten you alive. Literally. Ichigo narrowed his eyes and his glare seemed to radiate power. His anger, the one that had suddenly vanished at the end of his conversation with this Hein, returned in full force. I won't fall for that again. This is not an answer. It's just an excuse. He growled. A burst of spiritual energy coming from his Zanpakuto spirit forced him to take another step back. The ferocity, the sense of anger in it, confused him. It was only then when he noticed that the spirit was no longer smirking. He was seething. Do not question me, Ichigo. I thought you were mature, but you're acting like a fucking child again. You think I'm joking? Do you even realize what it means that I'm partly a hollow? I think you don't. He shouted and reached for his sword. An instant later, his blade was only inches away from Ichigo's face. The teen cursed and hastily leaned backwards. Even then, he received a deep gash on his forehead. I'll just have to talk to you the same way I always do. With my blade. Ichigo didn't even have the time to mentally curse and quickly took out his sword to try and block the incoming barrage of fast strikes. Just barely, he managed to parry the first few, but the spirit began to overwhelm him at a fast rate. Faster than his eyes could follow, the spirit blinked away from existence and Ichigo only registered it when he felt a sharp pain in his back. The blow propelled him forward and he crashed face first into a large concrete construct. As he fell down, he groaned from the pain. "D-damn!" he muttered and took several short breaths while still lying on the rubble. He was covered with cuts and bruises and his back was killing him. In that moment he realized one thing. He was seriously outclassed. Never once he had gotten in a fight that ended before it even began. The two of them exchanged only one series of blows, yet he was ready to keel over. It was unreal. Still, he didn't forget about his anger. It was the only thing that forced him to put his hands beneath him and push. Slowly, he stood up. The pain was bad, but not nothing he hadn't felt before. You call this having a talk? He laughed without a smile and gripped the hilt of his sword, ready to continue. Not yet. Right now, I just want to beat the shit out of you. Good luck with that, I'm kind of stubborn to just let you do it. They clashed, their blades meeting in the center of the scene. Yet only one of them got blown away from the force behind the strike. Ichigo's back connected with yet another wall and he felt his bones screaming in protest. The wall cracked but didn't topple over, and so he simply slid down on the ground. Blood spurted from his mouth and forced him to cough. I'm impossible. I can't do a thing. Still, he wasn't about to let it end there. He tilted his whole torso to the right side, supported himself on his elbow, turned around on it and got up while facing the wall. He put a hand against it to take one breath and then turned around to glance at his spirit. Despite his earlier words, the spirit was calmly waiting for him to recover. What, you think I'm already done? I'll hold out and defeat you when you're tired of beating me. The spirit shook his head. You cannot defeat me, Ichigo. Not yet, at least. Ichigo reacted as soon as he saw the spirit disappearing from his view. Just narrowly, he managed to evade a powerful frontal blow, but the attack smashed the wall behind with such force, it created a shockwave that forced him to jump forward. He slid across the ground and turned around, just in time to see a blade falling down on him from above. He raised his sword to block it. When the two weapons collided, his hands trembled and he was forced on one knee. With only his anger pumping the adrenaline into his veins, he strained his muscles, along with his spiritual energy, and pushed. The spirit was forced to take a step back to recover, but the pause was too short to allow Ichigo a moment of peace. He just rose back to his feet when a black-reddish wave of crescent energy erupted from the spirit's sword. Shit. In the last moment, he desperately tried to mirror his spirit's actions, but the dark blue wave that emerged from his blade was considerably weaker than the spirit's wave. It was clear on first glance. As soon as the waves made contact with each other, they exploded. It wasn't the only thing that exploded. You think this is easy for me, Ichigo? I can see it on your face. You no longer see me in the same light. You think you can go all out on me because I am partly a monster. You think that right now, I am something like a stranger. You think that I am no longer you. Don't you get it? Don't you realize how hard this all is for me? I didn't choose to be this way. But now, after all this time, do you think that if you took that hollow part of me, of us, away, we would be the same? No. Of course not. It has been part of us since our birth. We lived with it, cried with it, laughed with it. It is because of it that we are who we are. Calm down, you don't want to kill him, do you? Gasping on the ground, trying to draw at least one deep breath after being blasted away, Ichigo wasn't sure if he was starting to lose his consciousness and hallucinate, but he thought he could hear the voice of the other spirit. After a minute, when nobody tried to slash him again, Ichigo shakily raised his torso and sat to see his Zanpakuto spirit in a distance with Waiwak standing right behind him, one of his hands on the masked spirit's shoulder. Whatever Waiwak was saying or doing to him, it seemed to help and calm the Zanpakuto spirit down, and Ichigo saw him lowering the hand in which he was holding the sword. Feeling extremely glad for the timely intervention, Ichigo let his body hit the ground again and just opted to simply wait until he could move without his whole body protesting. He didn't know how much time had passed before he moved again. At one point, he had even fallen asleep. But when he woke up, he felt better. Much better. Surprisingly better. He blinked and slowly sat to see that his clothes were repaired and his body was no longer covered with injuries. Cracking his knuckles, he almost jumped in surprise when the deep voice of his other spirit came from behind him. Feeling better, Ichigo? Gah, don't do that, old man Waiwak. Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks for stopping him. I thought I was going to bite the dust. So, you still think you can defeat me? His Zanpakuto spirit asked from his left side, leaning against a wall that hid him from the teen's sight. Ichigo snorted, but he felt tired and a bit sad, especially after what the spirit said before. I do, I'm just having a bad day. The spirit muttered something, but, because he was behind a wall, Ichigo couldn't hear him properly. Then he spoke again, this time louder. Ichigo, do you now understand the purpose of my 3 tests? Ichigo glanced at the sword lying on the ground next to him and put the palm of his right hand on its hilt. Then he closed his eyes. I have 3 different sets of powers. Quincy, Shinigami, and Hollow. You wanted me to accept them one by one. You're close but not completely right, Ichigo. After the first test, you have subconsciously accepted your Quincy powers. The fact that you learned about them only later but reacted as if it was no big deal is only a proof of that. If it was completely on me, I wouldn't have allowed that to happen, but I had no other choice. Quincy powers were the only ones you could have accepted at that point. Back then, you couldn't have accepted my powers because I'm part hollow, and this hollow side of me would have corrupted you too easily and too fast. After the second test, you have accepted your own powers, as well as your own heart. Without the heart, which is the one thing a hollow doesn't have, you had no way to accept me. To balance all your powers, you need to have inner equilibrium. Quincy is your white horse, Shinigami is your pale horse, human is your black horse, and hollow is your red horse. Funny thing is, you are already dead, and so you should have lost your human part that night more than 4 months ago. But you didn't. Do you know why? While he was talking, the Zanpakuto spirit walked from behind the wall and now faced Ichigo with his mask still covering half of his face. Ichigo returned his gaze but was struggling to find the answer to his question. He was too surprised at hearing all of that. No. I don't. The spirit grinned, but the grin soon faded into an unreadable expression. I guess you still think that what you saw and heard during your second test was just some kind of metaphorical representation, right? It was not. The hearts of your sisters are literally inside of you, parts of their souls still lingering within your own, protecting you from your death even after their own. Ichigo froze in shock with his mouth opened. For a long moment, he could only breathe. The rest of his body was unresponsive. His brain was completely shut down. What? He whispered in a squeaky voice. You died in the same exact moment your sisters did. When that happened, your soul literally tore itself into pieces. Me and Waiwak saw it. Everything around us began to fall apart and we could only watch, unable to do anything. However, you screamed. But your voice didn't come out through your throat and out of your mouth. No. It was your very essence that screamed. It was a pained shout to the darkness, filled with your despair but also filled with a desire to protect your sisters no matter when or where. I don't know what happened in that moment, but in the next instant, we saw a small orb of something that I can't even describe. It spoke but it wasn't a language we could understand. The only thing we know is that it granted your wish to protect your sisters and stopped your soul from dying in the process. Ichigo's breath got caught up in his throat and he felt like hyperventilating. But the images of his two sisters, the two angels that he had sworn to protect, played in his mind. Something moist appeared on his cheek but he paid it no mind. He was just too happy. Yuzue, Karen. I don't deserve to be your big brother. I failed you yet you still saved me. His thoughts trailed off. He couldn't even think, his emotions were just that much stronger. With them guarding your soul, you still have some humanity within your soul. You still have a heart, their hearts. That is the only reason you are still alive. Thanks to them, you are able to, step by step, accept what is rightfully yours. Step by step, you can claim the power that is mine as much as it is yours. In this third test, you need to recognize me as your Zanpakuto. When you do, you'll know my name. That is the reason I put this off as much as I could. Because to recognize me, who is part hollow, you had to grow first. I'm not asking you to accept me. We have time for that. For now, I just want you to recognize me, despite my flaws, as your blade. The solemn voice of his Zanpakuto spirit caused Ichigo to let go of his emotions. He wiped the moisture from his face and looked at him. He didn't even know why, but, in his eyes, the spirit once again looked like somebody familiar and not like a stranger. There was still something in the teen's subconscious that was causing him to squint his eyes when looking at the spirit, but it wasn't so significant anymore. Why not completely accept you? The spirit chuckled in a bizarre way. I don't think I can ask you for that. But it is my conscious decision, Ichigo. I have decided that the time when you fully accept me is the time when you reach your Bankai, but that is light years away. Now, what you have to do to recognize me as your sword. 'Tis but a simple thing, Ichigo. Tell me what part of you I represent. Draw your sword. We'll exchange our inner thoughts with our blades as we always do. He exclaimed and threw away all the expressions he had had so far. In their stead, a playful grin formed on his face. He pushed his mask back onto his face and unsheathed his sword. After a long time, so long it felt like a lifetime ago, Ichigo felt like he could do one thing he thought he didn't know how to do anymore. He smiled. Come at me, you bastard. It was a lot later when Ichigo sailed through the air but landed perfectly on his feet. One of his legs shook and he fell on its knee. His stamina was very slowly, but surely, depleting. Once again, he was covered with cuts and bruises, but they wasn't as vicious or serious looking as they had been before. They were mostly caused by his own carelessness and attempts at improvisation. Such tactic had brought poor results at first, but the more he battled his Zanpakuto spirit, the less injuries he received as a punishment for trying it. He was getting good at handling the erratic and often unpredictable fighting style of his spirit, delivering some good blows of his own while doing so. However, he was aware he was still not forcing the spirit to fight at full power. We've been fighting for some time now, Ichigo. Don't you still have the answer? The spirit asked with a bit of a disappointed sigh, redirecting Ichigo's crescent energy blast with the blunt side of his blade. Tough, it took him considerably more effort to do so as the teen's attacks were getting heavier and harder to block. Oh, sure, I have it. Hearing the reply, the spirit stopped in his tracks and gave him a sardonic glare. Are you fucking with me, Ichigo? Hell no. The spirit shook his head and caught the teen's blade with his free hand before it could impale his abdomen. Then do answer, you idiot. And wipe that disturbing smile off your face. Surprised at his spirit catching his blade like it was nothing, Ichigo actually took a double take at those words and touched his mouth with his left hand. The spirit was saying the truth. He really was smiling a bit too much. Crap, I've been enjoying the fight too much. You've been enjoying our fight too much, haven't you? The spirit asked as if reading his thoughts. When only the silence was his answer, the spirit sighed and pushed the mask to the side to reveal his half-amused, half-irritated expression. Well, I can't fault you for that. Since your soul is partly hollow, you have that predisposition. Ichigo grimaced at that and pulled the sword out of the spirit's grip. You know, sometimes I don't get you. One moment you act like a psychotic murderer, then you act like some kind of a mentor. It's like you possess two personalities that, oh. Ichigo slapped his face when the realization hit him. The spirit stared at him in disbelief. Seriously? You only got it now? The spirit snorted. Unbelievable, so? It seems that this time, you don't need any help forming the answer. Tell me. Who am I? Faced with the direct question, Ichigo didn't avert his eyes and looked the spirit directly into his eyes. He knew the answer long before they began to fight. Long before he came to his mindscape. Long before he even got to know that the spirit was partly hollow. Before he got to know that he was partly hollow. He knew that instinctively, because you are my instinct. A silhouette of Wiwak appeared next to the masked spirit, both of them looking at him with approval. Indeed I am. Now go. Leave this mindscape and shout my name to the world. In the real world, Ichigo opened his eyes with a smile on his face. He slowly got up from his sitting position and grabbed the sword that had been on his lap. With a proud face, he gripped the hilt with both of his hands, raised it to the air and exclaimed loudly. Bleach their souls, Zanjutsu. Chapter 16, A Noble and the Black Sun, New Servant of Despair. Bleach their souls, Zanjutsu. Firmly grasping the hilt of his Zanpakuto with both hands, Ichigo felt incredible power grow and surge within his whole body. From the center of his chest to the tip of his toes, the tingling sensation didn't seem to stop and continued to spread further until it crossed the boundary between his body and his surroundings. Amazing spiritual energy exploded all around him and enveloped him in a raging aura of raw savageness. Standing in its center, the teen couldn't see anything, the energy was too thick, too heavy, and too dark. It burst out of him with such strength that it created a powerful shockwave and a pillar of impenetrable inferno of pure Ryoryoku, which rose up in the air and reached as high as to the ceiling of the secret training area he was in. However, despite the storm of potent energy around him, Ichigo kept his eyes opened. He didn't need to shield them. The spiritual energy belonged to him and so it wasn't going to harm him. He felt an odd sensation within his grip. It was as if the hilt of his sword began to move around in his palm and it forced him to loosen his hold on it. Robbed of his sight, he couldn't see what was happening, yet he didn't panic. He understood the situation soon enough, and when he did, it left him speechless. His sword just divided itself into two pieces. Slowly, he opened his arms to the sides. The raging Ryoryoku obeyed his will and spread away from him, finally allowing him to see it with his own eyes. His new Zanpakuto. Zanjutsu. Slaying Moon. A spontaneous laughter filled the area as a hard realization stroked the teen. It made him laugh until tears flowed from the corners of his eyes and his abdomen hurt. He remembered all those times when the gears of fate caused him to see, hear, and smell the notion of the moon everywhere. Now, it all made sense. Twisting and turning his hands, he marveled at his Zanpakuto, which took a form of two separate, purely black, blades. One had the shape of a kyber knife, its length being as much as half of the teen's own body. It had a grip at the base of the blade and a handle was extending back from it about roughly the width and length of Ichigo's forearm. Strangely, there was a thin, hollowed-out portion running along the back edge of the blade from the base to the middle of the blade. As soon as he laid his eyes on it, Ichigo instinctively knew that the sword was simply meant to be a killing weapon, designed to cleave enemies in half. The second blade was different. It was relatively small, about the size of the teen's arm, and resembled a trench knife more than a sword. It had an enclosed handle with a portion acting like a hand guard. In pure design, though, it was similar to the first blade. Amazing! Ichigo muttered with a smile. It was his first time seeing his Shikai, yet it instantly felt right, like it was made just for him. But the transformation was not completely over. The gap between his body and the energy swirling around him began to slowly decrease until it swallowed him whole. All the Riryoku gradually returned to him and entered his body, making him feel another surge of tingling sensation that traveled to his hands and then jumped over to his two swords. An immense pressure exploded around his arms and ripped the clothes covering them up to his shoulders, revealing his quite thin, yet iron-like muscles. After that, all the energy commotion gradually died down and allowed him to finally release the breath he had been holding in the whole time. "So, how do you feel, Ichigo?" Ichigo lowered his arms and closed his eyes to try and calm down his emotions. "Giddy? Full of energy, I guess. Like I want to just go out and find somebody to fight." "Good. Before you do that, though, I think I should tell you the last few things you need to know." "Go on, Zanjitsu," the teen said out loud, his smile widening. It felt good, to be able to finally call his Zanpakuto spirit by his name. "First things first. As you have noted some time ago, your Riryoku has been drastically changing its color and is now mostly black. To avoid confusion, I'll tell you right now that this is how it should be. It is the color of your Shinigami powers. The light blue you had at the beginning was because of Waiwak. I told him to lend you his power until you could accept mine. The more you accepted, the darker your Riryoku got. I'm sure that by now you understand that the tiny blue parts of your energy represents your Quincy powers while the red one represents the hollow part." Squinting his eyes during the whole explanation, Ichigo tried to follow Zanjitsu's words, but when the spirit stopped for a moment, the teen shook his head. "Wait a minute. I met you first, didn't I? Wasn't I using you the whole time?" He could almost hear the sigh of exasperation. "Let's go from the beginning. You meet me, your Zanpakuto that represents your Shinigami and hollow powers. But because of my mixed nature, until you have something to balance it out with, you can't start accepting my power. Here comes Waiwak who releases your Quincy powers. You get blue Riryoku and can start to gradually accept my powers. I send you Shinigami powers, but, in small doses you receive the hollow ones too. The color of your Riryoku begins to change. Once it reaches a certain point, you can't accept more until you have further balance. So, you accept the hearts of your sisters and we advance further. Now, you accepted everything you could and so you reach Shikai, resulting in this black Riryoku with red and blue outline." While Zanjitsu talked, Ichigo went over to a large boulder, sat down and leaned into it with a sardonic expression. He felt like banging his head against the ground. "If I were just a bit dumber, I wouldn't have understood any of this. It sounds like you're describing some kind of experiment. Well, having 4 different parts of soul isn't just about honey, you know. Moving on. Your eyes have changed their color." The spirit spoke in such a matter-of-fact tone that Ichigo almost overheard him. Almost. He sprung on his feet and hastily touched his face. "What? Do you remember the time when your Ice Queen told you that your eyes were changing their color? Well, when you are extremely angry, you subconsciously tap into your hollow part, which results in a partial change. Now, in your Shikai, the change is complete," Zanjitsu said in a regretful tone. Ichigo hastily began to flash across the area until he found a body of water. He leaned over it to see his reflection. Shit. His irises became yellow and he had black sclera and pupils. They looked exactly the same as the eyes of his Zanpakuto spirit. Feeling the teen's inner turmoil, Zanjitsu quickly continued. "Don't worry, it reverts back as soon as you seal your Shikai." As soon as he heard that, Ichigo sighed in relief and tentatively sat down. He put a hand on his face and lightly rubbed his brow. That's good to know. You sure calmed down quickly. I have to say, I thought you'd be freaking out a lot more. Ichigo snorted. Honestly? After I saw you with that mask, I thought that the same thing would appear on my face as soon as I'd utter your release phrase, so different eyes aren't that much of a shocker. An unnatural silence fell in his mind, causing a few beads of sweat to form on his forehead. In a strained voice, the teen called out to the spirit. Oi, Zanjitsu, don't tell me. I'm sorry, Ichigo, but the eyes and the mask are the full package that comes with my Shikai. They exist because of our hollow part. You have only different eyes simply because I'm actively limiting the amount of hollow power you can tap into. However, it is inevitable that you'll eventually gain a full mask. That is, if you want to use more of my power. Great. The teen let out a heavy sigh. It wasn't enough that he was different, now he was going to look different too. And by different, he meant weird. And scary. Definitely scary. Ichigo. I'm fine, Zanjitsu. It's not like you can help it. I'll deal with it somehow. The spirit sent a mental nudge in his direction. That's not it. Ichigo, what you have to remember is that your anger lets you tap into your hollow powers without my consent. That's dangerous. You have to learn how to control your emotions, even more so when in Shikai, because if you don't and a mask forms on your face before you're ready for it, you'll have to face the consequences, whatever they may be. Half an hour later. Standing with his back straight and facing a set of boulders, Ichigo's brow creased into a deep frown as he concentrated on his Ryuryoku. Good, now release it. Ichigo twitched and slashed the very air in front of him with his larger knife. Getsuga Tensho. A large wave shaped like a crescent moon shot out of his blade with extreme force, destroying everything in its path until it detonated in a powerful explosion. Ichigo stared at its path of destruction with half-terrified, half-excited expression. Holy crap! You weren't lying, Zanjitsu. Knowing the name really increases the power. It's at least 2 times more powerful than the last time I used it. Indeed. A name has great importance. Don't forget it, Ichigo. I won't. So, is there more? Hearing the excited voice of his owner, Zanjitsu unintentionally let out a snort. You still haven't even mastered this technique and you want to know another one already? Not happening. Also, try to use it with your other sword. Sulking, Ichigo glanced at the small blade in his left hand and crunched up his chin. Really? I think swinging this one would look rather comical. You don't have to swing it per se. Just push your energy into it, point it forward and make a small slash with it. Then release your energy the same way you do with regular Getsuga. Listening to his Zanpakuto words, Ichigo raised his left arm and pointed his smaller blade at the already destroyed portion of the area. With a flick of his wrist, he sliced a small portion of the air while pushing his Ryuryoku into the sword. His action left a short incision hovering in the air. Getsuga Tensho. All the energy accumulated within the incision exploded forward, slowly widening its blast radius as it consumed a large portion of the area, leaving Ichigo stupefied. Still, he noticed that the blast looked different. Not only it was lighter in color, it also looked as if it was made from a myriad of tiny shots. That was different. That is because the large sword represents me, your Shinigami and hollow powers, while the short one represents your Quincy powers. Me and Waiwak are separate spiritual beings, but, at the same time, we are both your powers. But because one blade cannot contain all of it, there was no other choice than to split the sword in two. The teen processed the information with a nod and glanced at his 2 blades once again. When he concentrated enough, he was able to feel a lingering presence in each sword, just as Zanjitsu implied. Interesting. Now I'm not even mad that you showed me only one technique. I can just switch my sword and it becomes something different. You could say that. Now, time to learn how to seal my blade. Ichigo blinked. While he wanted to get rid of the color of his eyes, he almost forgot about sealing his Zanpakuto. It just felt so good to have all that power flowing through him. How hard can it be? Well, to do that you have to be able to suppress the flow of your Ryuryoku and bring your Ryutsu level down until it is no longer enough for me to feed on it and stay in a released state. Easy, right? Ichigo scowled at the taunt but didn't respond. Instead, he slammed his eyes shut and concentrated. He was going to show Zanjutsu he wasn't nearly as inept at handling his energy as he had been all those weeks ago. Even later. It took the teen more than 50 different scowls, an hour of constant sweating, swearing, punching the ground and boulders around him in frustration, and a dozen attempts to murder his surroundings with a heated glare to finally learn how to seal his Zanpakuto. You should be glad that you have been learning how to improve your Ryuryoku and Ryutsu control for a while now, or this would have taken you a lot more time. Nevertheless, good job, Ichigo. Wiping the sweat from the palms of his hands with a piece of cloth, Ichigo formed a minuscule smile. He was glad that sealing his Zanpakuto also meant suppressing the link between him and his hollow Ryuryoku. Otherwise, he was sure he wouldn't have calmed down as easily as he did, and that would have resulted in him snapping at Zanjutsu. Yeah, thanks. Satisfied with himself, he glanced down at the sword on his lap and leaned against the rocky wall behind him to rest for a moment. He stared at the ceiling made of stone. A stray thought entered his mind. What time is it? He was sure it had already been a late evening when he had finally entered his mindscape to face his Zanpakuto spirit. Since then, it was hard to tell just how much time had passed. That worried him a little. Before he had left to visit some remaining members of the Shiba clan, Ishine had informed him that the captain commander had nullified the punishment he had received from the now-dead Central 46, but that meant Ichigo had to return to the academy. I was told that because of the incident, the next day was supposed to be free. Which was today, or still is. Because he was deeply immersed in his thoughts, the teen didn't even notice that somebody else entered the area and slowly walked towards him. He only realized it after he heard a voice that caused his whole body to stiffen. I thought I felt a somewhat familiar Ryutsu from somewhere beneath the Sokioku hill. So Ishine told you about this secret training area, huh? Ichigo raised his head to look at the one person he had been dying to meet again. Without him noticing, the fingers of his right hand coiled around the hilt of his sword and gripped it so much, his knuckles turned white. Shihoin Yoryuki? He growled and slowly stood up. Yoryuki, the black cat that was staring at him from a nearby boulder, wagged her tail. She opened her mouth to speak but had to hastily jump away when Ichigo's blade suddenly descended on her from above. The large rock shattered into 1,000 pieces. Oi, kid, wait just a me dash. Turn into your human form, now. Ichigo didn't shout. He didn't yell or scream. He didn't even raise his voice at all. He simply stated his words in a deadly serious tone and turned around to give Yoryuki a glare that sent a chill up her spine and made her fur bristled. Before she could retort, Ichigo continued. I'm giving you a chance to turn into your human form so you can defend yourself. If I were you, I'd listen to me. There wasn't an ounce of anger within the energy that began to pour out of him, its amount increasing by every second, yet it was clear his mood was worsening with every passing second. He stood completely still and didn't blink even once. He just kept his gaze at the black cat and followed her every movement with a sharp eye. Listen to me, kid, I dash. Once again, he didn't let her finish. No, you listen to me. I know why I'm reacting this way. You know it too, so there's no need for you to spew meaningless words. I am aware you are not the one completely at fault. Urahara Kisuke is. He told you not to save her that night. I know that, and trust me, I plan on confronting him. But that doesn't mean I can't get angry when I see you. In the end, it was still your decision to heed Urahara's words. So, the least you can do for me now, is to listen to me and turn into a human being so I can vent my emotions on you. He said slowly, carefully choosing every single word until the very end. The hand, in which he was holding the sword, shook a little, and this small detail didn't go unnoticed. Looking quite hesitant, Yoryuki nodded and began to release her spiritual energy. It lasted only for a split second, after which she was enveloped in a bright flash of light. When it died down, Ichigo saw a human outline, obscured by a cloud of smoke. Once Yoryuki took a step forward, he blinked, but, otherwise, his expression remained largely impassive. Shihoin Yoryuki, in her human form, was a slender, dark-skinned woman with long purple hair. The reason behind Ichigo's reaction, or rather the lack of it, was that she was completely naked. She appeared to be looking at him with some sort of expectation in her eyes, but when she saw his expression, she frowned and inaudibly muttered something for herself. When Ichigo raised his sword, she reacted by raising one eyebrow and putting one hand in front of her. "Wait, I'll just get my clothes and we can dash." "Don't bother." Huh. The spiritual energy pouring out of Ichigo became visible and enveloped him in a dark aura. Then, he flashed out of existence. Moving fast, he reappeared directly in front of Yoriyuki and jabbed forward. For just a split second, when his eyes met hers, he saw a bit of surprise clearly etched on her face. An instant later, she vanished. "You've gotten awfully fast, kid." He spun around, but before he could completely do so, he noticed an elbow making its way to his side. Arching his backside, he managed to escape the worst injury and felt the elbow only lightly scratching him. With a tightened jaw, he finished his spin while trying to slice the woman. He wasn't nearly fast enough, and before his blade could connect with her skin, Yoriyuki jumped above his strike and aimed a kick to his head. Unintentionally, she offered him a clear view of her exposed privates, but, fortunately for the teen, everything was moving way too fast and so he didn't see anything properly. In an act of instinct, he let out a burst of Ryotsu out of his body and forced the woman to abandon her kick and retreat. "That was interesting. You ain't seen nothing yet," Ichigo exclaimed and swung down his sword, letting a moderately big wave of energy out of its blade. When he saw Yoriyuki tense and prepare to jump away, he realized the attack was moving way too slowly and that it wouldn't connect, and so he instantly began to accumulate his Ryoryoku into his index finger. Heido number 1, show. He aimed his finger at the spot where he thought the woman would land and fired off the Kido as soon as she came into his view. But the distance between them was too great for such a weak spell, and Yoriyuki managed to avoid it with a feline-like smooth movements. Ichigo felt a small throb of annoyance pulsing in his skull. "She's too fast, damn it. This makes all my Kido useless. Unless I can surprise her and fire one right into her face, I definitely have to up my Kido training after this." "You incorporated Kido into your fighting style." Unexpected. Ichigo's left eyebrow twitched, but he decided not to react. He knew it would only rob him of his focus. Still, for some reason, Yoriyuki was quickly getting under his skin. Utilizing his Shunpo skills, he flashed forward to appear a bit behind her, only to release another wave of energy at her back. Once again, she fluidly bent over and let the attack harmlessly pass her by. With a small grin, she landed on all four and prepared to retaliate by jumping at the teen, but received a big surprise in form of Ichigo relentlessly swinging down his sword and releasing a continuous barrage of weaker, but faster moving energy waves. After he shot out about a dozen or so of them, Ichigo slowed down and took a deep breath. He ignored the small bead of sweat that formed on his brow and stared at the destruction his attack brought upon the area. Because of the multitude of small detonations, the air around the place where Yoriyuki should have been got filled with dust, making it impossible to see anything. That wasn't that bad. Since he couldn't see anything, the teen tried to feel Ryotsu around him, but then realized his mistake. Yoriyuki was supposed to be a former captain of the 2nd Division as well as a former commander of Onmitsukido. There was no way in hell he could locate her like that. His ability to sense Ryotsu definitely wasn't so good. It turned out he didn't need to worry about it. A century of a relatively peaceful life sure made me rusty. Still, you are forcing me to hold back less and less, kid. Either I got so much weaker, or you got so much stronger," Yoriyuki stated when the dust from the explosions cleared out, revealing her crouching on the ground with a few shallow cuts covering her brown skin. Seeing them made Ichigo feel a bit better about himself. Nevertheless, there was one thing that continued to bug him. "So you say, but you still won't take out your Zanpakuto, will you?" Yoriyuki formed a tiny grin. "No." When she disappeared from his sight, Ichigo cursed his own foolishness and flashed to a random direction. The ground on which he had been standing cracked when a slim foot hit it with great force. "Don't take it personally, though. I simply prefer Hakuta over my sword." Staring at the ruined piece of ground, Ichigo subconsciously tightened his grip on the hilt of his Zanpakuto. He had gotten so used to his sword he couldn't really imagine fighting without it anymore. However, Yoriyuki's words planted a seed of a challenge into his mind. He felt extremely tempted to just drop the sword and start using his Hakuta skills. Even before becoming a Shinigami, he had been confident in his skills and, going by the words of one of his friends, Tatsuki, it hadn't been just his pride talking. Despite that, the sword remained in his hands. He wasn't sure if Yoriyuki was challenging him intentionally or not, but, in the end, it didn't even matter. She was definitely stronger than him, and so he wasn't about to make it easier for her and fight her in her field of expertise. No, he would fight her like he had fought the others. With his instinct. Your choice. He said in a low voice and raised his sword. Pumping the Ryuryoku into his legs, he sprang forward. What followed next completely threw Yoriyuki off. She expected him to use Shunpo, but what she certainly didn't expect was the direction in which he flew. Instead of flashing next to her to swing down his raised sword, he flashed directly into her. That surprised the former captain so much, she reacted a millisecond too late. The teen crashed into her with enough force to send them both sailing through the air. Ichigo wasn't sure what Yoriyuki was thinking at that moment, but, as the momentum carried them forward, he spotted an opportunity. Now, gathering his Ryuryoku as fast as he could, he placed his index and middle finger directly at the skin of her stomach and opened his mouth. Bakudo number 1, Sai. Not having enough time to concentrate on his energy, he managed to slightly overpower the spell, but, despite the pain in his arm, it worked. He grinned. Yoriyuki's arms locked behind her back, leaving her vulnerable even if just for a short moment. It was then when Ichigo finally gripped the hilt of his Zanpakuto and swung the sword down. Gah! However, the owner of the groan was not the woman. It was Ichigo. Before he could finish his strike, he received a kick to the abdomen that changed his trajectory and sent him flying upwards. He corrected himself a second later and landed on one knee, but he was gasping for breath and feeling a bruise already forming on his skin. With a scowl, he raised his head and glanced at a distant boulder shrouded in a cloud of dust. He was sure that his Bakudo was still in effect when Yoriyuki kicked him. Then he felt something drip from the tip of his blade. Blood. His scowl melted. So I did cut her. There was some movement in the distance and Ichigo squinted his eyes to try and see it clearly. It was definitely Yoriyuki, but her silhouette was obscured. It took a few more seconds before the teen saw her walk forward. One corner of his mouth twitched upwards. She definitely felt that. Yoriyuki had a cut on her abdomen that ran from her left side horizontally all the way to the other one. It didn't appear to be a particularly deep wound, but it was a wound nevertheless. Other than that, she looked the same as before. A bit banged up but mostly fine. There was one big difference, though. She had lost her smirk. Now, the gaze she was giving the teen felt more calculative, more serious. Finally feel like fighting for real? Ichigo asked. He suppressed the urge to grin. He couldn't afford to lose his focus. Not yet. He still had some emotions he needed to vent on her. Yes. I will no longer hold back, but you won't like it. Yoriyuki stated without even a hint of humor on her face. She lowered herself and a powerful riot so slowly began to surround her. As her leg muscles tensed, the ground beneath her feet caved in. Then she vanished from Ichigo's sight. Literally and completely. Before he could react in any way, the teen felt a blunt hit to the side of his head and, an instant later, his body sailed through the air, crashing through a whole row of boulders on its way. It happened so fast, the pain came only after he came to a stop. Portions of his clothes were shaved off and he sported multiple small cuts all over his body. The hell just happened? He thought and quickly shook his head to clear the dizziness that washed over him. But there was no time to ponder about anything as he felt, rather than saw, something approaching him extremely fast. With a push, he rolled over to the side, an action that allowed him to barely see a fist smashing the ground he had just been lying on. With a grunt, he ignored the debris hitting his face and slashed at that place, releasing a weak energy wave while doing so. Once it hit the ground, a small detonation bought him a mere second to recover. Ichigo didn't wait and quickly got up. Gah! Blood spurted from his mouth when an elbow plunged into his abdomen and sent him skidding backwards. The pain was sharp and caused him to grit his teeth. Using his sword as a brake, he managed to slow his own body down and coughed. He was kind of glad Zanjitsu decided not to comment on the fight, else he was sure he would have been listening to a lot of criticism. I can't keep up. The realization made him momentarily lose his focus and ignited a feeling of anger within him. When a brown-skinned ankle appeared only inches from his face, he accepted that anger and let out a burst of energy. It robbed him of a good portion of his reserves, but it also blasted Yoriyuki backwards. She recovered before she hit the ground, but it didn't matter. It gave the teen enough time to make a decision. Bleach their souls, Zanjitsu. The release of his Shikai was accompanied with a discharge of even more Ryuryoku. But this Ryuryoku was different. It brought upon a Ryutsu that was heavier and denser than before. He noticed Yoriyuki briefly stop and stare at him. Good. Gathering his energy, he poured all of it into his larger blade. Getsuga Tensho. A potent wave of black Ryuryoku shot from Zanjitsu and flew straight at the surprised Yoriyuki. However, before it actually connected with her, Ichigo heard a loud exclamation. Shunko! Everything exploded. The whole Sokioku Hill was shaking in its roots, causing parts of the secret underground training area to crack and release a shower of rocks. A cloud of smoke, mixed with debris, dirt, and dust filled the air in its every corner, making it impossible to see anything or anyone. There was a deafening silence that lasted for more than a minute and until the air became transparent again. An orange-haired teen stood in the center of the area, in the middle of the carnage. His back was bent forward and he was taking shallow and quick breaths. His forehead glittered with sweat, yet he stubbornly kept glancing at his surroundings, both of his swords tightly secured in his hands. A second person suddenly appeared right behind him and placed her fingers at his jugular. Her body was surrounded with a white, lightning-like aura. Enough. If we continue this, one of us will die, and trust me, it's not going to be me. I admit, you're strong. You forced me to use Shunko simply with your raw power, and that is very impressive. I don't even remember the last time such a thing happened. But you lack in other areas. While your fighting style is generally unpredictable, your flash steps are not. You lack finesse, which is the one thing you need if you ever want to defeat me. You released your Zanpakuto, but your posture, the way you're holding your swords, screams inexperience to me. Dual wielding isn't as easy as you may think. Yoriyuki quietly stated straight into Ichigo's ear while pressing her body against him, causing him to shudder. He grabbed her fingers and forced her hand away. Get off. He muttered and felt Yoriyuki taking a step backwards. If you want us to fight again, I won't mind. Like you said, it's the least I can do for you. But right now, it's enough. With his backside facing the former captain, Ichigo couldn't see her expression. He just heard the tone of her voice. It was calm but firm. He let out a deep sigh, slightly swaying on his feet. Damn. I'm exhausted. Quickly withdrawing his energy, he let his Zanpakuto revert back to an ordinary sword and used it to steady himself. Fine by me. He muttered and took a shaky step forward. He lost and he knew it. Now, the only thing he wanted to do was to take a shower, spend a few minutes pitying himself, then resolve to get stronger and then finally hit the sack. However, Yoriyuki's voice stopped him in his tracks. Wait, did you notice those hot springs? You should take a dip in them. Trust me, you'll feel better. Slowly, he turned around just enough to stare at her with an unreadable expression. Don't worry about me and take your time. I'll just clean myself off and be on my way. 10 minutes later, Sokioku Hill. After she changed into her clothes, Yoriyuki left the teen alone in the hot springs and went her way. Once she crawled atop the Sokioku Hill, she let out a deep sigh. Well, that went well. She thought bitterly and placed one hand on her tender abdomen. Truth be told, she did expect Ichigo to snap at her in some way. Now, after having the chance to try him out in a fight, she pitied a certain scientific genius. While that man was a bit stronger than her, she had no doubts Ichigo was going to give him a rather sound beating. Even without actually beating him. She blinked. Screw that. Kisuke brought it upon him himself. If the two of them meet, I think I'll be actually cheering for the kid. A dark chuckle escaped her lips when she recalled all those spars she had had with the scientist when the man had defeated her and then had forced her to participate in some of his experiments. Oh yes, she really wanted to see Urahara Kisuk beg for his balls. She let herself dream about such a scene for a moment longer, but then felt a tiny flicker of riot so near her position. Recognizing the minuscule amount of energy, she sighed again. You still remember my spiritual pressure, huh, Sui Feng? A white haori fluttered in the air when the petite captain of the 2nd Division landed in front of Yuaki with an impassive face. I do, Yuaki. So, how do you want to do this? The corners of Sui Feng's mouth twitched. It looked like she just barely stopped herself from making a grimace. You wish to kill me? I do. Yuaki watched the captain grit her teeth. As expected from a master assassin, Sui Feng kept her spiritual energy in a complete check. Yet when she stared at Yuaki's face, small leaks started to appear. A minuscule waves of riot so that were filled to the brim with emotions. Emotions that Yuaki fully understood. She knew she couldn't blame the girl for feeling them. Resentment. Anger. Admiration. Hate. Yuaki closed her eyes. She had planned to confront Sui Feng. There was no way she could have avoided the girl forever. But I'm the captain of the 2nd Division and the commander-in-chief of the Onmitsukido now. I have learned how to not let my anger control me. Yuaki's eyes snapped open and she gave Sui Feng a quizzical look. Is this really my cute little bee? Her question answered itself in the next moment when Sui Feng's face fell and an expression of dejection appeared on it. Why didn't you take me with you? Did you hear? The Central 46 itself threw him in prison for punishing all those bastards back in Rukanga. I swear, those bigoted idiots can't stand the true justice. SHH, do you want to get yourself erased? You can't talk about the Central 46 just like that. Not that I disagree with you. Yeah, Tora is an example of how things should be done. If you ask me, I think he should have gotten a big fat thanks and not a punishment. Ichigo tried to ignore the words of a group of students that just passed him by. Though, being in the long and heavily populated corridor of the academy, it was really difficult to do so. Especially since they didn't even attempt to lower their voices. It made him mentally cringe. It wasn't as if he didn't appreciate the words. He was glad that the students that had admired him ever since he had come to the academy no longer hailed him as some sort of a dark hero so much and, instead, simply viewed him as a man with a goal now. He was glad they believed in him. He really was. But such words easily penetrated even through the loudest chatters and inevitably evoked an expected response. They sure did the right thing, locking him up. He's just like a wild animal. Why did they even release him? Is the captain commander insane? Right? I don't want to study next to this barbarian. Just wait. The Central 46 will be reassembled and they'll send him back to his cell once again. Be patient. It was the other side of the coin which, in most cases, meant the children on nobles. Some of them had started to accept him as somebody who they could look at without contempt, but the knowledge of the recent events visibly slowed that process down. Incredibly so. Moreover, it also convinced the stubborn ones of their conviction, that Ichigo was simply beneath them. He didn't really mind. As he had said on his first day, Ichigo hadn't come to the academy to make friends. But these recent indirect quarrels had had the tendencies to end up in a scuffle, which had resulted in an increased tension between the two parties. And that wasn't good for the general atmosphere in the academy. With a steady gaze, he crawled through the blockage of human bodies and left the students argue with each other in yet another pointless dispute. For some reason, the details about his short detainment, courtesy of the now dead Central 46, had managed to find their way to the student body in the academy and had become the hottest topic of all conversations. It annoyed the teen, but, at the same time, he was kind of glad. Glad that nobody in the academy heard about the rest of the past day's events. It seemed that the members of the Godi I-13 had been strictly forbidden from discussing the Aizen Sosuke incident with anyone outside the organization. So far, that tactic worked. Yet Ichigo wasn't naive. He knew that sooner or later, every information becomes a public knowledge. Speaking of things yet to become public knowledge, he mentally muttered. Apparently, nobody in the academy had heard anything about him actually being a member of the Shiba clan yet, and, in the teen's opinion, it was for the best. He didn't even want to be known as Shiba Ichigo. That name was alien to him. He was, first and foremost, a Kurosaki, and he was considerably proud of it. Even more than he was proud of his unusual orange hair. Finally, he found the classroom and quietly, without causing a ruckus, sneaked inside. The next several days flew in a relatively peaceful atmosphere. Ichigo continued to ignore any and all comments about him and immersed himself in the training instead. The fight with Yoriyuki still lingered in the back of his mind and was one of the reasons behind his new motivation. It's not that he hadn't been training hard enough until now. No. Ichigo knew that. Still, he refused to become satisfied with his current skill set. He didn't want to just get stronger, though. For now, that was a secondary priority for him. No, Yoriyuki had showed him that he had to increase his skills in his basic abilities first. His swordsmanship was good. Some would even say impressive. But such statement was true only when he wielded one sword, his sealed Zanpakuto. To improve himself further, he needed to become accustomed to dual wielding. Because of that, he initiated a lot of sparring matches between him and Zanjutsu. You keep forgetting the short one, Ichigo. If I were your enemy, you'd be one limb shorter. Bite me, Zanjutsu. I'm trying my hardest here and the only thing you do is scold me. Well, boohoo. That's because somebody is whining too much. Suck it up, Ichigo. Do you want me to scold you but improve your Zanjutsu, or would you be happier if you simply fought an enemy and got your ass kicked? Again. The training with Zanjutsu wasn't all beer and Skittles. At all. The Zanpakuto spirit was a slave driver with a knack for a bit of sadisms. However, thanks to his tutelage and harsh criticism, the teen felt steady improvements. Although, he could get by without Zanjutsu trying to remind him the fight with Yoriyuki over and over again. For many reasons. Like, finally getting some action with a naked woman, a comment that was unnecessary on too many levels. It wasn't the only training he did, though. As soon as the morning after his fight with Yoriyuki had come, he had gone to Gengoro to ask him for a favor. Is there any way for me to get some extra lessons on Ho-Ho? Why? You are most likely beyond the academy curriculum in it already. Maybe, maybe not. I'm only good at flash steps that are straightforward. I can change the trajectory, but it takes too much time and too much redundant energy. I'm not asking for much, you know? It would be just few instructions twice or thrice during the week. I'm sorry, Kurosaki, but with what has been happening lately, we have no time to do anything. The Gotei has been putting a lot of stress on us to make some changes. I'm afraid we're all far too busy for things like extra lessons. Well, it hadn't gone as well as he had hoped it would. In the end, it was up to him to learn it all by himself. Somehow. Unable to attend any extra Ho-Ho class, Ichigo had the time for one of the last few things he wanted to focus on though. Namely, his Kido skills. He had been in such a bad mood after the fight with the former captain that he had been tempted to shout, "I suck at Kido." Once he had had a good night's sleep, he changed his mind. He didn't suck at it. He was just inexperienced. Nevertheless, he had sworn to change that. He spent hours and hours just staring at the pages of his Kido books, trying to see every tiny detail in the small pictures that depicted the proper spell usage. Speed was the one thing he was mostly interested in. He wanted to know how to fire off a Kido in a matter of instants, so it could actually be useful when fighting a powerful and fast opponent. Like Yoriyuki. Damn her. Lately, she had been on his mind too much. Of course, Zanjutsu, being the dick he sometimes was, readily and happily explained him the reason behind it every single time. To Ichigo's exasperation, the explanations were always filled with blatant sexual innuendos. The teen was really starting to worry his Zanpakuto spirit was horny for both of them. Either way, just thinking about Yoriyuki managed to push him further than he had hoped it could. Besides improving his skills in the Kido spells he already knew, as a byproduct of his efforts he learned a completely new one too. It was Bakudo number 4, Hanawa. Hanawa was a fairly basic Bakudo and as such, it didn't even have an incantation. The spell produced a simple Reishi rope that could bind enemies and stop their movement. It wasn't particularly powerful and opponents like Yoryuki could probably break it in a matter of seconds, but it was still strong enough to create a small opening. And a small opening was all Ichigo needed to win his fights. Most of the time. Aside from his fight with Yoryuki. Shut up, Zanjitsu. These are my thoughts. He was reluctant, but he still kept walking. The barracks of the 11th Division were already too close to just turn around and run away with a tail between his legs. And Ichigo didn't want to do that. To be a coward. To hell with it. He mentally grumbled and crossed the remaining distance with an annoyed flash step. Once inside, he asked around only to learn that the man he was looking for was at his usual place, at the porch in the back. He was resting there after beating several of his colleagues in yet another training unit. Ikeku-san. He said once he cut the last turn and saw the third seat of the 11th Division thirstily guzzling down the contents of a small jug. Oh, Ichigo. What brings you here? Ikeku asked once he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. When he noticed the teen's expression, his eyes visibly widened. Don't tell me you've finally decided to spar with me. He exclaimed happily. Yeah. The tone of Ichigo's voice must have been too rigid because even Ikeku realized that the teen sounded less than excited. Go on, spill it. Ichigo released a heavy sigh and took a seat opposite of Ikeku. Giving the third seat a questioning look, he reached for the jug. Ikeku raised one eyebrow. You sure you want it? It's sake. The teen shrugged. Just a mouthful. I heard alcohol can calm a man down. In response, Ikeku grinned and handed him the jug. Once Ichigo unscrewed it, he cautiously poured a bit of the clear liquid into his mouth and swallowed. Bleh, this is disgusting. He muttered with a grimace and shook his head as if trying to get rid of the bad taste. Ikeku sniggered. Well, it is a grown man's drink. You handled it better than I thought, though. I was honestly expecting you to break down into coughing fits. Renji sure did that on his first time. When he heard that, Ichigo raised the jug again and took a second gulp. Yep, definitely disgusting. He said and returned it to Ikeku, who mirrored his actions and took one gulp himself. So, why did you need calming down? Ichigo turned away from the man and took a deep breath, feeling the lingering taste of sake on his tongue. He scrunched up his nose. Whoever had said that sake could calm him down had definitely lied. Or maybe he simply didn't drink enough of it. I learned the name of my Zanpakuto. Ikeku quietly hummed in acknowledgement. That's cool. You got to it real fast too. Ichigo released his breath. I'm a dual wielder. He heard Ikeku choke on the sake. The man coughed several times to get rid of the liquid that somehow entered his windpipe and of the burning sensation that accompanied that. Ichigo glanced at him with a small grin. Only Renji, huh? Swallowing his own saliva, Ikeku raised his hand in protest. This doesn't count, but man, you sure did surprise me. Do you even know how rare it is for a Shinigami to be a dual wielder? As far as I know, only the captain of the 8th and the captain of the 13th Division are considered to be such. Yeah, I've heard. Both of them were silent for a moment. Is that why you're here? Because you want to get used to dual wielding? Yes. You've told me some time ago that your Zanpakuto changes into a sword with multiple parts in its initial release, and so when I discovered that I'm a dual wielder, I thought to myself, hey, you know who could be a good person to spar with? Ikeku-san. I mean, it makes sense, right? Ichigo replied and blinked. His head wasn't spinning, but he finally felt the sake affecting him a bit. Right, no more sake for now. It does. It would be better to spar with another dual wielder, but, somehow, I think neither Captain Kiraku nor Captain Yukatake has the time to do it. I can try, though. Show me. Ikeku stated and got up. He walked to the center of the backyard that also served as a small training ground and expectantly gazed at the teen. Okay, but don't freak out once you see me. Ichigo replied, causing Ikeku to raise one eyebrow. The teen stood up and got opposite to the man. Then he took out his Zanpakuto and released his spiritual energy. Bleach their souls, Zanjitsu. He could see the surprise written all over the third seat's face. The first hint of it appeared immediately after he let out his Ryutsu, which was a lot more potent than what he had ever showed him. Damn it, Ichigo, just how much energy do you actually have? Are you sure you are not some long-lost captain? Ikeku half joked, half said seriously. The teen wanted to retort, but before he could do that, Ikeku noticed his two swords, the lack of clothing on his arms, and then his changed eyes. The man reacted instinctively and took a cautious step backwards. He didn't appear to be alarmed or scared, though. It felt more like a subconscious action, developed from the myriads of fights he had been involved in. Okay, I definitely didn't expect that. Ichigo gripped the hilts of his swords and gave him a somber grimace. My Zanpakuto is unique in the fact that it doesn't change just its own appearance but mine too. I think you understand why I have troubles showing this to Rukia, or to anyone else. At least for now. Ikeku stared at him for a long while. In the end, the man shook his head and slammed the hilt of his Zanpakuto into its sheath, a grin forming on his face. Well, on the battlefield, it doesn't matter how you look. The only thing important is your ability to fight. Gro, Hojikameru. Captain's Meeting, 1st Division Main Hall. On the morning of the 11th day after the sudden defection of Aizen Sosuke and his two associates, the rest of the captains assembled in the main hall of the 1st Division, each one of them taking his usual place on either side of the room. As you all know, Divisions 3, 5 and 9 are currently without their captains, a state which is of great concern. In light of recent events, I have taken necessary steps in an attempt to close these gaps, but I'm sure you all realize that a captain does not grow on a tree. A captain is not just any Shinigami. A captain is not just any person. A captain is a position that can only be filled if there is a candidate that could meet many different requirements. Loyalty, power, leadership, responsibility, and more. Despite such hard conditions, I have been able to find a suitable man who will be filling one of the vacant positions. Captain Sui Feng, if you could. The captain commander stated without any opening and glanced in the direction of the captain of the 2nd Division. Sui Feng nodded and took a step forward. 10 days ago, I have given the commander a list of candidates that could potentially represent a whole division and become a captain. One of these is a man who has been serving in Onmitsukido for many years, and therefore, I'm sure none of you have ever heard of him. But I can assure every single one of you that despite that, this man is highly capable. She said and stepped back into the line. Yamamoto continued in her stead. Yes, me and 2 other captains have summoned this man and tested his qualifications. We have determined that he is indeed a man worthy of a captain position, and so, without any further ado, I introduce you a new captain of the 3rd Division. Amagai Shisuke. He exclaimed and tapped the floor with his cane. In response, the large doors to the hall opened and revealed a man in a white haori. Captain Amagai, welcome. Yamamoto said and motioned the man to enter the room. Amagai Shisuke was a man with a rather unkempt appearance, caused by his messy hair and chin stubble. As soon as Yamamoto nodded to him, he took several steps forward and let other captains take a good look at him. He was rather tall, and from his wide back and his general posture, it was easy to see that he was also quite muscular. His hair was chin-long and bluish in color. What caught the curious eyes of many captains, however, was an extra sword sheath on his obi sash. Yet nobody made a comment about it. My name is Amagai Shisuke. I'm new to this position, but I'll do my best to prove myself. Same day, with Ichigo. You know, you could have simply sent a hell butterfly. Ichigo muttered and followed his father with a rather grumpy expression. No way. Daddy wanted to see how is his delinquent son doing at the academy with his own eyes. Ichigo rolled his eyes and suppressed the urge to kick the man in the back of his knees. At least they were already out of the academy ground, and so no student could hear them. So, why did you pull me out? I swear if it isn't important. Life isn't just about hard work, Ichigo. Don't let that poison you. You need to relax from time to time, or you'll turn into something I couldn't even look at. The teen sighed. Okay, I'll bite. What could I possibly turn into? Ishine stopped walking and slowly turned around to show him one of his incredibly terrified expressions. The man audibly gulped and wiped the sweat from his forehead. You could turn into a decent person. A moment of silence passed between them. Ichigo's whole face twitched. I'm going back. Ishine chuckled, but before Ichigo could turn around and really walk back to the academy, he placed a hand on the teen's shoulder. "You're too stiff, Ichigo. Calm down, this is really important," he said in a more serious tone. Giving him a dirty look, Ichigo scowled but reluctantly followed him once the man began to walk again. The teen was confident he knew where they were going but kept his mouth shut until they arrived there. Once the doors to the office of the 10th Division captain closed behind him, Ishine pointed to the sofa. "Sit down, there is something I'd like to talk to you about." Ichigo took the seat but felt a bit uncomfortable. It took him a few moments to actually realize what was wrong. The revelation hit him once Ishine sat on the chair and looked at him from behind the table. "Right. It feels odd to see the old man acting serious." A snort escaped him. "Well, we're here, and I'm sitting. What's this about?" Ishine ignored the snort and looked at him with an unusually calm and humorless face. "Ichigo, what would you say if I were to tell you that I could make you into a temporary member of my division? Would you be interested?" Ichigo's first reaction was to instantly reject the notion. Serving under his own father seemed like a very bad idea. Not to mention, it smelled of favoritism. But the man's tone piqued his curiosity. "Why?" Ishine shrugged. "Well, you seem to be hell-bent on getting stronger. I understand that, so I thought about giving you a helping hand. Right now, I can't really spar with you as I'm too busy, but I can do this. Don't worry, though, this is quite a standard procedure. When a student is exceptionally talented, a division of GODI 13 can offer him a collaboration so he could learn to work in team and to see how a division works. It is also a good way to gain experience, which is the thing you need most." He explained and leaned into his seat. Ichigo did the same and released his breath, surprised by the amount of sense his father was making. The idea, unacceptable at first, suddenly seemed good. Ishine was right, Ichigo needed real experience from real work. "I suppose that's not a bad offer." "Right," Ishine stated with a grin. He quickly grabbed a sheet next to him and put a stamp mark on it. "Done. Now you're officially, for an indefinite amount of time, a 10th Division proxy." Ichigo shuddered. The grin on his father's face was a bit disturbing. "Why do I have the feeling that I just did something hasty? I was hoping you'd accept, so I took the liberty and already assigned you to a joint mission between the 10th Division and the Academy to the human world. You'll be inspecting a suspiciously increased hollow activity at the outskirts of the Karakura town, but mostly within Naraki City. In the evening." As he trailed behind the group of Shinigami, Ichigo couldn't help but shudder. He always felt something ominous when crossing the borders between the worlds. Once the Senkaimon gate closed behind him, he felt a cool breeze washing over his face. The sun had already set and darkness seeped through every part of the Naraki City, covering everything with its black blanket of secrecy. The late evening was chilly, winter was coming. Breathing out, a bit of vapor emerged from Ichigo's mouth, but, despite wearing only his academy clothes, the teen wasn't cold. "Been a long time, Kurosaka-san." "Hello." He heard a female voice coming from his left side. Briefly glancing at the owner of the voice, he saw a familiar girl with pink hair. "Kirako-san." The teen couldn't help himself and kept looking at her for a few more seconds. Yuno noticed it and formed an honest smile. "I'm fully healed, don't worry. You stepped in at the right moment. If you didn't, well, I don't think we would be having this conversation. I owe you a big one, so, thank you, Kurosaka-san." Ichigo turned away from her. "Don't thank me. I didn't do it for you." She chuckled. "Still, it's because of you that I'm alive. I know now that I wouldn't have been in danger if I hadn't tried to play the hero in the first place, though. Yeah, that was a bad idea." He let out a snort. "But I learned from that. Moreover, thanks to that, I found out what I want to do once I graduate." The whole group moved to their destination. Because of the nature of their mission, they had to lower their voices. Still, Ichigo felt like he wanted to hear more from the girl, and so he kept close. "And? What do you want to do?" he asked quietly while keeping his eyes on his surroundings. Yuno kept her smile and did the same. "I'll join the 4th Division and work in the Sogo Kyugo Tsumesho as a nurse. I'm not really cut out to fighting, and there is always a large demand for Shinigami who can use Kaido. Recalling the scarce information about the medical Kido, Ichigo threw a quick glance at her. You must be really good in controlling your Ryuryoku, then. I pass. I also really like the 4th Division's insignia. Bellflowers are really pretty. When the group leader turned his head and gave the two of them a meaningful stare, they stopped talking and joined the silence around them. But the girl's words lingered in Ichigo's mind. A bellflower, huh? That means those who grieve are loved. Yeah, somehow, I get the feeling this girl will find herself there. He shook his head and interrupted the train of his thoughts. He needed to focus on the mission and not to dwell on things that couldn't be changed. In that moment, the group leader stopped and ushered all of them to form a circle. Listen up everybody. We're at the place. This is where groups of hollows appear in certain intervals. We don't know why this is happening and so it is our mission to determine the reason. The report also didn't specify the amount of hollows, it just says small groups, so be careful. No heroics. Academy students. He trailed off and looked at the small group of Shinigami clad in academy clothes. Your mission here is to watch us from a safe distance so you can learn how a real mission works. Under no circumstances, I repeat, under no circumstances are you to interfere with our job. In the worst case scenario, you can help taking care of the wounded. Keep your Ryutsu at minimum 2. Kurosaki. He directed his gaze at the orange-haired teen. I'm told you are a special case so you'll take point. Carefully observe the scene and in case a hollow breaks out of our formation, your mission will be to hunt him down and purify him. We can't let any hollow roam free and potentially harm a human soul. Is that clear? Yes. Ichigo felt the uncomfortable stares from the other academy students but chose to ignore them. He didn't blame them anymore, though. He really was a bit of a special case. Since they had a bit of time before the hollows were supposed to appear, the group leader began to give orders. Using short words in a firm tone, it took the man only a few minutes to position every single Shinigami from the group into strategically convenient places. It mildly surprised the teen. So far, he had gotten used to see incompetence from the Shinigami of the Godai 13. It was very refreshing to see that there were officers who actually knew what they were doing. He suspected his father purposely chose this particular mission and this particular group leader so the teen could see the other side of the Godai. The one that felt like a military organization and not like a group of kids playing in a minefield. It's starting. One of the officers said in a low voice, but the silence around them easily carried his words across the whole clearing. True to the man's words, a tear appeared in the air high above them. It wasn't as large as the one Ichigo had seen back at the Sokioku Hill, but it also was too big for a single hollow. You've got to be kidding me. He thought in disbelief when he noticed the amount of hollows that began to pour out of the tear. However, he wasn't the only one who noticed it. Damn it, 12th, that's not a small group at all. Everyone, hold your positions. This is going to get messy. Ichigo felt the palms of his hands getting sweaty as he watched the officer in front of him just barely dodge a swipe of a large hollow. The man retaliated and sliced the creature's hand off only to follow it up with a stab to the head. The hollow turned into spirit particles moments later, but there was another one already taking its place. The officer quickly resumed his stance, but, from his sluggish movements, it was more than obvious that he was getting tired, fast. For the last 30 minutes, Ichigo watched as the group of Godai 13 officers bravely took on the horde of hollows and began to systematically cut them down, one by one, using not only their power but also the strength of their teamwork. All of them were clearly experienced fighters, tough and tenacious, but, as they mowed down hollow after hollow, it became clear they couldn't hold out forever. The amount of hollows was simply too much for them. 20 minutes after the combat started, they suffered a first loss. A tall officer wasn't fast enough and sharp claws of a mantis-like hollow tore a deep gash on his torso. The man wasn't an officer for nothing, though, and after one of his colleagues snatched him away and tossed him to the anxious students, Ichigo saw the man whispering. That meant he was still alive but in a dire need of first aid. That was when the girl with pink hair, moved to him and took a small medical kit from her backpack. Her actions encouraged the other students to shake off their shock and to start helping her. But from that point onwards, the injuries started to increase to the point where only a half of the officers remained standing. Ichigo was sure that if just one more fell, the rest would inevitably follow. Despite that, he didn't jump in and join the fray. He wanted to, but the voice of the group leader still echoed in his mind. Ichigo had his orders. On the other hand, the group leader most likely didn't know just how strong Ichigo was. So there he was, struggling not to break his orders. A hollow showed up behind the group leader and aimed its horned tail to the unaware man's back. In that moment, Ichigo made a definitive decision. In a flash, he appeared behind the man and intercepted the attack with his blade, only to slide it up the hollow's tail and slice its head off. "Sir, I'm sorry, but I'm breaking your orders. You can't hold on forever." The man purified the hollow in front of him and arched forward, visibly exhausted. "Damn it. Kurosaki, fine. Just don't take any risks. I've already called for help," he said while wheezing uncontrollably. "Got it," Ichigo replied and then set his sights at the group of hollows moving towards his Poseidon. "Come, you bastards." Flashing forward, he moved around the animalistic creatures and cut them down before they could land a single attack on him. He landed in front of a larger hollow just in time to block an uppercut that sent him up in the air. Ichigo let himself get pushed and used the new position to observe the situation. "This is bad," he muttered. Then he noticed a pack of smaller hollows trying to flank the officers and attack the academy students from left side. The students were far too preoccupied with trying to bandage the bleeding officers to realize that they were in danger. "I could use Getchuga, but this should be safer." While quietly whispering a long incantation, the teen quickly gathered his Ryuryoku and redirected its flow into the palm of his left hand, generating an orb of yellow lightning while doing so. Empty castle. Heido number 63, Reikoho. A powerful lightning strike shot down from his palm and hit the pack of hollows dead on. Its destructive power was more than enough to completely decimate the creatures while also controllable enough to keep the students from harm's way. "Take that," Ichigo stated confidently and flashed again. 10 minutes later, the number of hollows finally began to decrease to the point where only a handful remained. It wasn't a minute too soon, as only the group leader and 6 of his men were still able to swing their blades. The others were incapacitated either because of injuries or because of depleted stamina. Ichigo just cleaved the centipede-like creature in 2 halves when he heard a yell from his right side. Instantly, he turned his head only to see a trio of hollows trying to stealthily leave the battlefield. "Kurosaki, hunt them down. We can take care of the remaining ones here." The group leader forced a yell out of his exhausted body. He was ready to keel over and Ichigo didn't really want to leave the man, but the tone of his voice was still strong. The teen got his orders. On it. In an instant, he disappeared from the clearing and followed the hollow's trail. It wasn't hard to do that, as they were constantly pouring their Ryutsu to the surroundings in an amount that allowed even Ichigo to sense them. It took him only a minute or 2 before he found them. "Oh no, you won't," he exclaimed when he saw that the hollows were descending upon a lone kid. Using his speed, he easily outran them and landed right in front of the kid just as they were raising their claws. "Disappear." Pumping a bit of Ryuryoku into this Zanpakuto, he cut through all 3 hollows in one mighty swing, purifying them at once. Once they turned into spirit particles, he released a sigh. "Whew. Finally. We thank you for your assistance, Shinigami." At the sound of a soft feminine voice coming from behind him, Ichigo spun around to see the kid he just saved sitting on the ground and looking directly at him. It was a little girl with green eyes and long blonde hair. He blinked and pointed at himself. "You can see me? That means..." His brow creased into a frown as he stared at the girl with confused eyes. She was wearing a formal pink kimono, a type of clothes that certainly wasn't usual for a soul of a recently deceased human. One of her arms was raised and stuck forward. All in all, she looked completely out of place. "Who are you?" "That isn't important. Now, how long do we have to wait until you help us up?" His stare intensified. Something about the way she spoke felt a bit familiar. Like he had heard it before. In that moment, an image of a certain captain flashed within his mind. She addresses herself with "we." Yeah, she totally reminds me of Kukaki Byakuya. Right. Gently grabbing her hand, He helped her stand up and watched as she put a large hat back on her head. Once she did it, it completely covered her face. "Rurakiyo-sama. Are you alright?" Two men clad in a Shinigami garb landed on their knees right behind the girl, instantly firing a series of questions and fully ignoring Ichigo's very presence. "Rurakiyo-sama, I told you before, but you can't just leave out sites like this. Especially not this late. I agreed on regular walks, but this just won't do. We should return. But we're already sick and tired of that place." Watching the interaction, Ichigo decided he wasn't needed anymore and turned around to leave. While it irked him that the men completely ignored him, he didn't have the time to ponder about it. But as soon as he took a step away, he was stopped with a voice. "You. Academy student." Ichigo's left eyebrow twitched. "What is it?" However, the man who called out to him didn't get the chance to give him a reply as something crash-landed next to them, causing everyone to shield their eyes from the debris. "Damn it, they are here. Inryu, take Rurakiyo-sama and run. I'll be right behind you." "Wait, Kenryu, what is going on?" "Go, Inryu." When the dust from the air cleared, Ichigo could only see the larger of the two men running away with the girl on his back, while the other one gave Ichigo a short look. "Please sacrifice yourself for Rurakiyo-sama. Goodbye." Then he ran after the larger man, leaving baffled Ichigo behind. But that moment of surprise lasted only until the teen felt some movement behind him. He turned around just in time to block an attack from a man wielding an unusual sword. "So he's the one who crash-landed just now. What is going on here? Who are you?" But the man didn't make any attempt to reply. Instead, he slashed at the teen again. Ichigo easily parried the strike, but he was getting more and more confused with every passing second. Not only he had no idea who the girl and her two bodyguards were, he was at loss as to who the man that was currently attacking him was too. Moreover, the man did not look like a regular Shinigami. His clothes were reminding him of members of the Onmitsukido, only with slight differences. Blocking another strike, a realization hit him in the guts. He realized what the man reminded him of. An assassin. If Ichigo's suspicions were really true, then it was no surprise that the man looked like he belonged in Onmitsukido. They were, after all, specialized in assassinations and covert operations. Yet knowing that didn't help Ichigo in the least. He still didn't understand the situation. It was obvious the man did not come to fight him. In that case, what was his target? That girl. He jumped over the man's sword and kicked him in the chin, while still deep in thoughts. That girl he had just met, Rurakiyo, excluded an aura and behavior of a princess. An aristocrat. That fact pointed towards the girl being some kind of noble. Ichigo didn't know why somebody would want to kill a little girl, but even thinking about it caused him to grit his teeth. I guess things like these are common in Soul Society. He didn't like it for many reasons. The one that made his blood boil, however, was that somebody would want to kill a little girl. A little girl that was most likely the same age as his sisters had been before they died. He audibly growled, and when the man attempted to stab him, he sidestepped the attempt and brought his sword down like a guillotine. His opponent's face, so far emotionless, betrayed his emotions for the first time when his attempt to block Ichigo's attack almost failed. His eyes widened and he visibly struggled under the pressure the teen put on him. A split second later, Ichigo used his full weight and pushed forward. The man was unable to resist and got blasted backwards. "Guys like you make me sick," Ichigo muttered in a low voice, and when the man finally landed on the ground, he was off like a shot. But before he could swing his Zanpakuto and land a hit on his enemy, the man tilted his sword and a brief flash of light blinded the teen. "What the?" Ichigo blinked in an attempt to clear his sight, only to see a blade inches away from his eyes. "Shit." Hastily, he leaned backwards and then rolled away. He felt a burning sensation on his face and something wet dripped down on the ground, but he managed to avoid a critical injury. Raising his sword, he parried the oncoming diagonal blow and glared at the man, as if trying to let him know just how much he had pissed the teen off. In that moment, the man tilted his sword again, and Ichigo noticed that the circular mirror in its hilt glowed before a flash blinded him again. Damn it! When he could see again, Ichigo instantly jumped high and felt as a sword cut a portion of his clothes. "I think I see a pattern here." Immediately after his feet touched the ground, Ichigo pumped the Ryoryoku into his legs and flashed around the man. Raising his index and middle finger, he released a tiny amount of energy. Bakudo number 1, Sai. Before he could react, the man's arms instantly locked behind his back, making it easy for the teen to knock the sword out his hand. Placing his Zanpakuto under the man's neck, Ichigo lowered his voice. Now start talking. Who are you and why are you targeting that little girl? He felt the man tense. Still, he heard no answer. With a growl, he pushed edge of his blade into the man's skin. I'm waiting. Then, something he never expected to happen, happened. The man used Ichigo's grip and willingly pushed his neck into the blade and jerked his head from side to side, effectively cutting his own jugular. As soon as he felt the red liquid pouring all over his hands, Ichigo let go of the man and watched him hit the ground. In his last few moments, the man crawled to his sword, grasped it with one hand while releasing something small from the other one. In the next instant, the small area around him exploded. Hastily backing away, Ichigo grimaced. Oh, shit. Chapter 17, Kazumyoji Conspiracy, Unseen Threat. It took Ichigo a few moments to completely get over the brutal suicide of the man he just fought. The explosion wasn't very strong and barely made any dent in the ground, but it was still powerful enough to completely destroy most of the man's body and splash his blood on the teen. Because of that, the first thing Ichigo did after seeing the scorched soil and after watching the spirit particles disappearing into the air was to find the closest source of water and wipe away the gore from his face and his clothes. Only once he did that was he able to somewhat calm down. I've seen a lot of people dying, but, damn. He muttered, his shoulders shaking a little. The gaze he was pointing at the ground was unfocused, glassy. Mental image of the body getting blasted into pieces was etched deeply in his brain. Then he heard multiple voices coming from a distance. The unexpected sound helped his mind to restart. Right, the mission. Ignoring the cold air crawling upon his wet skin, he turned towards the voices and seemingly vanished from the existence. A few flash steps later, he slowed down in order not to scare the other Shinigami and decided to cross the remaining distance by simply walking. Ah, Kurosaki, you're here. Good job. As soon as he took the last turn around a row of trees, Ichigo was spotted by the group leader, who appeared to be in a better shape than the teen had remembered him to be. The man was limping and was covered with bandages, but, otherwise, he appeared to be just fine. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Ichigo let out a mental sigh of relief. I guess the reinforcements came. Yeah, if not a moment too late. The man grunted and then took a closer look at Ichigo's face. You alright, Kurosaki? You're awfully pale. I'm fine, but I need to speak with with the captain as soon as possible. The group leader frowned at the urgent tone. Narrowing his eyes, he took a step closer to the teen and looked him over. Before Ichigo could turn away, the man noticed the blood stains on his academy robe. Unfortunately for Ichigo, it had been impossible to get rid of all gore from his clothes, being as white as they were. While Ichigo had sported some blood on him even before he had left the group to hunt down the escapee, it seemed the group leader noticed something odd. His jaw tightened and he gave Ichigo a hard gaze. As far as the teen could tell, the man wasn't angry, he just looked like he realized something. He motioned Ichigo to follow him to the rest of the group. When the teen did that, he came across an unpleasant scene. Men were groaning in pain, ground was soaked with blood, and he could see several academy students leaning against trees looking very much mentally exhausted. It was unsettling to see just how different the whole place looked now, after the fight was over. The small details, the remnants of the combat, were now glaringly in the display and created a rather depressing, gloomy image. It was ironic just how much the adrenaline could twist the focus of the mind when a man fought. Still, despite all the sadness and exhaustion, there was also happiness, a sense of encouragement, hovering in the air. They were all alive. The realization hit Ichigo fast and almost instantly lessened the burden weighing on his shoulders. All the adrenaline that had been flowing within his veins ever since he had begun fighting finally vanished. In its stead, a fatigue entered his soul. Even though his spiritual energy reserves were mostly full and physically, he didn't feel tired, he couldn't help but to sigh heavily. Then he heard the group leader calling one of the bandaged officers. The man stood up and walked over to the teen. I was told to take you to the captain. Follow me. An uneventful trip through the Senkaimon later, Ichigo followed the man to the 10th Division barracks in complete silence. He wouldn't have minded a small talk but, at the same time, he was also glad for the lack of it. It gave him time to collect his thoughts, to secure his emotions and to take more than enough deep breaths. It gave him enough time to further calm down. Before he knew it, the officer was already knocking on the doors of the captain's office. Come in. The officer glanced at the teen. Go inside, Kurosaki. I have to go back to the others. Ichigo nodded to him. He waited until the man flashed away and then opened the doors. I'll be right. Ichigo. Taking several steps inside, Ichigo ignored the perplexed tone of his father and sat down on the chair next to the main table. What is going on? Did the mission end? Ishine asked, suspicion seeping into his voice as he stared at the face of his son. Ichigo released a deep sigh. Not exactly. I just asked for a permission to leave because I needed to talk to you. Okay, is something wrong? Judging by your clothes and the blood covering it, I guess the mission didn't go as peaceful as we thought it would, huh? Ichigo shook his head. No. I don't know what exactly was written in the initial report, but what we came across was a lot more than just a few hollows. I wasn't exactly counting, but I'm sure their number easily crossed 30 mark. We were lucky nobody died. He watched as Ishine's features hardened and his jawline became more prominent than ever. Despite that, the man still appeared to be quite calm. I see. That's not why you're here, is it, though? I can read all of this once the report comes in. Something else must have happened for you to come here this fast. When Ichigo blinked, looking surprised, Ishine snorted. You're still not used to see me being serious, huh? Well, can you blame me? Ichigo asked with a shrug. I guess not. Fair enough. Either way, I know you well, Ichigo. What happened? Ichigo gave him a long stare. Then he leaned into the chair and closed his eyes. Once he opened them, he began telling Ishine about what had happened after he had left the group to hunt down the escapee hollows. He told him about the little girl, her 2 bodyguards, and then about the man he had fought. When he finished, Ishine rubbed his chin. I see, you all right? Ichigo barely stopped himself from snorting. Come on, you said you know me, Dad. A tiny grin crossed Ishine's face only to disappear in the next instant. You said you think that the man you fought was an assassin and that he was after the girl you saw. If she really was from a noble clan, then you're most likely right. It wouldn't be the first time somebody gets assassinated simply because of internal fights within a noble clan. You want my advice? Forget about it. Nothing good comes out of it if you mess with the nobles. Take it from somebody who actually is from a noble clan. Or at least, the former noble clan. He said and gave Ichigo a serious gaze. For a moment, it looked like Ichigo accepted the explanation. Then he sharply stood up and put both his hands on the table. You can't be serious. How can I ever forget it? The man blew himself up and covered my face with his innards. Just because he failed his assassination. An assassination of a little girl. What kind of messed up shit is that? Ishine just calmly returned his gaze. If this is you being alright, then I don't want to see you not alright. Is that what's bothering you? Yes. No. I mean, partly. I'm aware of how assassins live. I know that this is their modus operandi, but in the human world. In the world of the living. We are in the afterlife, damn it. Why are things like assassinations considered to be normal here? Ichigo raised his voice and lightly punched the table, causing the pens on it to scatter in every direction. Ishine narrowed his eyes at him. Through his agitation, Ichigo wasn't able to spot a small hint of worry in the man's gaze. That's still not it, is it, Ichigo? You've been here long enough to know that Soul Society is not a nice place. It is a society of souls with its own rules and laws similar to the real world. You knew that things like these existed here. You've been taught how the Godi 13 works. Things like these should not have shocked you to this extent. It shouldn't have upset you so much. Even seeing the man's violent death shouldn't have made you this agitated. Am I wrong? The teen's mouth trembled and he grit his teeth, punching the table one more time. Feeling defeated and exhausted, he sank into the chair. "You're not," he muttered. "It's because of who that assassin targeted, am I right? It's because of that little girl, am I right? You are." Then Ishine lowered his voice, a pained expression forming on his face. "It's because that girl reminded you of Karen and Yuzo, am I right?" Ichigo fell silent and remained like that for a long while. His head was lowered and he kept his gaze on his hands, unable to meet his father's stare. "Yeah." Unbeknown to him, Ishine formed a warm smile. A smile he rarely showed to Ichigo because of how vulnerable it made him look. "Well, in that case I guess it doesn't matter how much I'll try to talk you out of it or how bad the consequences could be, and you'll still tell me that you want to help that girl. Am I right?" A short moment of silence later, Ichigo involuntarily released a sad chuckle. "Damn it, Dad. You really do know me after all, huh?" While Ichigo was trying to calm down his nerves, Ishine heated up a pot of water and, a short moment later, put a large cup filled with steaming tea right in front of the teen. Gladly accepting it, Ichigo put his palms around the cup and enjoyed the warm sensation on his skin. It seemed to warm not only his hands but also his whole being. Ishine poured a bit of tea into his own cup too and sat down again. For a while, neither of them spoke, and the only thing keeping the complete silence away was the sound of the two of them slowly sipping the hot beverage. "As I said, I won't try to talk you out of this. However, you need to know some facts before you attempt to do anything," Ishine said after gulping down several mouthfuls. He waited until Ichigo raised his head and looked at him. Then he continued. "To be honest, I don't know any noble girl with the name Rurokiyo. However, the other two names, Inryu and Kenryu, do sound familiar. If I'm not mistaken, we are talking about the Kazumioji clan here. Just so you know, the Kazumioji clan is not one of the great noble clans, but, at the same time, it is ranked higher than the other noble clans. You could say they are a special case. Moreover, they abide by their law that the head of their clan can only be a female." He took a pause and gave the blinking Ichigo a meaningful gaze. "Yes, I think we can make a possible conclusion just from this simple little fact. What are the chances that this Rurokiyo is the next heir of the Kazumioji clan? If somebody is going to this length, to have her assassinated, I think it's fair to say this is the case. Now, what we should think about next is who can possibly profit from her death. To answer that, we would need to research the Kazumioji clan, and that can't be done so easily. You can't simply conduct an investigation of a high-ranking noble clan without evidence of a treasonous crime. And as you have heard during your hearing with the Central 46, a witness testimony is not a sufficient evidence. Going by all of this, if you want to learn something, you should find those three and make them talk. Voluntarily, if possible." Ishine grabbed the cup and took a gulp to moisten his throat. While he was doing this, he noticed the expression on Ichigo's face. "What? Wow, you're actually smart." Ishine spit the tea he just sipped all over the table. "Don't get so surprised about that, damn it. I thought we went over this already." Ichigo chuckled. "Right, sorry." Ishine scowled at him but didn't hold the expression for long. Before he opened his mouth again, he snatched a small towel from the cupboard behind him and wiped the table. "What I'm trying to say, Ichigo, is that you don't want to mess with a noble family just because you feel like it. Even the name that rightfully belongs to you, Shiba, won't do you any good in case you try to tarnish such a high-ranking noble clan without having any hard evidence. Do you understand the gravity of what you want to do?" The grin that had been on the teen's face for the last few seconds slowly diminished and his brow creased itself into a deep frown. "I do. If it turns out that somebody else can save that girl, I will step back and let him do it. I don't enjoy being in the spotlight, so I'll have no qualms with it. But right now, it looks like I'm the only one who gives a damn," Ichigo stated firmly, sending a gaze filled with resolve at his father. When he saw that, Ishine couldn't help but to form a small and honest smile. The teen had been through a lot and Ishine had been worried he was going to lose his son forever, replaced by somebody he no longer knew. The first time they had met in Siridi had been a rough wake-up call for him. He had immediately noticed the damage done to his son. But from that moment, the more time he had spent with the teen, the more he was sure that Ichigo could, one day, return to what he had always been. To being Ichigo. 2 days later. Following the conversation with his father, Ichigo and the other academy students that had participated in the mission had been sent back to the academy. Aside from Ichigo's circumstances, the mission had apparently changed and nobody outside of Godi 13 had been allowed to continue working on it. For the time being, while Ishine was doing some research, Ichigo had no other way to go to the human world without raising suspicion, and so he became a simple student once again. Though, being back at the academy actually worked in his favor. Instead of recalling the scene full of blood and gore, it forced his brain to focus on the lessons. Although, despite all the bad that had happened during the mission, something good had managed to come out of it. The group of students that had been with him in it started to address him cordially and with respect, some of them less, some of them more. Considering that most of them had been born as nobles, Ichigo quickly realized one thing. A change like that was something of a rare occurrence. Subconsciously, it made him a bit happy. After his last lesson of the day ended, he swiftly returned to his room, eager to take a shower. He barely finished rinsing his back when a hell butterfly flew inside his bathroom. At first, he didn't notice it, but when it began to fly circles around his head, he quickly stuck out his hand and let the messenger land on it. A message relayed itself in his mind. Ichigo, meet me in my office as soon as you can. Dad. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. The tone of his father's voice wasn't urgent, yet he felt like he should hurry. And so he did. 5 minutes later, he knocked on the doors of Ishine's office. Come in. When Ishine glanced up and saw Ichigo walking inside, he hummed to himself and motioned Ichigo to sit down in the sofa, next to the busta woman with blonde hair. Matsumoto-san. He greeted her with a stiff voice. Since the woman was fanning her cleavage with one hand while loosening her robe with the other one, he tried not to look at her directly. When Ranjika heard his voice, she opened one eye. Hello, mind if I call you Ichigo? Calling you a kid feels kind of wrong now that I know you're Captain Shiba's son. Fine by me. Ichigo replied and seated himself on the opposite side of the sofa. Then he turned around to look at his father. So, what's the urgent message? With his head buried in paperwork, Ishine briefly looked up to give the teen a surprised expression. Huh? Oh, it's nothing like that. I just dash. Captain Shiba. At the sound of a feminine voice interrupting him, Ishine turned his attention to the doors. Ah, come in. Rukia. Ichigo thought, confused. The petite Shinigami entered the room a second later, looking around until she saw him. So he's already here? Good, we'll be on our way. Follow me, Ichigo. Ichigo blinked. He glanced at Ishine and then at Rukia. Huh? What's going on? Rukia frowned at him. Then she looked at Ishine, who was trying his best to avert her gaze. Captain Shiba, you didn't tell him. Tell me what? Ichigo asked with raised eyebrows. Ugh, can you be more quiet you two? Ranjika chimed in with a groan. Releasing a deep and heavy sigh, Ishine gave Rukia a pleading stare. Just, take him away and explain everything to him on the way. Explain to me what? Will do. Rukia said. Hey, does anyone hear me? What is this about? Arg, damn it. Keep it down. Ranjika whined. Ichigo's brow twitched in annoyance. It looked like he was being completely ignored. Before he could voice his thoughts, though, Rukia walked over to him, gripped his left wrist and literally dragged him out of the office. Oi. Ichigo protested. No response. Oi. I can walk by myself. Ichigo exclaimed one more time once they were outside. Oh, sorry. Rukia said and released him from her grip. So? Will I finally get an answer? Rukia nodded but didn't stop walking. Despite feeling irritated, Ichigo followed her. Don't worry. I'm just taking you to the Kukaki Manor. Captain Shiba asked Nii-sama for a favor. When he heard that, Ichigo almost tripped on his own legs. Come again. Rukia chuckled and turned her head only to show him an evil smirk. Nii-sama is going to teach you everything you should know about the noble families of the Soul Society. That night, Ichigo lay down on his bed with a throbbing headache, his brain filled to the brim with different aristocratic laws and customs. Some of them were understandable, even logical, and Ichigo had no problems accepting them. Some of them felt odd, unusual, or straight-up alien. These Ichigo tolerated barely. He considered them to be outdated. However, there was also a third set of customs and laws. To Ichigo, these were purely nonsensical, illogical, mind-boggling, or even disgusting, and when he first heard of them, he felt like releasing all of his Ryotsu in one quick burst to calm himself down. Despite all those writhing emotions, there was another thing he noticed, a thing that surprised him at least as much as the laws and customs of Soul Society's nobles. Byakuya. Well, not the man itself. What surprised him was Byakuya's newfound endless patience when dealing with the irritated teen and his new, almost human-like behavior. The change was so noticeable, Ichigo suspected somebody must have replaced the captain with a fake. But the longer he talked with the man and the longer he saw him interacting with Rukia, the more he began to think otherwise. Something had happened to the captain of the 6th Division. Obviously, the man still acted and talked like a noble, but the coldness disappeared from his voice and was replaced by warmth. At least when he talked to Rukia. Ichigo didn't know what happened, but he didn't want to ask neither Byakuya nor Rukia about it. After all, he knew he didn't need to know. All that mattered was the outcome. And the outcome made him a bit happy. Happy for Rukia. As he lay on the bed, he stretched his sore muscles and let out a quiet groan. Time for another shower, he muttered. Reluctantly, he pushed himself up and took off his clothes. Once the water splashed against his head, his thoughts changed. So, a new captain, huh? He muttered. The news about a new man in charge of the 3rd Division reached even him. He sure sounds suspicious. That's just the paranoia talking. We know nothing about him. Ichigo closed his eyes and let the warm liquid flow down his face. For the moment, I agree with. Why whack? He heard a loud scoff. Didn't we come to the conclusion that I represents your instinct? Zanjitsu said in a fake hurt tone. In response, Ichigo let out a snort. Sure, but we're not in a fight right now. I think balancing instinct with reason is the right thing to do. Until I meet this Amagai guy in person, he has my benefit of the doubt. Even after what happened with Aizen and all the others. Ichigo turned the tap a bit to the right, changing the temperature of the water from pleasantly warm to pleasantly cold. I consider myself to be a realist with just a hint of pessimism, Zanjitsu. I have to believe there is good in this world. Otherwise, how can I hope to create my little piece of heaven here? Then he frowned. That doesn't mean I don't find many things disgusting here, though. You know, I think I'm here too often these days. Aren't you forgetting that I'm still just a simple student? Ichigo stated in a casual tone as he watched his father putting stamps on a stack of papers. For a second, Ishine raised his head and gave him a mock stare. Right. You're as much of a simple student as I am a good father. He retorted shamelessly, causing Ichigo to erupt in a coughing fit. Glancing at the two of them, Rangiku shook her head. I agree with Ichigo. I get that he's your son, Captain, but if he's here almost every day, other students may spread rumors. She said, for once properly doing her share of paperwork. Ishine scoffed at her remark. Oh, please. Like this delinquent son of mine cares what others think of him. He never did, he never will. Besides, what can they do to him? He could wipe the floor with half the academy students going at him together at the same time. Ichigo was already opening his mouth to shoot a nasty reply to the man when he realized what Ishine just said. He blinked in surprise. Was that a compliment, Dad? Yeah, right. Rangiku smirked, writing Ishine's words off as a joke. Ishine smoothly ignored the teen and turned to his vice-captain. I'm not joking, Rangiku. Ichigo may look like a student to you, but you'd be wise not to underestimate him. He could give you a run for your money. He said in a particularly serious tone that made the busty vice-captain raise her head again. She gave him a disbelieving gaze. I don't doubt that he's strong, I felt his Ryotsu before, but I think you're going too far, Captain. I'm not nearly as weak as I was 20 years ago. Turning his expression 180 degrees around, the man smirked. Care to give it a try? Right now? How about it, son? Ichigo looked Rangiku over and shrugged. Eh? Why not? Ikeiko-san has been too busy lately, so I'm ready to go anytime. When she heard the mention of Ikeiko's name, Rangiku completely stopped filling the paperwork and visibly stiffened. She nervously glanced from him to the captain and then pursed her lips. You're being mean. I want Captain Hitsugayo back. She exclaimed and sharply stood up. Then she ran away from the office. Watching the doors slam, Ichigo called out to Ishine. That was too easy. He heard his father snort. PFF, that's because she was eager to get away from the paperwork. Don't let her fake tears fool you. Rangiku is a shrewd woman. Ichigo gave the doors one last glance. Somehow, what Ishine said did not surprise him. Then he turned around and walked to the main table. Putting his hands on it, he sat down on the chair. She's really gone. You can start talking. Ishine raised one eyebrow and stared at him for a full minute. After that, he shook his head while chuckling. You saw right through me, huh? I know you as much as you know me, Dad. Now spill it. You didn't call me here just because you wanted me to join you in bullying your vice captain. Ichigo said and lowered his voice a little. In response, Ishine stopped chuckling and took a single paper out of the stack in front of him. This is the report of the mission you participated on 3 days ago. Ichigo narrowed his eyes when the man put the report away so Ichigo couldn't see its contents. Is something wrong? The captain of the 10th Division nodded and leaned backwards, into his chair. With his left hand, he rubbed the untrimmed stubble on his chin. Not wrong per se, just strange. He paused for a moment and then gave the teen a long stare. Aside from the obvious, you didn't see anyone suspicious anywhere while on the mission, did you? Ichigo narrowed his eyes further. No. Definitely not. I see. When Ishine remained silent for far too long, Ichigo shifted his chair closer to the table. What is it? Ishine scrunched up his chin and crossed his arms, looking a bit unsure. I don't know, but something has been bugging me ever since you described the mission to me. The report I received only supports this hunch that I have. You see, it's nothing unusual when a hollow crosses from Hueco Mundo to the human world. It happens all the time. Every hollow instinctively knows how to create a Garganta. But only for himself. Only Minos have the ability to create larger Garganta. You see where I'm going with this? His eyes still narrowed, Ichigo raised both his eyebrows. Yeah. All those hollows came through one big Garganta and not through several individual ones. Ishine nodded. There are several possible explanations for this, but none of them sound good. That's why I asked whether there was somebody suspicious. There is a thing called the hollow bait that attracts hollows in great numbers. Coupled with a large riot suit, it can attract even a Jillian who, in turn, has the ability to open such a big Garganta. Somebody could have destroyed or prevented the Jillian itself from appearing, but that sounds improbable. Then there is a possibility of somebody purposely opening a Garganta with a device, either from the human world or Hueco Mundo. Somebody like Urahara Kisuke or Aizen. Ichigo interjected with a grimace, causing Ishine to give him a hesitant shrug. Possible, but again, improbable. Neither Kisuke nor Aizen is so obvious in his actions. I don't know of anybody else who could have done something like this. Maybe the 12th Division, but its captain kills anyone who tampers with his toys. Right now, I can think of one other explanation. Something is wrong with the Precipice world. Ishine said with a sigh and massaged his temples. That doesn't sound good. No. But that's a problem of the Godei. We'll deal with it. Meanwhile, I'm sending you on a mission to the human world. Using the results of this report, I'm sending you to patrol the Karakura town and the borders of the Naraki city. Officially, it's for the safety of the souls, but I thought you could use it to try and find that Rurakiyo girl. Ichigo frowned. He felt surprised, but the idea was solid. What bothered him was something different. I don't think I can go alone. I'm still a student. Ishine smirked. Don't worry. I got that covered. You'll be going with Rukia-chan. A blinding ray of bright light briefly illuminated the late evening in Karakura town as Ichigo and Rukia walked out of a Senkaimon gate. Their feet touching the cold asphalt ground barely made a sound, the constant mild humming from a nearby old Karakura train station drowned it instantly. His eyes closed, Ichigo flared his nostrils and took a deep breath. Since he hadn't had the time to do it on his last mission, he tried to smell the scent of the town he had been born in now. When he did it, a tiny smile flickered on his lips. Karakura town still had that same odor. Ichigo opened his eyes and slightly turned his head to look at the petite Shinigami next to him. She was staring into distance, but when Ichigo followed her gaze, he saw nothing but an abandoned warehouse. Is something wrong? Rukia scrunched up her chin, but, after a few more seconds, she tore her eyes from the place and shrugged. It's nothing. Let's go. She said and resolutely stepped forward. Ichigo narrowed his eyes but didn't ask any further question. A moment later, he trailed after her. Together, they arrived to the southern border between Naraki City and Karakura town. From there, they followed the trail of the Onos River while giving lots of attention to their surroundings. Ichigo was very tempted to break their route and step by the Kurosaka clinic. He really wanted to see his previous home. However, in the end, he didn't go. It took a few words from his raven-haired companion to stop him, though. Minutes, even hours passed mostly in silence or in occasional chatter, yet the two of them didn't find or see anything suspicious. Everything seemed to be in order. Once they got to the northern border between the two cities, they continued to the east and made a round around the Karakura town. Still, nothing unusual. After they finished the whole round, Ichigo couldn't help but to sigh. It was his first patrol mission, but he was already getting bored to death. Come on, we'll make a few rounds within the town too. Rukia said when she heard him sighing. Her words did not bring the teen any comfort. Right. The night set in and slowly enveloped the Karakura town with its dark claws. Ichigo and Rukia were the only ones still outside, jumping from roof to roof in a relentless search for any oddity or any anomaly. Or any freaking hollow. Ichigo thought bitterly. He didn't want to admit it, but the peaceful night was getting on his nerves, making him feel restless. I would like it so much if a hollow or anything else jumped on us. Damn it, just give me something, anything. I'm dying of boredom here. If we don't find anything unusual in this round, we should start looking for a place to sleep. I don't know about you, but I don't like sleeping in the open. Rukia suddenly said, causing him to almost lose his balance. Sleep? I thought we would either go all night or go back to the Soul Society. Rukia made the effort to turn and give him an incredulous look, to which he reacted with an annoyed shrug. Well, sorry for not knowing how these missions work. Rukia sighed and vaulted over a chimney. Just keep an eye for any abandoned place where we could crash for a night. The teen followed her without replying, but something felt odd. He couldn't place his finger on it, but the tone of Rukia's voice somehow made him feel alarmed. As they continued forward, he mused about it until Zanjitsu's innocent whisper made him come to an abrupt stop. You said crash for a night, you mean like, together? He asked hesitantly. Of course. We are on a mission and should be close to each other in case something. Rukia trailed off when she glanced backwards, at his face, and a tiny spark of realization flashed across her eyes. Let's not go there, Ichigo. I meant sleeping in the same room, not, well, you know. She said quietly. She kept looking at the teen for a while longer, causing him to blink. I understood, don't worry. She waved her hand. It's not that. I'm just surprised you don't look as repulsed as I thought you'd be. I mean, you even thought of us doing that. Watching the petite Shinigami avert her gaze in embarrassment, Ichigo almost chuckled. Then her words hit him and he stiffened. For a moment, he involuntarily pictured him and Rukia on one bed with most of their clothes missing. His throat slowly dried out and he felt a bit of trepidation in his trembling stomach. Despite that, his face did not twist into a disgusted grimace, a fact that surprised him immensely. The thought of him and Rukia doing intimate things didn't disgust him, it didn't make him feel sick. When he imagined her hands making contact with his skin, he didn't shudder. It was as if subconsciously, he wouldn't have minded doing that with her. However, when his mind showed him such a scene, he felt awkward. The scene would feel awkward. Okay, enough of that. He thought and resolutely erased the image from his mind. It was too dangerous to think about such things. He was kind of happy he was able to think of something indecent without feeling sick. It had been far too long since he could do that. On the other hand, he was on a mission and he definitely couldn't afford to start acting like a normal teenager now. Right. He finally replied and then scrunched up his chin when Rukia refused to meet his eyes. This is awkward. Desperate to clear the heavy air, he studied his surroundings. Fortunately for him, he chose the perfect moment to do so as he noticed something odd in a distance. I think I see something, he stated while pointing to his far right. As he hoped, Rukia quickly shook off her emotions and turned her gaze in that direction and squinted. That's... A bright flash of green light momentarily illuminated a distant area. It was followed with a mixture of fearful yells. I guess we found something, Ichigo muttered in a low voice before vanishing from the existence. Ichigo. Wait. Rukia exclaimed indignantly, but she was too late. The teen was already a long flash step away. Damn him and his speed. As he was nearing the area from which the flashes of green light were coming, Ichigo felt more and more certain of the situation. When he saw the green light turn into a solid wall-like structure, he sped up. Let me get there in time, he thought pleadingly and strained his muscles to enter one last flash step. His surroundings turning into one big blur, he hastily reached for his sword. Clang! The blade of his Zanpakuto clashed against a large polearm, stopping it in mid-swing and causing the man holding it to look at him in surprise. Seeing that, Ichigo put his weight into his blade and pushed the man backwards. Surrender and I may spare your life, Ichigo stated rigidly. In that moment, he heard a few sighs of relief coming from behind him. That was too close. Ah, it's the same guy we met 3 days ago. Completely ignoring the voices, Ichigo continued to stare at the man holding the polearm. The man looked almost exactly the same as the one he had defeated 3 days ago and, for a fraction of a second, an image of a body blowing up flashed across Ichigo's mind. It caused him to momentarily lose his concentration. Angrily, he shook his head to get rid of the unpleasant memory only to see his opponent rushing towards him. Renewing the grip on the hilt of his Zanpakuto, he swung it upwards and forced the man to stop in his tracks. Ichigo watched him jump backwards and prepared to follow after him, but the man proceeded to swing his polearm downwards. When a blast of green energy shot out of it, Ichigo quickly glanced behind him and then sidestepped the blast as it solidified into a wall. Gah! What are you doing? It almost hit us. He heard a yell from behind him. The teen didn't bother to turn and simply raised his voice. But it didn't. I had it calculated. Then he heard a sudden rush of air coming from his right side. Make sure they won't flee the scene. I'll take care of this guy. Right. He didn't need to even glance to the right to know that despite the annoyed tone of her voice, Rukia quickly listened to his words. It made him smirk a little. Then he sent a dangerous glare at the man he was fighting. Give up. Your weapon is not suited for fighting somebody like me, he stated confidently, but his opponent barely reacted to the taunt. Instead, he raised his weapon again. Your loss. Bakudo number 1, Sai. Ichigo said and quickly pointed his index and middle finger at the man, causing his arms to snap backwards before another green light escaped from his weapon. The teen then closed in on him and sent a powerful punch into his guts. GH. Having his breath knocked out of him, the man bent forward. It allowed Ichigo to grab him by the hair and smash his face into the ground. Now talk. Why are you after the girl? Who sent you? Apparently refusing to talk, the man incoherently grunted. Having little to no patience, Ichigo pressed on the back of the man's head and forced it to sink into the soil. I'm waiting. A pained groan escaped through the man's teeth. At first, Ichigo thought it was because of him, but then he noticed a green light emanating from the place where the man had his weapon attached to his right arm. Sensing danger, the teen let go of him and jumped away. As if on an order, the man's body eerily got up. The green light enveloped his whole body and broke the Bakudo on his arms. Ichigo narrowed his eyes when he noticed the man's rigid movements which looked like they did not belong to him. What is going on? He didn't have much time to ponder about it as the man began to rapidly swing the polearm all around, releasing the blasts of green energy in every direction. It forced Ichigo to go on the defensive and he had to move fast in order to avoid it all. However, the attacks became too numerous and the walls they produced gradually began to restrict his movements. Resolutely jumping high in the air, Ichigo managed to catch a glimpse of the man's expression. He was terrified and in pain. Ichigo thought and, while still in the air, tried to get one more look at the man's weapon. What he saw surprised him greatly. It's growing. He narrowed his eyes. Something felt wrong and horribly out of place. The handle of the man's weapon was pulsing and crawling up his arm like a living organism, forcing more and more energy to surround him. Where the hell is this energy coming from? This guy certainly didn't feel this strong. Then he bit his lip and his expression hardened. Resolutely, he raised his sword and pumped it full of Ryu-Ryoku. With a mighty swing, he brought it down. Getsuga Tensho. He stated evenly and watched his attack plow through the walls until it finally hit his opponent dead on. The man didn't even try to dodge. The area around the assassin exploded. Ichigo waited until the dust and smoke from the explosion completely died down. Once it did, he saw that the area was devoid of any life and there was no trace of the man's body. Not even blood. It was as if he completely vaporized. The teen gave the destroyed ground one last glance before turning around. He felt bad about killing the man but, from the assassin's last expression, he was sure he did him a favor. Do you have any idea to whom are you speaking? Let us go this instant or you'll face severe punishment. The loud exclamation came from a man standing next to Rurikiyo as he tried to threaten Rukia. Before the petite Shinigami could retort, Ichigo walked up to the group. You too. We are grateful for helping us but dash. You mean for saving you? Ichigo rudely interrupted him with a hard gaze. The man narrowed his eyes. Either way, we are grateful but you have no place keeping us here. We have to go. Ichigo unflinchingly met the man's glare. You're not going anywhere until we have a little talk. The man's eyebrows twitched and in the next instant, his colleague, a large muscular man with a small mohawk appeared right in front of Ichigo, towering above him. Watch your tone, brat. I was being nice because of what you did but you are seriously overstepping the boundaries. You too, Shinigami. Now, you will let us go or you'll have to face Inryu. Humorlessly, Ichigo chuckled. Really? If this guy is so strong then where was he a few minutes ago? He said and then took a step to the side to look at the shorter guy again. I don't think you realize your situation, Kenryu. He mentally grinned when he saw the man blink in surprise. Standing next to the teen, Rukia released a heavy sigh. What this buffoon is trying to say is that we want to help you. We are somewhat aware of your situation but it would be better if we spoke in private. She said. Kenryu, the shorter guy, gave her a doubtful look. What could a Shinigami and an academy student do? Besides, this is a private matter of the Kazumioji clan. Now, please leave. Ichigo scoffed and when the man turned to him with an unpleasant stare, he opened his mouth. And what will you do when another assassin comes for her? He nodded towards the girl hiding behind the man. She visibly gulped and tugged on his clothes. Kenryu, we think we should ask for their help. This is the second time this boy has saved us. We think he could help us. Rurikiyo whispered in a low voice, causing a pained expression to briefly appear on Kenryu's face. Listen to her. I may be only a student of the academy but this Shinigami. Ichigo continued and pointed his finger at Rukia. Is actually Kukaki Rukia from the Kukaki clan. When the two men, Kenryu and Inryu, visibly stiffened, Ichigo felt a light smirk forming on his face. Still think we can't help you. 30 minutes later. Within a house protected by numerous, specially crafted Kido barriers, Ichigo and Rukia silently sipped a tea while intently listening to the shorter man, Kenryu. Once he had realized just who Rukia was, he had promptly changed his attitude and invited her and the teen to their temporal home. Once again, I apologize for our behavior, Kukaki-sama. I have never imagined I would come across a Kukaki in the world of the living. Kenryu said while bowing deeply. Sitting next to him, Inryu silently mirrored his actions. Looking quite embarrassed, Rukia put the cup of tea on the table and waved her hand with a friendly smile. That's all right. No need to stand on ceremony. Slowly, Kenryu raised his head and briefly looked around, at the thin wall that was separating the group from a room in which Rurokiyo was sleeping. In that moment, when he closed his eyes, it looked as if came to a conclusion, some sort of a definitive decision. If Kukaki-sama is willing to help us, then, Rurokiyo-sama is the sole legitimate heir to the Kazumioji clan. That wouldn't be a problem if her parents, the former heads of the family, were still alive. However, Rurokiyo-sama's mother, the previous matriarch of the family, passed shortly after her daughter was born. Her father followed soon after her, taken by illness. Me and Inryu have been her guardians ever since, standing in for the parents she never knew. He explained quietly. You're talking as if she still hasn't assumed her place as the head of the family. Kenryu negatively shook his head. It's too soon. She's still too young. We thought it would be better to wait for her to come out of age, but the situation is more complicated now. A man by the name of Gyokaku Kyunhwa is acting as a temporary viceroy for the clan. As he said that, Kenryu's expression twisted into a grim scowl. Lately, vassals under the service have begun to disappear. Seems he has been disposing of anyone who doesn't fall in line. We believe he has been abusing his station, using his influence to seize the control of the Kazumioji clan. Not to mention, there have been strange things occurring around Rurokiyo-sama as of lately. Dangerous incidents. Ichigo interrupted him with a hard gaze. Assassination attempts. Kenryu nodded. Yes. Rurokiyo-sama is the rightful heir to power and she's standing in Gyokaku Kyunhwa's way. Can you prove any of that? No. I'm afraid we can't. Gyokaku Kyunhwa's influence is now far too large to attempt anything within the clan, so, under the cloak of Fog-Heavy Night, we took Rurokiyo-sama and, without telling a soul, disappeared from Soul Society and into the world of the living in hope to spare her of this. However, it seems there is no way to escape the man's reach. Kenryu answered in a solemn tone. What do you plan to do now? Rukia asked after a moment of silence. I don't know. We only escaped to the world of the living because of the growing desperation, hoping the situation would calm down and resolve by itself. His hard gaze still pointed at the man, the corners of Ichigo's mouth twitched. If that's the case, why were you so stubborn as to refuse any help? Kenryu lowered his head. Her pride at being unable to save Rurokiyo-sama by ourselves is probably one of the reasons. I also didn't want to get anyone else to get involved as it would only result in another pointless death and there has been enough blood spilled already. We also can't ask the Godai for help as I fear that if word of this internal strife were to get out, the noble Kazumioji clan would be in danger of dissolution. At that point, Ichigo tuned the man out. Thanks to the lessons he had received from Byakuya, he knew what the man wanted to say next. So, instead of listening to the same thing twice, Ichigo tried to think of a solution to the situation. Inadvertently, while doing so, his head turned to the side and his gaze fell on the wall behind which was Rurokiyo. Rurokiyo-sama is somewhat aware of the situation. We wanted to keep things away from her, as we feared it would devastate her, but such a thing was impossible to do. Still, she doesn't know all the details. The only thing she knows is that somebody is after her. It scared her enough and so she did not ask any further questions so far. But I'm afraid we will not be able to lie to her forever. Kenryu said when he noticed where Ichigo was looking. The teen glanced at the man and then closed his eyes for a short moment. At least she's aware of the danger and she won't try to do anything stupid. That's a good thing. Since I'm still in the academy I can't really be here every day, so it's better this way. He muttered quietly, earning a surprised look from Kenryu. Rukia chuckled. Whether you had actually accepted our help or not, Ichigo already made the decision for you. Kenryu's surprised expression slowly turned into a grateful smile. I see. Thank you. However, please remember that the Godai can't be involved in this. He added worryingly. Rukia shook her head and looked at him with a placating gaze. Don't worry. I will act solely as a member of the Kukaki clan and not an officer of the Go-Di. She then glanced at the teen next to her. Also, Ichigo is not yet an official member of the Go-Di, so he'll be fine too. It looked like she wanted to say more, but before she could, Ichigo sent her a meaningful stare. Once again, thank you, Kenryu said while bowing deeply. As he watched the man do that, something occurred to Ichigo and he narrowed his eyes. We'll be back tomorrow or the day after that. Hopefully, with some good news. Do you think you'll be safe until then? I noticed the barriers around this place are quite unusual, but can they hold against the assassins? Kenryu straightened his back and looked at the teen with a small amount of pride in his eyes. Yes. These barriers are special. They conceal Ryotsu's signature and alert us if anyone attempts to break them. Therefore, even in case somebody could locate us, we have enough time to flee. I made sure to locate multiple houses we could use if a situation like that occurs. Ichigo met the man's gaze with a concerned stare. Subconsciously, he strained his neck muscles to turn his head and look at the thin wall in line of his sight. I hope his confidence is not unfounded. If only for the girl's sake. A while later, Ichigo and Rukia entered the Senkaimon gate, ready to return to the Soul Society. Both of them were quiet, preoccupied with thoughts about what they had just heard. As they absent-mindedly took steps forwards, the gate closed after them. I'll talk to Nii-sama. I'm sure he'll know something. Ichigo briefly nodded, not really looking at her. Yeah, I'll. As soon as the gate opened again, this time to let them in the Soul Society, the teen trailed off and stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Next to him, Rukia blinked. I think we missed something. Her voice was filled with bewilderment. Ichigo couldn't really fault her for that. Not when they watched as a swarm of Shinigami chaotically ran from side to side while a large group of Minos Grande bombarded the Siri with their bright red Zero. Chapter 18, Propane Nightmares, First Contact. 2 hours earlier. After putting a stamp on the last piece of paperwork, the captain commander of Go-Di 13 let his vice captain take it all away and leaned into his chair. Before his vice captain reached the door, he called out to him. Kojiro. The vice captain of the 1st Division turned around to see the captain nodding to him. The man nodded as well. I understand, sir. I will begin shortly. Once the silver-gray-haired vice captain walked out of the room and closed the door, Yamamoto released a deep, calculative sigh. A moment later, he stood up and walked up to the handrail. For a few minutes, he just stood there and enjoyed the wide, sweeping view of Siri. If only the peace could last for another millennia. He thought bitterly and closed his eyes. He recalled the time when he was in his prime. The time long forgotten, known by few, the time he used to be a different person. Back then, he hadn't been a fool who enjoyed a peaceful life and an evening tea with Kojiro. Back then, he hadn't been a Shinigami who used his Zanpakuto only on rare occasions. He had been a man driven by his killer instinct. He had been a Shinigami driven by his bloodthirsty urge to do what had been necessary. A Shinigami unlike any other. A stray thought caused his mouth to form a thin line. A Shinigami unlike any other, huh? If only we didn't have to become Shinigami. Pushing back the memories of the past, he took several slow breaths and placed his hands of the handrail. Only then he opened his eyes again. If only my men wouldn't need to die. Again. The expression on his face hardened. Was the past going to repeat itself once again? No, there is still time, and until then, we have to take care of Aizen Sosuke. He scowled. No Shinigami should die for such a traitor. But, for the sake of the Soul Society, they will. He thought and briefly glanced behind him as if he was waiting for something to happen. His timing was perfect. A loud, screeching noise went off in his office. It began to spread out from the center of the Siri until it reached the walls that surrounded it from all sides. In a steady rhythm, the noise energetically repeated itself, causing a ruthless grin to form on Yamamoto's face. Now, show me your abilities, men. Show me how well you can cooperate. Show me just how well the Go-Di 13 is organized. He muttered to himself and glanced at his desk, where a small piece of paper lay. There was a short message written on it. Alert to all divisions, this is your commander speaking. We have received a report that large groups of Minos Grande managed to penetrate our defenses and are now spread out all over the Siriti. Make haste and locate them before any damage can be done to the lives of civilians. As there is no additional information available at the moment, use whatever means necessary to gather as much intelligence as possible. This is an invasion we cannot overlook. Genri Yusai Shijikuni Yamamoto, the captain commander of Godi I-13. Yamamoto sighed. Next time, I'll have to think of something better. I fear this is barely sufficient. He thought and turned his head back to the view of Siriti. Well, let's see the results first. As soon as he said that, he placed his cane in front of himself, used it as a support and waited. Standing still, like a pillar of fiery will, he simply stared at Siriti and watched every single movement in it. It took longer than he had expected for a mixture of sounds to begin echoing through the place, and such a conclusion caused him to narrow his eyes. They discovered the dummies only now. He grumbled in dissatisfaction. His expression, however, changed quickly as the noise coming from Siriti drastically increased. He tried to feel the spiritual energy in the air and frowned. Before he could form any thought, he heard the door to his office barge open. What is it? He glanced behind him only to find his vice-captain giving him a troubled look. Sir, there have been sightings of Minos Grande inside Siriti. Yamamoto squinted his eyes at Kojiro. Yes, that was the plan. The dummies he said, but was interrupted. No, sir. I mean real Minos Grande. So far, we have counted at least 30 of them. Kojiro explained quickly. Yamamoto's expression changed again, but, after a moment, it reverted back to normal. Nodding to his vice-captain, he opened his mouth. Proceed as planned. The situation being real only makes it a better training. We'll investigate once it is over. Kojiro blinked, but, other than that, gave no other sign of being surprised. Yes, sir. I understand, sir. He stated and left the room. Once he was left alone, Yamamoto shifted his sight to Siriti once again. Present time. Their brains unable to comprehend the current situation, Ichigo and Rukia stared at the chaos in front of them for another few seconds. The scene seemed ludicrous. The thought of Siriti being under attack was unprecedented. However, as they had already witnessed the Bount invasion, the two of them got over their surprise fast. Acting swiftly, Rukia ran forward and grabbed a hold of the first Shinigami that came close. What is going on here? She asked loudly, trying to overcome the commotion coming from every side. The man in question gave her an incredulous look and yanked his arm out of her grip. What does it look like? Jillians have invaded Siriti. He yelled and left in a hurry. Rukia glanced at Ichigo with a worried expression. The teen raised one eyebrow. What is it? Jillians, or, in other words, Minos Grande. So far, I've only seen them once. They are supposed to be quite powerful. Ichigo snorted contemplatively and looked up at one of the Minos Grande towering in the distance with narrowed eyes. He remembered seeing one back at the Sokioku Hill when Aizen had defected. Pushing his concentration to the limits, he tried to get at least a brief reading on the creature's spiritual energy. I remember reading about them. They are the weakest category of Minos. He paused and then, to Rukia's ire, formed a wide grin. Time to find out just how much of it is true. He stated and flashed away in a burst of shunpo, completely ignoring Rukia's indignant yell while doing so. Oh yeah, let's get busy. Wholeheartedly agreeing with his Zanpakuto spirit, Ichigo quickly covered the distance between him and the closest Jillian only to see it releasing a bright energy beam from its wide-opened mouth. In that moment, he heard loud yells and noticed that the attack was aimed at a small group of low-ranked Shinigami. Without thinking, Ichigo jumped in front of them and raised his Zanpakuto. He braced himself for the impact. Ichigo! Rukia's outcry was drowned in a screeching noise as soon as the energy beam collided with Ichigo's sword and pushed the teen a bit backwards. Surprised at the force behind the attack, Ichigo responded by strengthening his posture and raising his spiritual energy output to match the beam's power. Not as strong as the books pictured it, but not as weak as I expected. He thought and violently slashed with his sword, redirecting the beam back at the large hollow. The energy of its own attack cut through the monster's skin and caused it to wobble backwards. I'm not finished, yet. Ichigo muttered quietly and pumped the Ryuryoku into his legs only to leap into the air. He appeared right in front of the Hollow's large face and raised his sword. With one strike, he cleanly sliced through the monster's mask along with its head. When he landed on the ground, the Hollow already began to turn into a shower of spirit particles. Now I'm finish out. He yelped when he felt a hand slapping the back of his head. Not even bothering to turn around, the teen shrugged. Hey, I see an enemy, I attack. Honestly, what did you expect me to do? He heard a sigh but no words. Curious, he glanced behind him to see Rukia pointing at the group of the Shinigami the teen just saved. They were all staring at him. I thought you didn't like playing the hero. The group of Shinigami spared him one more grateful gaze before leaving in a hurry, and Ichigo felt like slapping his forehead. Instead, he mimicked Rukia's earlier reaction and sighed. Rukia melodramatically patted his shoulder. That is the burden of a hero. Gratitude and recognition. I don't know how you are going to survive that. He gave her a dirty look. Very funny. In response, Rukia smirked but then looked away, at another Minos Grande that was slowly making its way towards them. She grabbed the hilt of her Zanpakuto. Well, since it seems we are already in the middle of this, I guess the only thing we can do is to help. Ichigo nodded and prepared to jump, only to feel a small hand on his elbow. But I'd prefer if we did this together. Teamwork is important. Rukia said with a small smile. For a moment, Ichigo just stared at her. Then he chuckled. Sure. Rukia's smile widened a little. I'm glad to hear that. Dance, Sode no Shirayuki. She exclaimed, and, instantly, Ichigo felt the temperature around him dropping. He glanced down, at his Zanpakuto, and shook his head. Nah. I can do this without releasing. He thought and cleared his throat. Freeze him on the spot. I'll take him from behind. Let's go. Mockingly, Rukia saluted him. Aye, Captain. In that moment, the teen flashed away. Using one of his longer shunpo, he appeared right behind the large monster and tightened his grip on his Zanpakuto. An instant later, he heard Rukia's voice coming from a short distance. Tsuji no Mai, Hakuren. A large, powerful avalanche of cold air rushed through the battlefield and smashed into the Hollow's lower body, instantly freezing it and encasing it in ice. The Minos Grande reacted almost instantly by releasing a loud roar. A moment later, a bright light began to form in front of its mask. However, by that time, Ichigo was already in air. He cocked his Zanpakuto back only to plunge it forward. The blade hit the back of the Hollow's head and easily pierced right through it. Ichigo then focused on his Ryuryoku and sent some of it into his sword. The Jillian's head exploded. After he landed on the ground, Ichigo flashed over to Rukia. She caught a glance of his troubled expression and frowned. What? Ichigo frowned as well. This place is swarming with these Minos Grande. What's going on? Rukia looked away from his face to look at the rest of Siridi that lay in front of them and shook her head. Her frown deepened. I have no idea. Let's not think about it too much. I see another Jillian. She said while pointing her finger in the direction of the 3rd Division barracks. In response, Ichigo just narrowed his eyes and filed his question to the back of his mind. Something must be going on. I don't think Hollows can just casually invade Siridi like this. He thought and felt Rukia vanishing in a burst of shunpo. Another thought later, he followed after her in the same manner. When he came to a stop, he appeared right next to the petite Shinigami and the two of them became witnesses of a failed attempt to try and defeat one of the large Jillians. A group of Shinigami officers quite hesitantly bombarded the Hollow with a volley of different Kido, but the power behind the spells seemed to be lacking. Without further thinking, Ichigo raised his free arm, aimed it at the Hollow and focused on his spiritual energy. Generating an orb of bright yellow lighting in front of his palm, the teen quietly chanted an incantation. Sprinkled on the bones of the beast. Sharp tower, red crystal, steel ring. Move and become the wind, stop and become the calm. The sound of warring spears fills the empty castle. Heido number 63, Reikoho. He muttered and fired the built-up energy straight at the Hollow's head. Next to him, Rukia finished her own incantation and fired her spell only a split second later. The Wrath of Your Claws. Heido number 33, Sakasui. The blast of blue energy followed right after Ichigo's Kido and, 2, hit the hollow straight in its head. The joint spells detonated at the moment of their energies connecting, causing the group of Shinigami battling the hollow to jump in surprise. "Allow us to assist you," Rukia said politely, receiving a positive reaction a short moment afterwards. "Yeah, sure." "Oh, it worked. It's wounded," one of the Shinigami yelled, causing others to turn their attention back to Minos Grande. The large wound on its mask, the result of Ichigo and Rukia's effort, quickly invoked a sense of pride in the group, and all of them swiftly renewed their barrage of Kido spells. "Incoming!" At the sound of a warning yell, Ichigo instantly turned around, but he was unable to dodge a Zero that came out of nowhere. The only thing he managed to do was to raise his sword a bit higher, and then he was blasted backwards. "Ichigo!" As soon as she noticed what happened, Rukia couldn't help but to exclaim worriedly. "I'm fine," she yelped quietly when the teen, his body giving off a bit of smoke, appeared right next to her. He cracked his neck joints, dusted his clothes and formed a scowl. "That was a cheap shot, you bastard," he muttered quietly and leaped towards the Jillian which had fired the Zero. While doing so, he completely missed the expression of disbelief on Rukia's face. "Don't push yourself, Ichigo. That was quite the hit you just took." Ichigo grimaced but didn't reply to his inner spirit. Instead, he poured his spiritual energy into his Zanpakuto and slashed the air in front of him. "Getsuga Tensho." With satisfaction, he watched as his attack made its way to the hollow and cleaved right through its mask. An instant later, the Jillian's head exploded. Only then he turned his attention towards his inner spirit. "I've been worse. I thought it would hurt more, but, frankly, it feels like I have only superficial burns. I'll be alright, whack. Don't worry." "Yeah, buzz off, old man. It'll take more than a weak Jillian's Zero to stop my wielder." Ichigo raised one eyebrow. Was that a compliment? He asked mentally. His Zanpakuto response came almost immediately. "Wipe that smirk of your face, dumbass. While I did compliment you, don't forget that you let yourself get hit by such a slow attack. Your combat awareness seems to drop when you're agitated. Work on that." Scrunching up his nose, Ichigo rubbed his chin and snorted in dissatisfaction. "Yeah." Deep in his mental conversation with his inner spirits, Ichigo didn't even notice when a man in a white Haori walked up to him with an approving expression. "You make destroying these hollows look quite easy," the man said. It took a few seconds for Ichigo to completely return from his thoughts, so he registered the praise only when the man was already next to him. A bit startled, the teen gave him a confused look. The man's face livened up and he apologetically waved his hands. "Ah, sorry. Seeing as you are an academy student, which, by the way, seems quite unbelievable, considering the power behind your attack, you probably don't know me yet. My name is Amagai Shusuke and I'm the recently appointed captain of the 3rd Division." Ichigo slightly squinted his left eye at the man. Since he didn't want to appear rude right off the bat, he looked the captain up and down only briefly. "Pleasure to meet you, Captain," he replied. An awkward silence then fell upon them until Ichigo realized the meaning behind the man's expectant stare. "Oh, I'm Kurosaki Ichigo," he added hastily, causing the man to nod and offer him a handshake. Ichigo looked at it and hesitantly accepted it. Once he did so, the captain formed a friendly smile. "So, Kurosaki, have you been asked by any other captain to join his division once you graduate?" Ichigo blinked. "Excuse me, sir. Ah, you see, a young man that can slay a Jillian with one attack would be a nice addition to the 3rd Division. Especially now. So, have you been asked already?" The captain continued with his friendly smile. Still a bit perplexed, Ichigo wanted to reflexively shook his head, but then, he recalled a similar situation that had happened during the Bount incident. He shrugged. "Yeah. Once. But you haven't accepted it, right?" Ichigo shook his head. "No. I'm trying not to think about it at the moment." The captain of the 3rd Division sighed, but the smile never left his face. He turned to leave but, before doing so, glanced at the teen once again. Well, once you do, take my division into consideration. I'll be on my way now. Lots of hollows to slay. He stated and then left. A moment later, Rukia popped up next to Ichigo. What happened? She asked. Thoughtfully staring at the place where the captain had just stood, Ichigo frowned. Nothing. He glanced at the petite Shinigami and then at the hollows in a distance. Let's go. By the way, is it just me or is your Ryutsu getting a bit stronger? Later that evening. Ah, my bad. They both looked fairly tired, so I told Kurosaka-san that he can return to the academy and that I'll tell you once we meet. It seems he, along with Rukia, had been busy helping the others with the Jillian invasion. Yukatake said apologetically as he rubbed the back of his head. The one he was speaking to, Ichigo's father, sighed. It's fine, Yukatake-san. I wanted to take him to meet his cousins but it can wait until morning. Ishine stated and glanced at the first division compound they were both walking towards. So, any idea what was that all about? The Jillians. He asked the other captain quietly. Yukatake negatively shook his head. I and Shunsui both think it was supposed to be some sort of a training plan that Genri Usaidano came up with to determine the current state of Godai 13. However, I don't believe he would risk so much by letting so many Jillians inside Siraidai. Something must have gone wrong. The captain of the 13th division said and coughed. Ishine raised one eyebrow. You okay? Yukatake coughed again but kept his smile on his face. I used a fair amount of my spiritual energy yesterday when I decided to train, so it's a bit hard to keep it up today but I'll be fine. Ishine frowned at him but said nothing. He understood. The white-haired captain had it rough. I don't think I could do it for so long. He thought. What do you think? About the Jillians? When he heard the question, Ishine glanced at the other man and shrugged. I have a theory but, let's wait and see what Kurotsuka will say. A few minutes later, the two of them joined the rest of the captains inside the room reserved for the captains' meetings and, together, they waited for the arrival of the captain-commander. The leader of Godai 13 appeared soon enough and when he did, he tapped the floor with his cane. I believe everyone is present. Let the meeting begin. He stated loudly and took a long gaze at each captain within the room. Well, I believe all of my captains to be quite competent and so I'm sure most of you have already figured it out. Yes, the alarm report was fake. I faked it, so I could determine the level of cooperation the Godai 13 divisions can muster in an emergency. Ishine glanced at the other captains. True to Yamamoto's words, none of them showed any surprise. The captain-commander continued after a short pause. I cannot say I'm very pleased with the report I have received from my men who were carefully monitoring the whole situation. There is a distrust, reluctance, and a large amount of resentment between most divisions of the Godai 13. In light of the recent happenings, these are the things we have to erase from our prideful hearts if we want to prevail in our future obstacles. He said in a rather forceful tone, earning a slight rustling among the captains. Before he could silence the room, a voice cut through the noise. You said you faked the report but Jillians did appear in Siraidai after all. What is going on, Yamaji? When a hint of annoyance crossed the commander's face, Ishine had to smirk. There was only one person who could get under the old captain's skin. The original plan was to use dummies but, somehow, Real Minos Grande managed to get to Siraidai without my knowledge. Captain Kurotsuka. Yamamoto turned to face the captain of the 12th division with a serious expression. In response, Mayuri frowned. It almost feels like you are accusing me of something, Commander. Nevertheless, I think I can answer your question with a fairly satisfying answer. Then he glanced at a tall man standing next to him. Well, since Zaraki was so nice as to show up, I'll try to explain this in the simplest terms. Oi, Kurotsuka, wanna dash? Captain Zaraki, please. Yamamoto interrupted the large captain, causing the man to scoff. Mayuri formed a wicked grin. Now, let's see. Aside from Zaraki, I am sure you all know the structure of the current world. But, just for Zaraki, let me clarify it. Soul Society, Human World, and Hueco Mundo are all dimensions which exist in a void space called Garganta. Only Soul Society and Human World are connected via Danga, the Precipice World, leaving Hueco Mundo floating within the Garganta without any formal and stable connection. The only method for hollows to enter either place, be it Soul Society or Human World, is to create a dimensional gateway which we, too, call a Garganta. He explained and paused to look at each captain. All of them nodded to him. Satisfied with that, the scientist continued. All of that is basic knowledge. Here come the interesting parts. Shortly after the appointment of the new captain of the 3rd Division, there was an incident with a group of Jillians within Danga, which should be impossible as there is no possible way for creatures as simple-minded as them to enter it through normal means. Then there was an incident in Human World when large groups of hollows, low-class hollows, mind you, entered Karakara town through a too large Garganta. Such a Garganta can be opened only by a Minos-class hollow. The last incident happened today. Large groups of Jillians opened multiple Garganta straight to Siriti. As you can see, each incident was something of an impossibility. Now, can any of you think of a reason behind these? He asked and went silent for a while, as to give a space for a possible answer. The one to provide it turned out to be the shortest captain in the room. Something is wrong with Garganta, Toshiro said. Giving him a short glance, Mayuri nodded. Naturally, that is the only logical conclusion. With that in mind, I shifted my attention towards it. However, the void of Garganta is a vast space, highly immune to monitoring and analyzing, and trying to examine it whole is a waste of my time and Soul Society resources. Therefore, I focused on the part near the Precipice World and the part around each dimension. I discovered something mind-boggling. Yamamoto, fairly annoyed by the scientist's urge for dramatic pauses, growled at him. Captain Kuratsuki. Mayuri grimaced. Fine. The pockets of space that we call valleys of screams are behaving oddly. For some reason, they are gravitating towards each other, and I'm most certain that this unusual behavior is the reason behind all these recent anomalies. At first glance, it looked like their movements were chaotic, but now, after some analyzing, it seems there is some sort of system in it. It's as if there is a central, enormous valley of screams that acts as the gravitational center and pulls the rest of them towards it. He explained and ignored the murmurs that immediately stemmed from his explanation. Yamamoto didn't waste a moment and tapped the floor with his cane again. Silence. Captain Kuratsuki, I know what valleys of scream are, and what you are saying sounds quite disturbing. What do you propose we do? A brief look of worry crossed Mayuri's face, causing Yamamoto and most of the captains to narrow their eyes. The captain of the 12th Division rarely showed that particular emotion. Right now, let me study Garganta and the valleys of screams. I'm not one to unnecessarily cause panic, however, if this continues and all those valleys of screams mash together and create one large, then I'm afraid it could destabilize the whole balance of the world. Potentially even destroying it. A loud silence fell on the room for a moment. Well, that doesn't sound good. Kiraku muttered quietly but loud enough for everyone to hear. Ishine mentally agreed with him. Yamamoto, being the captain commander, didn't lose his cool. With a quite calm expression, he turned to Mayuri once again. How long do we have? Hard to say. If the motion of the valleys remains as it is now, I estimate we have few years. However, in case the speed with which they are moving increases, we may have only about a month or two. As I said, hard to say. Mayuri replied. Is there a possibility that Aizen Sosuke is behind this? One of the captains asked. Mayuri immediately shook his head. No. There is literally zero possibility. I can assure you that this is not Aizen Sosuke's doing. We may have a new enemy. Ishine frowned and was about to think about the whole thing, but then he noticed Kiraku's intense gaze. The man was staring at the captain commander, who appeared to be deep in thought. Yamaji. Yamamoto quickly looked up. I see. Captain Kuratsuki, please continue your research, but I'd like regular reports. He said and tried to erase his previous expression from his face. As you wish, Commander. Yamamoto then turned to the rest of the captains. With that out of our way, there is still the issue of our division's intolerance towards each other. In light of that, we need to discuss a possible plan to better our cooperation. I'd like to hear your individual opinions now. Next day. Ichigo stared at his own reflection in the bathroom mirror and what he saw caused him to grimace. Thanks to a rough night, the bags under his eyes seemed more prominent than before. You look like shit, Ichigo. He muttered and, with a deep sigh, turned on the water in the wash basin. Bending his back, he stuck his whole head under the cold stream of water and suppressed the natural urge to immediately take it out. Turning the faucet to the left, he increased the water's temperature and released another sigh. A sigh of content. That's better. Now I may look like a human being again. He groaned and raised his head to look at his reflection once more. Without looking at the shelf, he grabbed a towel, dried his face with it and then nodded to himself. Yeah. That's more like it. In a few long steps, he returned to his bed, took down the bandages from his chest and began putting his clothes on. A voice called out to him from within his mind. You know, it's kind of odd when you talk to yourself like that. The teen put on his blue trousers and chuckled. What should I do, talk to you instead? First thing in the morning? Thanks, but no thanks, Zanjitsu. You could talk to me. Ichigo chuckled again. Thanks old man, but you know me, I don't like talking about my nightmares. Talking nonsense to myself like this helps me more than you'd think. We understand, Ichigo. Just wanted to let you know that we are always here for you. A rare, honest smile flashed across Ichigo's face. Yeah, I know. Thanks. He said quietly and grabbed his Zanpakuto from his bedside. It was time to go to the class. Despite his worries, Ichigo got through the day without anybody spotting the bags under his eyes. All the classes went as usual without anything out of ordinary suddenly happening. He even screwed up in his Kido class only once, which was better than usual and it caused his mood to increase a little. Moreover, in the Ho-Ho class, he even managed to improve his old record in the length of his longest flash step by a fairly large margin. Later, during lunch, he had a short but entertaining conversation with Yuno about her advancement in a special Kaido class. Hearing that made him feel at ease. For some reason, after he had heard the girl's story, Ichigo slowly came to realize that there was a sort of a connection between the two of them. Maybe it's because of our similar, past experiences. He mused once he said his goodbye to her. However, once he entered his next class, he had to abandon that trail of thoughts. It was a lot later when the last class of that day ended and he was allowed to return to his room that he came across a hell butterfly. The spiritual creature landed on his outstretched arm and relayed a message to him. He grimaced. Not even an hour later, he appeared in front of the 10th Division compound and looked around in an attempt to spot the man who had sent him the message. What took you so long, Ichigo? A bit startled, Ichigo's shoulders jerked but he managed to successfully stop himself from jumping in the air. Don't do that, Dad. He said when the owner of the voice walked from behind him. Giving him a short glare, the teen continued. What did you expect? I just finished my classes. If I have to deal with you after the whole day, then I need a moment of relax before that happens. He said and grimaced in disgust when Ishine pouted at him. Don't do that either. You said you have a temporary solution for the Kazumioji clam problem, right? Because I'm all ears. Once Ichigo said that, the captain of the 10th Division changed his demeanor and gave him a short nod. Yeah, something like that. Come with me. Suspicious, Ichigo raised one eyebrow but followed the man nevertheless. Once they neared the gates of Shirai, he heard him speak again. Like I told you before, it's quite impossible for us to just meddle in a noble clan business without any evidence. That being the case, there is a roundabout way for us to interfere. Since he felt more information coming, Ichigo kept silent and allowed his father to continue without any interference. I don't know how much you know about the noble clans but, in the past, Shiba clan used to be one of the great noble clans. Nowadays, it is only an ordinary noble clan but the name itself is still very well known. It would be a political suicide to go against it. Ishine said and waited until they passed a gatekeeper to continue. Right now, I'm taking you to meet the current head of the clan, so don't freak out. Ichigo's left eye twitched in annoyance but then he realized something. Isn't he some kind of my family? Ishine briefly turned to look at him and chuckled. She's actually your cousin. Ichigo blinked. She. Seeing that the teen went silent again, Ishine continued. There is something she can do about this Kazumioji thing. Obviously, she can't afford to go directly against the clan, but, when I talked about it with her, she came up with an idea. I'll repeat myself, but, like I said, going against Shiba clan would be a political suicide. Same thing applies if somebody would try to hurt one of its members. Ichigo frowned. You mean me? In response, Ishine negatively shook his head. No. You wished for me to officially keep our relationship a secret, and so, for now, you are not a Shiba. However, after our clan fell from the Grace, some of the remaining members escaped to the human world. I'm talking about a Shiba who lives in Karakura town and offered to shelter the Kazumioji girl. He explained in a low voice. Once the Rurakiyo girl is there, the assassins can't touch her. Or at least, they shouldn't be able to. That should give us some time to gather enough evidence to convince the Captain Commander that he should start an investigation of the Kazumioji clan. He quickly added before Ichigo interrupted him. That's great, but why do I need to go visit the clan head if she already agreed to this? Not that I want to be ungrateful or anything. Ishine turned to face him and gave him an apologetic smile. Since it means helping you, she had no problems with agreeing to it. However, she asked for one thing in return. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. I have a bad feeling about this. He thought and steeled himself. And what's that? In return, she really wants to meet you and to get to know you. You are one of the few remaining members of her family, and so she, well, it sounds kind of funny seeing as I'm talking about her, but, basically, she wants to love you. Ichigo abruptly came to a stop, forcing Ishine to do the same. The teen blinked several times in a row. She wants to, what? Ishine chuckled and nervously rubbed the back of his head. You know, you're her cousin and she wants to be just that. To be your cousin. Your family. I know that it may sound forceful, but, at least let her try. Same as you, she lost too much in her life. He added quietly. Ichigo stared at the man for a whole minute. Then he sighed so deeply, it looked like the sigh itself came from the deepest parts of his being. He began to walk again. Dad, please tell me she's not as, well, retarded, as you are. The answer he received was followed with another nervous chuckle. You see, it kind of runs in the whole clan. The teen briefly closed his eyes. I'm regretting this already. It was half an hour later when the two of them reached their destination in a form of a house with large human hands made of stone standing on its both sides while also holding a banner with the name, Kyokaku Shiba, written on it. As soon as Ichigo saw it, he stopped walking forward and, instead, took a step backwards. You have got to be kidding me. I'm not going in there. He stated and lightly shook his head. Standing next to him, Ishine laughed. Oh come on, don't tell me you can't see the beauty of this style. Still laughing, the man then went behind Ichigo and began pushing him forward until two large men appeared in front of them. Halt! Who goes there? Huh? Ishine-sama. Welcome back. Both of them yelled respectfully. Seeing the expression on his son's face, Ishine leaned to him. These two are Kagenihiko and Shiraganihiko. They are the Shiba family's house guards and Kyokaku's assistants. He explained quickly while pointing at the man on the right and then on the other one. Come on in, Kyokaku-sama is waiting for you. Kagenihiko stated and motioned Ichigo and Ishine to follow him. The captain of the 10th Division did so immediately, but Ichigo took a few seconds to glance at his surroundings and only then he hesitantly trailed after them. Soon, they reached a large, but mostly empty, room. There was a single person sitting in the center of it. When he first saw her, Ichigo was almost instantly struck by a mixture of different emotions. Kyokaku Shiba was seemingly a youthful-looking woman of average height. Despite her rough facial features, she was quite beautiful, enough so for even Ichigo to notice it. But the teen couldn't look at her for long as her provocative red robe that was exposing much of her skin and even a small part of her undergarment brought back an uncomfortable memory. Oddly enough, the energy she was radiating felt warm and that confused him even further. Hey Kyokaku. This is my son, Ichigo. Ichigo heard his father say and blinked to clear his thoughts. He saw a shocked expression briefly crossing the woman's face before she expertly hid it behind a wide grin. She slowly stood up and walked up to them. She stopped right in front of Ichigo and only then the teen noticed quite an obvious thing. Kyokaku was missing most of her right arm. It seemed to have been cut off right above her elbow and the stump was now covered with bandages. Yo. I'm Kyokaku Shiba. She introduced herself crudely and then, without any warning, grabbed Ichigo and enveloped him in a rough and violent one-armed hug while also slapping him on his back. It's good to meet you, cousin. We have much to talk about. Feeling a bruise already forming on his backside, Ichigo tried to suppress the urge to flee from the hug and formed a bittersweet grimace. Yep. I'm really regretting this. Next day, evening. Petrichor, the earthy scent of an earlier rain welcomed Ichigo as he, along with Rukia, emerged from a small Senkaimon and placed his feet on the moist soil of Karakura town. The refreshing smell quickly improved the teen's mood after a long day in the academy and caused him to form a tiny smile. Ah, there should be their house. He heard Rukia as the petite Shinigami pointed her finger to the far right. The smile on Ichigo's face faded and was replaced with a frown of concentration. Let's go. Several lazy flash steps later, the two of them stopped in front of an ordinary house and hastily drew their Zanpakuto. Ichigo cursed. Damn it. The roof was full of holes, walls were riddled with deep cuts and, generally, the place bore all signs of a fight. It looked like they were too late. Such a thought caused Ichigo to growl and punch one of the walls. They said their barrier would hold. Calm down, Ichigo. Despite the signs, I don't see any blood. It's quite possible the assassins attacked this place only after the three of them left. Look for any clues. Rukia calmly called out to him and leaped over the wall, to look inside the house. Taking a deep breath, Ichigo placed his forehead against the cold wall. She's right. No point in panicking yet. He thought and looked at his feet. He blinked. There was something lying on the ground, next to his left foot. Curious, he kneeled down and picked it up. It was a red ribbon. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. That belongs to the girl, but it's not damaged at all. Maybe Rukia really is right and they left in a hurry before they got attacked, huh. He mused and stood up. Rukia. I found something. I think they left in a hurry. Go ahead and look for them at other possible locations. I'll see what else I can dig from here. He called out to his Shinigami partner. Are you sure? Yeah. I'll be right behind you. There was short delay before Rukia leaped from the house and through a hole in the roof and gave him a short nod. All right. Be careful. Watching her leave, Ichigo waited a half a minute and then casually bent over only to jump in the air an instant later. A long blade sliced through the air where he had just stood. I knew my paranoia wasn't without reason. There was somebody watching us after all. He exclaimed once he landed on the roof and looked down at the person who just tried to attack him. He narrowed his eyes. The first thing he noticed was the man's hair. It was light purple. Then here was also a scar running across the man's face. It went from the uppermost part of his forehead until at least the root of his nose. Since the man's nose and mouth were covered with a mask, he was unable to see if it ran any further. Another assassin, but his attire as well as his spiritual pressure is different. Is he of higher rank? If only for a short while, the man, who mimicked his expression, remained stationary and silent. Impressive reflexes. I almost don't believe the clothes you are wearing. The man stated as he returned Ichigo's intense stare, causing the teen to narrow his eyes even further. Never judge a book by its cover. The man snorted. Indeed. I thought you are just another student, but it seems I was wrong. I'm Hanzo Nukui. Kurosaki Ichigo. As soon as the words came out of Ichigo's mouth, he noticed that the assassin's posture visibly changed. I see. I recognize that name. You are the one who meddled in Godai affairs during the Bount incident. Interesting. In response, Ichigo gripped the hilt of his Zanpakuto. I didn't know I'm so famous that even assassins knew about me. Hanzo snorted again. It's my job to have intelligence on potentially dangerous individuals. Now, let's see just how good you really are. Not even a second after the last word echoed through the chilly air, Ichigo forced himself to move and duck under a fast swipe of the man's sword. He instantly retaliated, but Hanza had already jumped backwards. When the teen saw him land on the opposite side of the roof, something caught his eyes. That sword, he thought. What he was looking at was a katana with a large mirror attached at the hilt. His opponent caught his stare and glanced down. I see that this is not the first time you have encountered Saiga. Ichigo didn't have time to reply as he was forced to sidestep a diagonal attempt at his torso. Smoothly, he flowed around the strike and used his elbow to bash the man's skull from behind. His attack, though, didn't connect. Yeah. This is the second time, he said and leaped in the air. The two of them crossed blades in midair and then exchanged their locations. Now, it was Ichigo who was standing on the other side of the roof. In that case, I'll have to make sure there won't be a third time. Seal him away, Saiga. When he felt the man's spiritual pressure rising and saw the man turn his sword and point the mirror directly at his face, Ichigo cursed and raised his sword hand to shield his eyes. Despite that, he could still feel a blinding light surrounding him from all sides. An instant later, he used a shunpo to appear in a distance behind the man. Oh? Why are you afraid of a simple light? Ichigo scowled but didn't answer. The last time I fought that sword, it took one look into the flash of light and I was paralyzed. He thought, and something unpleasant ran across his spine. A blinding light swallowed him again. But why does it feel different now? It's like I'm being squeezed even when I'm not looking at it. He tried to flash away but his body refused to move. He cursed. Shit. I applaud you for trying to evade the light, but it's futile. Even if you fought Saiga before, it was in incompetent hands back then. Now that I'm wielding it, I can bring out its full power. You cannot escape. Before the light swallowed him completely, he felt a pulse of familiar spiritual energy surrounded by several unknown ones. Shit. Rukia. The scenery before Ichigo's eyes flashed and was replaced by something akin to a void space filled with fluctuating energy. He tried to move, but found himself unable to do so. What the hell? Getting angry, he tried again and his hands shook from the effort, but that was the most he could muster. An amused laughter echoed through the odd dimension. It's useless to struggle. Your consciousness is here but your body is someplace far away. His opponent, Hanza, materialized in a distance in front of him, causing the teen to growl. As long as you are locked in here, in this world of mirrors, you will not be able to move an inch. Hanza said in a smug voice and raised his sword arm so Ichigo could see it clearly. This sword is the same you have encountered before, but, now that I'm wielding it, it has completely different set of powers. Both Ichigo's eyebrows shot high. That doesn't make any sense. A Zanpakuto dash. This is not a Zanpakuto. Hanza sharply interrupted him. This sword acts by consuming its wielder's spiritual energy. In other words, the stronger the spiritual energy, the greater the power it can draw. This still isn't making any sense. I've never heard of anything like that. Ichigo mused. A nagging thought entered his mind from the back of his consciousness. Still, right now, this guy is rather talkative. Is he so confident? If so, maybe I could learn some information. While Ichigo was thinking inwardly, Hanza continued to speak. This sword continues to consume spiritual energy and only someone who can endure it is able to manifest its true power. Someone, like me. The man exclaimed and pointed his sword at the blurry sky. In the next moment, a lot of spiritual energy began to surround him. Well, that didn't work out. I have now wasted enough time with my explanations. I shall now kill you in one breath. Feeling his opponent's spiritual pressure rising even further, Ichigo's expression hardened and he focused on his own spiritual energy. Dream on. You are a lot stronger than all the previous assassins combined, but, so am I. In one blast, Ichigo released his mental barriers that were keeping his Ryutsu constrained at all times and let his spiritual energy pour out of him in amounts that caused Hanza to take a step back and to stare at him in disbelief. What is this pressure? However, Ichigo quickly realized he was still unable to move and so he pushed himself further. I'm not done yet. Boom. His Ryoryoku burst out of him with such force, it caused a small explosion, yet his opponent, after overcoming his brief shock, grinned smugly. It's useless. No matter how much dash. Crack. A loud cracking noise interrupted Hansa and forced him to glance down, at his sword. There was a crack on the large mirror. A crack in Saiga? Impossible! He exclaimed and raised his head to send an intense glare at Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo. Time to die. Ichigo watched the man leap forward, towards him, and desperately tried to release even more energy as he still couldn't break free from his invisible bindings. Shit, 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 he mentally repeated, only to get interrupted by a familiar voice. Ichigo, don't force your way out of this. Think. Gee, thanks old man, but I'm kind in a pinch. Even I will kind of go down if he gets a clean hit on me. Ichigo mentally retorted, and his whole body shook from his efforts of trying to break free. He watched his opponent slowly close the gap between them and felt a bit of panic rising within his soul. Undeterred by his emotions, his inner spirit spoke calmly. I'm well aware of that. I'm just telling you to use your abilities. This man's ability to stop your movements is clearly too strong to just force your way out. Thankfully, you are not an ordinary Shinigami. If releasing all your energy isn't working, then do the opposite. Intently listening to him, Ichigo couldn't suppress the bead of sweat from forming on his forehead. Hanzo was getting closer and the teen was starting to get worried. Opposite? What are you? Oh, I get it. A clear image of one of his abilities formed within his mind and caused him to frown deeply in concentration. A moment later, he stopped releasing his spiritual energy and, instead, the spiritual particles of the space he was in began to break down and flew towards him and then into his body. The sheer absurdity of that caused Hanzo to stop abruptly. Clearly, the man was unaware of what was happening and didn't want to risk getting too close to the teen. What is this? What are you doing? Ichigo, his forehead completely sweaty from the amount of concentration it took him to focus on his Quincy ability, involuntarily formed a smirk. You're not the only one with a surprise in his pocket. The spiritual particles of the void space slowly surrounded him and enveloped him in a dazzling light. Getting a bit desperate, he willed himself to move. Come on, let me at least move my sword. He mentally yelled and, to his great surprise, he felt as if the spiritual particles moved across his body and stacked themselves around the wrist of his sword hand. A moment later, he was able to increase the grip on the hilt of his Zanpakuto. Arg, screw this. He roared. Pushing his body to its very limits, he managed to move his sword hand and slashed the air in front of him. Getsuga Tensho. The unexpected strike collided directly with Hanzo as the man, in a desperate attempt to stop Ichigo, had leaped towards him again. The void space of mirrors was engulfed in an explosion and shattered into a million of little pieces. Once he felt his limbs' movement wasn't restricted anymore, Ichigo jumped backwards to escape the cloud of dust that had been swirled by his Getsuga. However, as soon as his feet touched the roof again, he staggered. In the next moment, the roof, along with the rest of the building, collapsed and forced him to jump away. The cloud of dust expanded itself and, for a moment, denied the teen any vision of his enemy. Damn! Carefully looking around himself, Ichigo steeled himself and tried not to pant as much as his body was forcing him to. The amount of energy he had released while inside the void space finally caught up with him. Kurosaki! Ichigo! Hearing the words, Ichigo's head snapped up and he tried to see through the slowly receding cloud of dust. Eventually, he was able to spot his opponent, who was hunched over and was giving him an angry glare from a distance. A strange feeling of relief washed over the teen. While he was fairly tired, his opponent was clearly faring worse than him. Hanzo's clothes were torn and soaked with blood that was pouring out of the gashes on his torso, and the man was panting heavily. Despite that, Ichigo could almost feel that the man was a long way away from toppling over. His sword was still raised in front of him, ready to intercept any attack, and his spiritual pressure was still quite strong. You win this time. Hanzo growled. He continued to glare at Ichigo for a few more seconds before turning around and fleeing the scene. Ichigo, torn between wanting to follow after him and looking for Rukia, watched him leave with a contemplative stare. Good riddance, damn. He finally muttered. Closing his eyes, he tried to calm down and concentrate of locating Rukia's Ryutsu signature. Got it. Behind Mashiba Middle School. Trying to conserve his energy while also hurrying towards Rukia's location, Ichigo flashed across Karakura town with a deep frown on his face. His fight with Hanza aside, he was met about the several unknown Ryutsu signatures obviously surrounding his female partner. And I don't even know why. He thought, irritated. It took him a few dozen more flash steps before he finally reached Mashiba Middle School. When he did so, he sensed another Ryutsu signature. This one, however, felt familiar. Despite that, his frown did not disappear. On the other hand, it deepened even further. Directing his Ryuryoku into his legs, he leaped high in the air and jumped over the school in one go. He was still in midair when he finally saw Rukia and realized the situation she was in. At the same time, he noticed the other person whose Ryutsu he had recognized. Resolutely, he shifted his aim at one single assassin that was trying to flank Rukia and swung down his blade. His wordless Getsuga hit the man before he could even turn his head towards it. Ichigo! Rukia exclaimed in surprise and almost lost one of her limbs because of it. Thankfully, there was one ally who stopped the blade before it could touch her. Thanks, Yuryuki-san. No problem. Yuryuki said in return and, in one hit, blasted the assassin backwards. In that moment, Ichigo finally landed on the ground. Greeting Rukia with a nod, he glanced at the former captain of the 2nd Division. What's the matter? A few assassins are too much for Yuryuki Shihoin. He mocked her with a raised eyebrow. Yuryuki answered by blasting another assassin away and pointing her gaze at several burnt spots on the ground all around them. See those? Ichigo narrowed his eyes. Ah. He muttered and then glared at the remaining assassins. Your commander has been defeated. Retreat, if you value your lives. He exclaimed loudly to the surprise of both his allies, who looked at him with confused eyes. Commander. Ichigo didn't answer immediately and, instead, waited until the assassins visibly blanked out and then hurriedly fled the scene. Only then he turned to face Rukia and Yuryuki. I'll tell you, but we need to speak with Kenryu and Inryu first. Half an hour later, Ichigo dropped into his seat and gratefully accepted a cup of hot tea from Inryu, while simultaneously listening to Kenryu telling him about their narrow escape from a horde of assassins. Since he was fairly tired, Ichigo never once attempted to interrupt the man and opted to wait until he was finished talking. It was when he gulped the third cup of a clearly colder tea that Kenryu finally reached the final words of his story. And so, thanks to the fortunate diversion, we managed to flee the scene. Ichigo wiped his mouth and pinned the man with a firm gaze. Anyone injured? Kenryu negatively shook his head. Just a few scratches. Satisfied with the answer, Ichigo leaned backwards and noticed the fixed stares coming from Yuryuki and Rukia, who were sitting on his both sides. Clearing his throat, Ichigo looked back at Kenryu. All right. Things are getting serious. This setting, you hiding behind a barrier, is not going to work anymore. Not with the guy I fought barely an hour ago around. Ichigo said. Before Kenryu could respond, he continued. Since he is an assassin working for your family, you may know him. His name is Hanzen Nukui and, oh, so you do know him. Ichigo muttered thoughtfully when he saw both Kenryu and Inryu turning pale. The two bodyguards exchanged worried glances and then turned back to the teen. Yes. That man is the leader of the assassination squad under Gyokaku Kyunghwa. The Nukui family are a clan that has served the Kazumioji diligently for many years. If Kyunghwa sent even him. Kenryu stated in a low voice, causing Rukia and Yuryuki, who was in her feline form, to narrow their eyes. Is he that strong? Rukia asked. He has good spiritual energy, but that's not what makes him a bad opponent. Ichigo replied in Kenryu's stead and then threw a hard gaze at the man. This Hanza guy told me that the sword he uses is not a Zanpakuto and that he was actually the second person to use it. He explained that it works by consuming the user's spiritual energy. Based on it, the sword can even evolve and produce new abilities. Have you ever heard of something like this before? Because honestly, I haven't. He asked. Unfortunately for him, both Kenryu and Inryu shook their head, causing Ichigo to frown and glance at Rukia and Yoriyuki. Rukia too, clearly didn't know anything about that, but when Ichigo's eyes met Yoriyuki, the cat almost imperceptibly nodded. In response, Ichigo's frown deepened. That can't be good. Ichigo. Ichigo blinked. Yeah, right. It doesn't matter. He turned his eyes back to Kenryu and Inryu. Like I said, you can't hide behind a mere barrier anymore. It's not safe. That's where we come in. Kenryu tensed, but, when Ichigo continued, he quickly relaxed. We did as you asked and, for now, we did not talk about this with the Godi I-13. However, I have let's say a good relationship, with the Shiba clan. They have agreed to shelter you three for some time. One of the clan's members is hiding here, in Karakura town, and, tomorrow, we are to move you there. Once you're there, you are practically untouchable. Would that be alright with you? Yes. I mean, yes. That is an excellent idea. Even Gyokaku Kyunhwa wouldn't dare to go against Shiba clan. At least I don't think so. While not one of the great noble clans anymore, the Shiba clan still plays an important role in the inner workings of the Soul Society. He would have to be extremely desperate to attack it. Kenryu said, and, together with Inryu, they both bowed deeply. You have my utmost gratitude, Kurosaki Ichigo, Kukaki Rukia-sama. I'll inform Lady Rurokiyo. He stated and, along with his partner, left the room. Once they did so, Yoriyuki moved from Ichigo's side to sit in front of him. Go on. What do you know about those swords? The teen asked, much to Rukia's surprise. You know something, Yoriyuki-san. The cat nodded and answered in a quiet tone. There are few things in Soul Society I know nothing about. I remember hearing about swords with properties such as the ones you have mentioned. If I'm not mistaken, they are called Bakuto. While the Zanpakuto is a symbiotic being, working and growing more powerful as the Shinigami develops a relationship with the sword's inner avatar, the Bakuto is more of a parasite, gradually consuming the user as it grows in power, until it starts to affect one's mind and eventually devours him. She explained, causing Rukia to recoil in shock. I recall that term from somewhere. Bakuto, aren't they highly illegal? Yoriyuki nodded. Indeed. This is a good thing. Ichigo raised one of his eyebrows. How so? To answer his question, Yoriyuki, even as a cat, formed a sly grin. Since Bakuto are a technology created solely by the Kazumioji clan, if we can capture and present just one to the captain commander, then I think we will be able to persuade him into taking action against them. Next day. It was already an evening when Kenryu and Inryu finished their preparations for moving out, and that caused Ichigo to be even more irritated than usual. He had hoped to move the trio during the midday, however, due to unforeseen circumstances, their time schedule had been forcibly changed. The teen didn't like it. With every passing minute, the possibility of another assassination attempt only rose. Still, he couldn't bring himself to snap at the two bodyguards. Every time he got close to the point of boiling, he noticed the distressed expression on Rurokiyo's face, and his emotions deflated as quickly as a ball with a big hole in it. On the other hand, the extra time only helped him and Rukia to recover from their battles even better. Not to mention that he got to know the little girl from the Kazumioji clan a bit closer, and what he discovered only convinced him that his decision to help her was the right thing to do. We are ready. Nodding to Kenryu, Ichigo glanced behind the man, at the little girl strapped to Inryu's back, and hardened his demeanor. Let's go. At the sound of his voice, all of them quietly rushed forward. As it was still before sunset, Ichigo found it very odd to run across the moderately populated area of the town clothed in his academy robe and with a sword tucked to his waist. Passing several people by, he shuddered at the thought of anyone actually seeing him. The experience was new to him. However, thoughts such as those quickly vanished from his mind as a bad feeling settled in his gut instead. Nervously, he glanced at his surroundings, only to see nothing out of the ordinary. Why am I so agitated? He mused and subconsciously increased his pace, forcing the others to do the same. Is something wrong? Kenryu asked while trailing behind him. Giving the man a brief glance, Ichigo formed a frown. I'm not sure. I just have a bad feeling. We should hurry, he said and pointed his stare to his right side. Then, a moment later, he focused his worries into his spiritual energy and released a short and weak pulse of Ryotsu. That should be enough to alert her. It took the group 15 minutes until they reached Karakura Community Park, the halfway point between the last safe house and the house of the Shiba clan's member, when something shot from the sky and hit the ground right in front of Ichigo. Right in the middle of his flash step, the teen was forced to jump over it. In that moment, the thing that had embedded itself into the soil exploded and pushed Ichigo away from the group. Damn it to hell! Ichigo groaned. Suppressing the pain from having his backside burned, he forced his body to land on his legs. Before he could flash back to the group, a man with a drawn sword blocked his path. You! Ichigo growled when he spotted the purple hair of his opponent. In response, Hanzo growled too. Kurosaki Ichigo. Reaching for his Zanpakuto, Ichigo narrowed his eyes at the man. For some reason, I feel like you aren't here to assassinate Rurakiyo but to challenge me. Am I wrong? He asked, trying to calm himself down. He was tempted to look beyond the man to see what was going on with the others but, looking at the armor covering most of Hanzo's body, he decided to believe in Rukia and Yoriyuki. Yesterday, that armor was covering only one of his shoulders. That means... he thought. No, you're not. Hanzo replied all too calmly, causing Ichigo to try and read the man's spiritual energy. Not even a second later, a dark Ryoryoku began to pour out of the teen. In that case, it's time to stop playing around. Bleach their souls, Zanjutsu! He exclaimed. In that instant, the sword in his hand divided itself into two and the spiritual pressure surrounding him skyrocketed. I don't understand how a mere student can possess so much spiritual energy but, right now, it doesn't really matter. Die. Creasing his brow into a deep frown of concentration, Ichigo calmly parried the man's frontal assault with his larger blade. When Hanzo pushed, Ichigo pushed back and, in the process, kept the man's attention on the myriad of sparks produced by their crossed blades. Despite the anger bubbling within his blood, Ichigo grinned. What's so funny, Kurosaki? Nothing. Getsuga Tensho. Ichigo replied leisurely, catching his opponent off guard with his light energy blast, underhandedly produced with the smaller blade. Hanzo was instantly blown away but Ichigo followed after his sailing body with black energy surrounding his other sword, the one in a form of a large kyber knife. Getsuga Tensho. No. Hanzo angrily exclaimed. In the last moment, before he was hit, he managed to raise his sword in defense and release a lot of spiritual energy. Still, the power behind Ichigo's Getsuga forced his body to crash into one of the largest trees in the park and pushed him into it until the tree's trunk snapped and toppled over. Ichigo watched the man's body fall on the ground with a thoughtful expression. He's not done, yet. That would be too easy. Following his thoughts, Ichigo shot forward at high speed and aimed to pierce right through the man's torso. Once again, he was stopped in the last moment. The tip of his large sword hit the mirror of the man's blade and smashed it into 1,000 pieces. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. Too bad. You just lost the only advantage you could ever have over me. He stated and raised both his sword to deliver the finishing move only to find himself unable to move. What? His shock must have shown itself on his face as Hanzo, slowly getting from the ground, formed a weak smirk. His armor was heavily damaged and it was obvious his body too didn't escape the harm from Ichigo's attacks. Yet he still appeared to be confident, unnerving the teen greatly. Heh, don't think you have Saiga or me all figured out, kid. I said it yesterday and I'll say it again. With enough power, this sword can become infinitely powerful. You cannot escape Saiga's reach. Hanzo exclaimed loudly and released even more spiritual energy, momentarily surprising Ichigo with its intensity. Where the hell is his energy coming from? The Ryotsu he's producing almost feels like it belongs to a captain. He thought, for the first time feeling a bit of panic. A short moment later, an intense bright light swallowed him whole. Within a void space, Ichigo slowly opened his to the feeling of his body floating in the air. Not this shit again. He thought bitterly and looked around. To his surprise, the void space looked nothing like it did the day before, when he had fought Hanzo for the first time. This time, he was within a vortex of slowly moving small mirrors, and the only thing he could see in them was his own surprised face. Then, all of a sudden, the image in the mirror shifted. What? He muttered in disbelief. The face that appeared in the mirror was his own, but several years younger. The head of the boy in the reflection was hung down, and Ichigo was unable to see his expression. However, the boy soon raised it and showed the teen his blank, practically dead, eyes. What is going on? He stared at the boy, and the boy seemingly stared back at him. He stared. The boy stared. He became the boy. His vision collapsed, and a memory of his past began to play within his consciousness. One of his precious memories. A memory filled to the brim with joy and happiness. A memory of warmth. A memory of love. A memory of his mother, Masaki Kurosaki. He wanted to stop it but couldn't. He wasn't in control anymore. The little boy was. He was the little boy, yet he wasn't. He saw everything through his own eyes, yet also through the eyes of the boy. The boy was in karate dojo, fighting a tomboyish girl. The boy tried his very best to beat her in a spar but couldn't. He received a light direct punch to the face and fell down, on his butt. He started crying. Ichigo. The boy instantly stopped crying and happily took down his head protector. Immediately, he jumped up and ran towards a beautiful woman. Mommy. Come on, Ichigo. A strong boy like you shouldn't cry, don't you think? The woman smiled warmly. She was dazzling. She shone brightly, almost like the sun. In the boy's eyes, she was the center of his own little universe. The scene changed. The boy and his mum were walking down a walkway, next to a calm river. The sun was setting down. It was evening. The boy's left hand was firmly squeezing his mum's right palm. Tell me, Ichigo, why did you start doing karate? The woman asked with a bright smile. The boy blushed and bashfully looked away. It's a secret. Ah. The scene changed again. It was dark. The boy's eyes were closed. Waking up with a start, the boy opened them. Something heavy was lying atop of him. He glanced down only to feel his breathing getting heavy. Mum. Mommy. He exclaimed and hastily pried himself from underneath the bloody corpse of his mother. Blood was everywhere, yet the woman's face looked peaceful, almost as if she was just pretending to be asleep. Almost as if she was to just suddenly open her eyes and tell him it was all just a joke. But it wasn't. It wasn't a joke. She was dead. She died protecting him. She died because of his foolishness. And the boy knew it. He knew that it was his fault. There had been nothing he could have done, yet the guilt was too strong, the reality too harsh. The scene changed again. The boy was at the riverbank, sitting in the grass and just staring at the sunset with blank eyes and broken expression. Why won't you come back, Mommy? He just sat there and talked to himself, asking questions he couldn't hope to answer. Questions that pressed on him so much, they made it hard to even breathe. He asked questions that couldn't be answered. Both the boy and the teen within him knew it was pointless. I'm sorry I couldn't come sooner, Ichigo. A voice that shouldn't have reached him entered the boy's ears and caused him to jump in surprise. His head snapped to the right. Mommy. The beautiful woman, his mother, walked towards him with her arms open wide, ready to embrace him in a warm, loving hug. The boy ran and threw himself in it. Happiness once again filled his soul and quickly washed away all the pain, sorrow, and guilt that had been plaguing his mind for what had seemed like an eternity. Now. Let's just go home, shall we? The woman asked kindly. The boy hesitated but, after a moment, he grabbed her hand and let himself be led up a short stairway. However, the grip of the woman slowly but surely began to hurt. Mum. You're squeezing too much. She did not respond. She didn't even look at him. Mum. You're hurting me. Narg. The boy felt that something was wrong and forcefully ripped his hand out of her grip. No longer being supported, he began to fall down. But the one who hit the ground was not the boy. It was Ichigo. Feeling weak, he tried to sit while staring at his mother's back. Why did you? He tried to move, to stand up, but something heavy was pressing on him, preventing him from doing anything. Helplessly, he watched his mother turn around and walk down the stairs and towards him. For some reason, he could not see the expression on her face. What's going on? She's dead. Snap out of it, Ichigo. You know that this is not her. He thought in alarm. The woman closed the gap between them and lowered her body. Her arms shot forward and grabbed him by his neck. She squeezed. Ichigo gritted his teeth and tried to raise his hands to grab her arms. He couldn't. Stop it, Mom. Don't do this. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you, but I already made peace with you. I avenged your death. You shouldn't be suffering anymore. He exclaimed shakily, the image of him slaying a certain hollow appearing within his mind for a brief moment. The scene changed again. The boy didn't return. Ichigo remained Ichigo and he found himself chained to a bed. At first glance, it was clear he was in a jail, a dungeon of sorts. The room he was in was cold and dark. Its walls were slimy, the air was wet. A cold breeze passed right through him and caused him to shiver. He was naked. Alarms went off in his head. No, 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 no. He chanted repeatedly, trying to stop what was coming next, but it was all for naught. From the darkness of the room, a lone person, a woman whose face still haunted his mind, walked out and slowly, with a sick smile, climbed on the bed, freely touching his body while doing so. She didn't mind the shudders, the trembling of the teen's limbs as he tried to stop himself from hyperventilating. Get off! Get off! He screamed in desperation. The woman ignored him and crawled across the bed, towards him, with a seductively sick smile. Lowering her body, she stuck out her tongue and ran it up his calf, his knee, and his thigh. Ichigo shook his whole body, but he was unable to shake her off. The woman jumped over his sensitive parts and continued to run her tongue across his skin. The wet mucous membrane of her tongue sloppily licked his belly and she let some of her saliva to flow to his belly button. Quickly turning his head to the side, Ichigo vomited. When the urge to puke left, he panted, and dared to look down the bed again. He paled. The woman was right in front of his face, and when he turned to her, she mockingly licked the tip of his nose. Then she sat and positioned herself right on top of his waist. Desperation began to overwhelm Ichigo. But then, the woman's face began to change. The skin on her face, the muscles beneath them and the bones within it bubbled and gradually rearranged themselves. Slowly, but surely, her features began to settle down. Slowly, but surely, her face began to remind Ichigo of somebody. For a brief moment, not even a second, Ichigo's perception of time disappeared. It felt like time itself disappeared and the scene in front of his very eyes froze. His brain malfunctioned and mixed all of his senses together, causing him to momentarily lose any and all emotions he felt. Retina in his eyes detected the photons of light, yet the teen saw nothing. His auditory system detected the vibrations of the air, yet he heard nothing. There was no time. Only the oblivion of his inability to understand anything. Then his brain came back alive. No. He screamed at the top of his lungs and violently shook his whole body. He shut his eyes and refused to look at the woman anymore. The feeling of desperation vanished, replaced by searing anger. Replaced by seething hate. Replaced by unfathomable rage. His whole soul filled itself with fury he never felt before. Don't fuck with me! He screamed. An incredible amount of black energy burst out of his body, burning away not just his surroundings and the woman on top of him but also stripping his mind of any limits, any sense of reason he had. The void space exploded. Outside the void space. Hanzo watched the large ball of his void space from outside while panting heavily. He had been trying to keep Ichigo within Saiga's ability for as long as he could, pumping every last drop of Ryuryoku into the Bakuto, but despite his attempts, the ball began to crack. Something unbelievable was trying to get out of it and he could feel it. He couldn't help but to be astonished by it. How is that possible? What is he? He exclaimed. The ball exploded and forced him to raise his free hand and shield his eyes with it. Who the hell are you, Kurosaki Ichigo? His answer came in form of a powerful downward slash which he tried to block, only to feel as if his sword, along with the bone in his arm, broke. The strike blew him away. With extreme effort, he managed to stabilize himself and glanced at his opponent. A feeling of fear washed over his whole being. What the hell? He muttered. Staring at the face of Kurosaki Ichigo, he couldn't help but to take a step backwards. There were spiritual particles surrounding Ichigo's head, swirling around his face and slowly, bit by bit, covering it with an unknown substance. However, the longer Hanzo stared at the teen, the more shocked he became. The longer he stared, the clearer the scene became. Even if he tried to deny the very possibility. The things that were forming on Ichigo's face were fragments of a hollow mask. Undeniably and inevitably, Ichigo's visage morphed. Coupled with the black sclera of his eyes and his eerily calm demeanor, he looked truly terrifying. Not to mention his spiritual pressure. This guy, he's insane. Hanzo thought. For a moment, the feeling of fear within him intensified. Then he gritted his teeth and raised his sword. Haha. You are a great opponent, Kurosaki Ichigo. An incredible one. With you, I can test Saiga's truly infinite potential to its very limits. He yelled and pushed more of his energy into the sword. The Bakuto reacted by growing thick tentacles from its center and reached for his whole body, enveloping it in a tight hug. The pain was unbearable, but Hanzo barely registered it. He was too busy staring at his motionless opponent. Prepare yourself. Go, Saiga! Hanzo exclaimed and, slicing the air, released a powerful bolt of energy straight at Ichigo. When the teen didn't move an inch, he began to laugh. A slightly insane expression formed on his face. Ha ha ha! You're finished? The closer his attack got to Ichigo, the wider his grin became. Then it happened. Hanzo blinked at the sheer absurdity of what he witnessed. Very casually, Ichigo raised his left hand and caught Hanzo's energy bolt with his bare palm. As if it was nothing, he simply moved the hand to the side and pushed the attack elsewhere. There was not even a scratch on him. Hanzo blinked again. He was unable to comprehend it. That pissed him off. He couldn't even finish his snarl when a powerful spiritual pressure pressed on his shoulders so heavily, it almost froze him on the spot. Large amounts of black Ryuryoku began to seep from Ichigo. Then the teen moved. Hanzo barely noticed a black blur before something heavy blasted his body into ground with so much force, the ground itself caved in and a small crater formed around him. Gah! Blood spurted from his mouth. Hastily, he pried himself out of the earth's embrace and tried to spot his opponent. It took him only a split second, as it seemed like Ichigo was in no hurry to follow after his first strike. He just stood there, pinning Hanzo with his glare for a long while. Then he opened his mouth. A thunderous roar escaped from his throat and his spiritual pressure pressed on Hanzo once again. Ha, this is bad. Saiga! Hanzo panted and called out to his sword. He pushed even more Ryuryoku into it. He raised the Bakuto to shot another bolt, but before he could he felt a pulse of Ryuryoku so strong, the shockwave itself forced him to fall back. He leaped into the air. From above, he stared at the destruction his opponent caused just by releasing his energy. Die! Hanzo quickly released his bolt of energy. It barely shot from his sword when Ichigo's partially masked face appeared only few inches in front of his own. So fast. He tried to raise his sword to defend himself, but he was too late. An enormous wave of black energy hit him straight into his chest and his body was helplessly sent flying away until its back hit something solid. In that moment, the black attack exploded in a powerful explosion. Hanzo felt his consciousness slipping away. He couldn't feel his body anymore. He wasn't even sure there was any body left at all. I have fought countless battles for the Kazumioji clan, yet I survived every time. If this is how I should go, then so be it. He thought just when another blast of black energy flew towards him. The place where he lay was instantly obliterated. Chapter 19, Instinctive Undead, Slippery Slope. Stuck in a dark room illuminated only by flashes of faint light coming from the computer screens he was staring at, Urahara Kisuke rubbed his tired eyes and pressed the same button again. A complex diagram popped up on the central screen. It looked like a picture taken from a sci-fi magazine, but it seemed that the scientist had no troubles reading it. However, after a brief moment, he released a deep sigh. It still doesn't make any sense. He muttered quietly, and one of the tiny muscles within his left lower eyelid twitched. Urahara Kisuk hated not being able to understand and comprehend a phenomena that had happened right in front of his eyes. Such a feeling was like a small flesh-eating worm slowly eating him from inside out. Extremely annoying and irritating. An itch he couldn't scratch. A rash beneath his skin. Ah! Frustrated by his lack of understanding, he pushed himself away from the table and leaned backwards, as far as his chair allowed him to. A mild cracking sound coming from his backside caused him to groan in content. For just a few seconds, he allowed himself to close his eyes and to relax his brain. He had no idea what time it was, but, at the same time, he was fairly sure he had been in the room for far too long. However, he was not allowed to relieve the stress for long. A beeping noise coming from one of his pockets forced him to open his eyes and reach for the phone. Yes. Kisuk. When Urahara recognized the voice coming from the speaker, he hastily sat upright and forced his brain to work again. Hello. Kisuk, do you remember telling me about this boy? The one who is supposed to be like us? The voice asked. Yes. Of course I do. Urahara's answer was instantaneous. Then why aren't you keeping an eye on him, you bloody idiot? The man speaking to him quickly increased the volume, and his yell caused the scientist to jump on his chair. What? Urahara shifted his attention to the computers and furiously began to pound on the keyboard. Right now, the kid is on a rampage. Move your ass over to the Karakura Community Park. Right now. Urahara finished tapping on the buttons only for a still image to appear on the central screen. He paled. Not good. Yeah, no shit. His Ryuryoku is slowly spreading across the whole city, and if he's not stopped soon, hollows won't be the only thing to worry about. Hurry up. The voice said, and then its owner hung up, leaving Urahara alone with his thoughts. For a split second, the scientist remained silent and still. Then he jumped from the chair and grabbed his cane. Once he opened the door, he called out to the shop. Tessai-san. We have a situation. In an instant, a large man with a muscular build appeared in front of him. He stuck out one of his hands. Yes boss, I'm ready. Urahara took the hat from the man's hand and put it on. Let's roll. 7 minutes later. I really didn't want to intervene. My preferable position is always on the sidelines. Urahara thought grimly as he stared at the person in front of him. The person, whose face was partially covered with a hollow mask, was also a source of a hostile spiritual pressure. Ichigo. Tessai-san. He whispered to the man standing next to him. It looked like the teen still hadn't noticed the two of them, and Urahara wanted to keep that fact true for a bit longer. He wanted to observe the teen first, engage him later. Next to him, Tessai quickly got to work and began reciting a long incantation. Leaving him be, Urahara circled around the scene. What is he doing? He mused. As far as he could see, the teen seemed to be standing still and just pointedly staring at something in front of him. Curiosity getting the better of him, Urahara took another step forward. He was supposed to be on a rampage, so, After he got closer, Urahara saw the thing that Ichigo was so intently looking at, and his grimace deepened. On the ground, in front of the teen, there seemed to be charred remains of a body, but it was impossible to tell who they belonged to, as most of the corpse was missing. I see. Urahara understood. Despite seeing the destruction, so obviously caused by Ichigo, and the gore in front of him, there wasn't even a speck of disgust on the scientist's face. He was well aware he was in no position to judge the teen. Now then. What to do? It doesn't look like he's in control, and that means he's probably acting solely on his instincts. Which means that if I show up, he'll try to kill me. On the other hand, we have to stop or at least subdue him, else there is no telling how much damage he can cause. Either to the human world or to himself. Still, it looks like the mask isn't fully formed. Which opens a whole bag of different questions. I'm rambling again. Urahara thought. Slowly and with a regretful expression, he squeezed his cane. This is going to hurt, but I guess I deserve this. It's probably karma kicking my ass again. He chuckled. Urayuki-san would have wanted to see this. In a swift motion, he pulled a moderately long blade out of the cane, leaving the curved part of the cane to act as a hilt of a sword. Resolutely, he began walking towards Ichigo while steadily releasing his spiritual energy. "Hello, Kurosaka-san. It seems our meeting is long due." At first, the teen did not react and Urahara slightly narrowed his eyes. However, when the scientist released more of his spiritual energy, Ichigo turned his head and pinned him with a fierce glare. Then the teen seemingly vanished from his sight. "Behind me," Urahara thought. Turning around, he raised his sword and parried a silent slash with a calm expression. However, the power behind it caused him to blink in surprise. Immediately, he was blasted backwards. "That surprised me. You're a lot more powerful than I expected, Kurosaka-san," he stated after reappearing in front of Ichigo, his sword hand raised and his sword horizontally aimed at the teen. "Hado number 32. Okazen," he exclaimed and fired a wide arc of yellow energy. Being this close to his opponent, the spell hit Ichigo dead on and engulfed him in a small explosion. Not even a second later, the scientist leaped backwards and watched as a tip of a large sword cut through the cloud of smoke in the place where he had just stood. "Whew, that scared me," he muttered in surprise. When he caught a glimpse of the teen, he grew silent. "Barely tickled him, huh?" There was a bit of smoke coming from Ichigo's slightly burnt torso, but, while Urahara stared at it, the wound was already healing. In that moment, a translucent barrier rose from all sides and sealed both of them inside of it. Urahara smiled a little. If the barrier was up, then it was time to really start working. "I don't want to drag this on, Kurosaka-san, so you'll have to forgive me if this gets rough," Urahara stated and burst forward. Getting close to the teen, he crossed blade with him and pointed his index and middle finger at his hands. But before his Kido could take any effect, Ichigo vanished and blood spurted from a cut on the scientist's upper arm. Urahara hastily flashed away and narrowly dodged a powerful blast of black energy. The attack continued flying until it hit the barrier. For a few seconds, the black energy pushed against it, but then it dispersed. Still, the crack on the barrier it left behind worried the scientist. "He's not just a lot more powerful. This partially hollowified form exceeds my calculations," Urahara thought, bewildered. Spinning around, he blocked a vicious strike that was followed by a series of fast but heavy blows which forced him to focus only on defending himself. That didn't sit right with Urahara, but, as soon as he tried to use the short time frame between Ichigo's attacks to use any of his Kido spells, the teen instantly flashed away. The scientist's left lower eyelid twitched again. "He's gaining the upper hand," he thought, momentarily unable to accept the notion. Only thanks to his reflexes that thought didn't cost him his left arm. The twitch in his left eye infected even his right eye, and in that moment, he released more of his spiritual power. "It seems I have no choice. Awaken, Benihime," he exclaimed, causing his Zanpakuto to change its shape and turn into a sleek, medium-sized sword. In response to seeing that, as well as Urahara's increased spiritual pressure, Ichigo released another roar and slashed the air in front of him once again. "Not this time, Kurosaka-san. Nake, Benihime." The scientist shouted and fired a crimson-colored energy blast from his Zanpakuto right into the way of Ichigo's black Getsuga. The two attacks met right in the middle of the park, and their energies, rather than exploding at the moment of contact, clashed and mashed together. Not even a moment later, they both dissipated into thin air. "Now, are you going to try it again, Kurosaka-san?" Urahara asked calmly. In response, the fragment of a hollow mask covering Ichigo's face grew bigger. Even more energy burst out of the teen and yet another Getsuga shot out of his blade. This time, though, it was different. Bigger. Seeing that, Urahara cursed and quickly pumped his Ryuryoku into his blade. "Nake, Benihime. So the more complete his mask is, the more powerful his attacks get? In that case, I have to end this as soon as possible," Urahara thought while watching the two blasts negate each other again. In the moment they did just that, he prepared to move forward only to be greeted by yet another Getsuga. A second strike hidden within the shadow of the first one. Not having enough time to counter the blast with one of his own techniques, Urahara opted for the simplest solution and simply jumped sideways. However, that meant the Getchuga continued flying forward until it crashed into the translucent barrier. This time, the barrier couldn't contain it and shattered. Tessai-san! Urahara yelled frantically. From a distance, a figure leaped into the air, right above Ichigo's Getchuga and pushed the black energy into the ground. The part of Park around it shook from a suppressed detonation. Shifting his attention back to the fight, Urahara felt something cold and sharp running down his backside and hastily flashed away. But the damage had been done and he felt as his blood spurted from a deep gash. He's incredible. He used the split second I wasn't paying attention not to simply rush at me straight forward but to sneak around me and deliver an attack before I knew what was going on. Despite the pain, Urahara was impressed. A large man landed next to him. Sorry, boss. I couldn't keep the barrier up. I was focusing on something else. What now? Tessai asked in a serious tone. Urahara suppressed a groan and raised his Zanpakuto. Prepare your strongest Bakudo. We need to stop him. Now. Elsewhere. Pushing herself from the ground, Rukia tried to lessen her panting as much as she could but the amount of Ryuryoku she had been forced to use to defeat her opponents had been too much and she swooned. Her knees hit the ground but before she could fall down, a pair of strong hands caught her. Kukaki-sama. It was Kenryu. Giving him a weak smile, Rukia dug out her own voice. Is he dead? Kenryu glanced in the direction of her opponents and nodded. I think so. There was a flash of light and the one with the weird Ryutsu completely disintegrated. The rest of them, too weak to continue fighting, simply killed themselves in small explosions. He stated and slowly propped her against a trunk of a tree. Thank you. Urayuki-san. Kenryu tensed. He was still trying to get over the shock of discovering that he had gained one additional ally and that the ally was none other than the goddess of Flash from the Shihoin noble clan. The last time I saw her, she had gotten rid of half of her opponents. Ichigo. After a brief moment of silence, Kenryu apologetically shook his head. I didn't see him ever since we got separated, Kukaki-sama. I'm sorry. Rukia felt something cold touching her heart but it passed as soon as the image of the teen's stubborn face popped up in her mind. She smiled. Don't worry. He's fine. Kenryu blinked dubiously. I apologize if I'm being rude but how can you be so sure, Kukaki-sama? Rukia couldn't help herself and chuckled. It's simple. He's Ichigo. Clearly not being able to understand the cryptic answer, Kenryu blinked again. Then a loud silence fell upon them, causing them to stand up. Inryu, come closer. He muttered. Immediately, his large partner dropped down from the treetop above them. Rurokiyo was still on his back, now sleeping soundly. Kenryu looked at her with a sad smile. I'll apologize for knocking you out, Rurokiyo-sama. Just trust me. He whispered. A lone person landed in front of them. All of them tensed. It's me. Please don't scare us like that, Urayuki-sama. Kenryu said with a hand placed on his torso. Are you okay, Urayuki-san? Rukia asked when Urayuki walked closer. In return, Urayuki offered her a smile. Yeah, it will take more than second-grade assassins to kill the goddess of Flash. I could use a bit of rest though. She replied and formed a grimace when she touched a sore place on her left side. She was covered in cuts and gashes but most of them looked only superficial. However, there was a slight pause in her steps, causing Rukia to purse her lips. It was obvious that the horde of assassins that Urayuki had taken away from them had caused her more damage than she was willing to admit. Still, she knows her body better than anyone. Rukia thought and released another sigh. Rukia, do you think you can stand up and walk? After a brief pause when she repeatedly tried to form a fist, Rukia nodded. Yes. Urayuki helped her up and then turned to the right. There was an unreadable expression on her face that prompted Rukia to open her mouth. Is something wrong? Urayuki bit her lip. The Ryutsu of your Bakuto-wielding opponent must have overwhelmed your senses and so you probably haven't noticed it, but I think something happened to Ichigo. Not to mention, I also felt Kisuke's spiritual energy at his location. She answered in a serious tone. Immediately, she felt Rukia tense and so she quickly continued. But I'm sure he's okay. Ignoring the last part, Rukia stomped the ground with her left leg in an attempt to stop her muscles from shaking any further and then took a step forward. We should go. Yuryuki inaudibly smirked. All right. Follow me. A few minutes later. Ichigo. Rukia pushed her tired body and used her flash step to cover the remaining distance between her and the teen. Kneeling down, she put one hand on his forehead and then glared at a man with light blonde messy hair. What did you do to him, Urahara? The part of the park where Rukia and the others had finally found Ichigo was completely devastated. Trees were obliterated, ground was covered with deep and wide craters, benches were shattered and more. It looked like a bomb had exploded there. When the group had arrived, the first image they had seen was a pair of men, Urahara and Tessai, staring at Ichigo's motionless body that lay on one of the few untouched parts of the ground. He's burning up. Rukia thought and shifted her attention from Urahara back to the teen. The scientist, covered in injuries, tiredly sighed and finally sealed his Zanpakuto back into its cane form. He glanced at Tessai and, after a brief moment of silence, sighed again. Me and Tessai-san accidentally came across Kurosaka-san's fight just right after it ended. Safe to say, young Kurosaka was not pleased to see me and insisted on fighting me. And that's all. He exhausted his spiritual energy and fainted only moments before you arrived. Rukia stared at Ichigo's closed eyes and pursed her lips. I'm not blaming you for that, but you chose the worst possible time for this, Ichigo. She thought. As her stare was still pointed at the teen, she completely missed the silent exchange of glances between Urahara and Yuryuki. Well, it looks like all of you are fairly exhausted, so it would be best for you to come to my shop and rest for a bit. What do you say, Kenryu-san, Inryu-san? Urahara said and looked at the two men standing in the background. Both of them jumped in surprise and blinked. Then they turned to Rukia with pleading eyes. It was their first time meeting Urahara Kisuke and they were clearly confused. When she felt their stares, Rukia looked up and nodded to them. You can trust, don't worry. We will be safe with Urahara. She said, changing her wording in the middle of her sentence. Urahara immediately noticed that and appeared to have some sort of remark for it, but before he could open his mouth, he received an elbow to his right side. Yes, we should rest for a while. At least until Ichigo wakes up. Nobody will attack you while you're with Kisuke. Yuryuki said convincingly. Once both Kenryu and Inryu agreed, she turned back to Urahara. Say, you didn't happen to find a weapon of the man that Ichigo fought? Urahara raised one of his eyebrows. A weapon? Bakuto. The scientist blinked. A moment later, a bit of a glow appeared within his eyes, causing Yuryuki to groan. Don't even think about it, Kisuke. Now, did you see it or not? No. He lowered his voice so Yuryuki leaned closer to him. Actually, young Kurosaki obliterated everything but a small part of the man's body. If the Bakuto survived the onslaught, it was nowhere around when we got here. He continued quietly. Yuryuki grimaced. Damn it. Yuryuki-san. Rukia asked from the ground. In response, Yuryuki shook her head. You didn't get any Bakuto from the one you fought, right? Because I didn't either. I hate to admit it, but they got me good. I didn't expect them to jump at me like living bombs whenever I tried to grab one. Hearing that, Rukia lowered her head in disappointment. That means we are back to square one. Well, I'm not completely sure what is going on here. Urahara began, only to receive a deep scowl from both Rukia and Yuryuki. All right, I do know. Nevertheless, I think I have an idea. Urahara's shop, early morning. As if returning from a long trip to the Oblivion and beyond, Ichigo felt his senses slowly turning on. One by one, each sense sent a pulse into his brain. First, he felt the fingertips on his hands touching something smooth, yet rough, like a blanket of sorts. The second thing he felt, was the air he breathed into his lungs. Its smell. Then his ears picked up on distant noises, followed by the drought within his mouth, the unpleasant, bitter taste of his own tongue. The last thing that also finally allowed him to fully wake up was him opening his eyes. What he saw was a ceiling he did not recognize. Confusion briefly settled within his mind. He tried to move his head, to glance around, only to feel like somebody kicked him in his neck, hard. His neck muscles, along with every other muscle in his body, were sore and incredibly tender. Ugh! Unable to stop himself, he quietly groaned. And as soon as he did so, his memories flooded his mind like a tsunami, smashing and swallowing everything in their path. I fought Hansa. He put me in some sort of a nightmare and then, forming a grimace, he raised his left hand and put it on his forehead. He closed his eyes and concentrated. A single image appeared within his mind and stung him like a bolt of lightning. The pupils in his eyes dilated. I. You lost control. Ichigo felt his throat constricting. The disappointment in the voice of his Zanpakuto spirit was palpable. Ichigo felt as if somebody smashed his gut with a concrete block. I'm sorry, Zanjitsu, but I couldn't stop myself. Did you see? Yeah, I saw the nightmare. Like I told you before, I'm always with you. Indeed, what you were forced to witness was cruel. Very cruel. However, both me and Waiwak warned you to work on your trauma, to learn how to live with it. As you saw, your enemies will not hesitate to use your every weakness against you. Ichigo gritted his teeth and his other hand formed a tight fist. Zanjitsu was right. He always was. Ichigo had put off resolving his issues as much as he could and now it came around to bite him in the ass. You are incredibly lucky that there was somebody to stop your rampage. Do you realize how many people, innocent humans, you could have accidentally killed? How many lives you could have hurt beyond saving? And, most importantly, how much you could have hurt yourself. Feeling the pain flowing from his Zanpakuto spirit's words, Ichigo fought against his own emotions. However, even if you killed countless innocents, it wouldn't matter to me. Fuck them. But I know that it would matter to you. It would destroy you. Do you realize now, just why it is important for you to accept your power gradually and not in one turn? I told this to you once before but I cannot control the hollow part of me, of us. If it gets out of our control, there are only so much Waiwak with his Quincy abilities can do to help. You are one of the most powerful beings, Ichigo. But at a terrible cost. One misstep and you could accidentally wipe out this world. For a long while, Ichigo remained silent. He was unable to find words to say to his Zanpakuto. He was unable to fight the self-loathing coming from his spirit's voice. Zanjitsu's words cut deeply. They struck at the most vulnerable place in his soul. At the one thing his hollow part yearned for. His heart. However, he understood. He was going to learn from his mistake. Yeah. Good. A bit satisfied with his answer, Zanjitsu's voice grew less harsh. Still, wipe out this world. I think you are overestimating me, Zanjitsu. Ichigo thought as another image popped into his mind. At this moment? Maybe. But even with only this much power you fought on par with somebody like Urahara Kisuke and his assistant and both of them possess powerful spiritual energy. Which reminds me. I know this is hard to hear, especially from me, but I think you should thank them for stopping you. As soon as the words played over within his mind, Ichigo gritted his teeth once again. I don't think I can do that, Zanjitsu. That man, he's the reason for so much shit in my life. Damn it. However, his Zanpakuto spirit didn't say another word, causing a vein to pulse on the teen's forehead. Fine, I get it. I will thank the son of A. He shouted mentally and thus missed the sound of footsteps nearing his side. How are you feeling? Ichigo's head snapped to the owner of the voice. The sharp movement caused him to groan. Only then he managed to reply. Oh, Rukia, you're all right, oh. What happened with the others? Where are they? And, actually, where the hell are we? As soon as he noticed the one talking to him was Rukia, the teen realized that while he was musing about his own thoughts, he completely forgot about the fate of the rest of the group. Almost instantly, he grew agitated. Calm down. We're fine. All of us. Rukia quickly said and put a hand on his shoulder, to prevent him from standing up. But, she sighed. None of us managed to get a hold of a single Bakuto. However, Urahara has an idea, yeah. Right now, we're in Urahara's shop. Since you were out of it, we decided to rest here for a while. She said and intently watched his face, to gauge his reaction. Ichigo's expression turned sour and bitter, but he managed to suppress the urge to simply shake off her hand, stand up and go kill the scientist. His Zanpakuto words still echoed within his mind. Despite all of that, a quiet growl still escaped his mouth. Fine. So? What is his ingenious idea? Door to the room opened and Yoriuki's head popped in. I can answer that. Ichigo rolled his eyes. After his fight with the woman, the anger he had felt towards her cooled down a bit. He wasn't entirely sure whether it was because he had managed to vent his emotions or whether it was because of the sense of shame that came with his defeat. Go on. Yoriuki formed a tiny smirk and entered the room. Before she started talking, she leaned on the wall. It's actually really simple. I sent a memo to Sui Feng, the captain of the 2nd Division, that I have a valid concern about illegal weapons, such as Bakuto, being used by members of Seireitei Society. Ichigo sharply sat and threw a glare in her direction. The captain of the 2nd Division? Damn it, we've been asked not to bring the Godai 13 into this. He exclaimed, displeased. In response, Yoriuki calmingly waved her hand at him. Godai 13 as an organization won't have anything to do with her investigation. I asked her for a favor as a former heiress of a Shihoin noble clan. It'll be strictly off the records. Moreover, she won't touch the Kazumioji clan at all. Only if she gets a hold of a Bakuto that she'll inform the Godai. With narrowed eyes, Ichigo stared at her for a full minute before sighing heavily. Fine. I hope it works, because yesterday, we all have failed spectacularly. None of us. Wait. What about the Hansa guy? My opponent? I don't really remember the end of our fight, but I'm fairly sure I did beat him. Right. You don't remember? Rukia asked with confused eyes, causing Ichigo to blink. From the corner of his eye he saw Yoriuki shaking her head a bit. Seeing his unease, Yoriuki came to his rescue. He almost completely exhausted his Ryuryoku reserves. A small memory loss isn't that unusual, Rukia. She said to the raven-haired Shinigami and then turned to the teen. You beat your opponent soundly, but there was no sign on the Bakuto anywhere on the scene. Somebody probably took it when nobody was looking. Oh, okay. Ichigo said and tried to focus on his memories. Despite his best attempts, his memories were full of holes and he couldn't recall the ending of his fight with Hansa. Only what followed afterwards. Even that was extremely hazy. Still images popped within his mind in a completely random order and confused him even further. So, how is our guest feeling on this lovely day? Ichigo stiffened when a man's face appeared in the door. Despite never seeing the man before, the teen recognized him on the spot. His breathing, along with his heartbeat, accelerated and blood rushed into his head. For a moment, his sense of hearing decreased, while his sense of sight increased and he saw the man through a tunnel vision. As a response to his body's distress, some of his Ryuryoku began to leak. Only through sheer force of will and his inner spirit's calming words he managed not to leap forward and plunge his sword through the man's skull. The change of mood was more than obvious and Urahara Kisuke quickly lost the mask of nonchalance. Rukia and Yoriuki both put their hands on Ichigo's shoulders, but the teen shook them off. I'm fine. He pinned the scientist with his stare. Urahara Kisuke, I presume. With a completely serious face, Urahara nodded. Yes, Kurosaka-san. Ichigo slowly got up and met the man face to face. Is there something we could talk, without having to worry about our surroundings? Of course. Follow me, Kurosaka-san. Underneath the Urahara shop. In a giant room below the main building of the shop, Ichigo stared at the scientist with a glare that could kill. Urahara met it without flinching. Neither of them spoke for a long moment. You have my thanks for stopping me. Ichigo hissed through gritted teeth. Urahara just nodded. Rolling his tongue within his mouth, Ichigo almost tasted the bitterness of his own thoughts. He had promised his Zanpakuto spirit to thank the man and that was it. He did it. That doesn't mean we are good. He continued. Unable to control his energy any longer, his black Ryuryoku gushed out of him like a mist of fate, inevitable and irreversible. Still, Urahara did not flinch. No. I didn't think we were, Kurosaka-san. You aren't going to apologize, are you? Would it change anything? Because if your answer to that is yes, then I will apologize. The scientist replied instantly, causing Ichigo to chuckle humorlessly. Of course not. Nothing will change the past. He stated. Do you want to fight, Kurosaka-san? Yes. I do. I want to pummel you into ground. I want to break your bones, to grind your flesh and to crush your very being. I want to beat you to the brink of death and beyond, then grab the hand of oblivion and yank you from it so I can repeat all of that again. Words are not enough to state just how much I want to hurt you. What's stopping you, then? Ichigo scoffed and a weird grimace formed on his face. There are two things and two things only. First, you are useful. I know enough about you to see that you are an incredibly smart bastard. While you are on the good side, I can use that brain of yours to actually make a change. I can use it to save a lot of lives. He paused and gave the man an odd glance. The second reason is the most important one. You saved my mum when she was dying. I could never face her again if I just killed you. I see, thank you, Kurosaka-san. Urahara said after a while, prompting Ichigo to grimace once again. Don't thank me. It's making me sick. The teen muttered with a disgusted sneer. For several minutes, neither of them spoke. They just stared at each other. Then Ichigo took a deep breath. A few more things. Go on, Kurosaka-san. Ichigo briefly closed his eyes and tried to overcome his own feelings. Did I harm anyone after I lost control? With his eyes closed, Ichigo waited for the answer. I'm afraid I cannot answer that with complete certainty, Kurosaka-san. I don't want to sound cruel but it would be a miracle if no human had lost his life. We have been fighting, after all, in the middle of a park and during the day. I will check today but, don't get your hopes up, Kurosaka-san. Your power is very vast. Forming fists with both of his hands, Ichigo gritted his teeth so much, he felt like he was pushing them back into the bone. His shoulders shook. I see. Opening his eyes, he took a step towards the scientist. You didn't tell Rukia. Why? Urahara's face relaxed a little bit. I wasn't sure whether Kukaki-san is or isn't aware of the nature of your powers and so I decided it would be best if I said nothing about it. As you have heard, right now, she thinks we simply fought until you ran out of fuel. It is fortunate that she had been overwhelmed by her opponent's Ryutsu and so she had been unable to sense your Ryuryoku. Otherwise, I don't think I could have lied to her like this. He explained. In that moment, a male's voice called out to the teen. Kurosaki Ichigo. I need to speak with you. Ichigo dedicated one more second to stare at the scientist before he left the underground area and ran after the owner of the voice. Once he climbed up the ladder, he was met with a worried face of a Kenryu. What happened? Kenryu shook his head. I have just received an information from within the Kazumioji clan. It seems that Gyokaku Kyunghwa has allowed Shu Kanoji-sama to ascend to the throne of the Kazumioji Herald. Later that day. It was almost noon when the group consisting of Ichigo, Rukia, Yoriyuki, Rurokiyo, Kenryu, and Inryu was finally ready to leave the Urahara shop. Before they left, Urahara took a few strident steps towards the teen. One thing, Kurosaka-san. I know that you don't trust me. However, I'll tell you this. Whenever you appear in human world, I will be keeping an eye on you. I will not spy on you. I will not intrude on your life. But we both know that there are certain situations when you may need my assistance. The scientist said quietly but firmly and Ichigo threw a hard stare at him. I know. Do whatever you want. What happened yesterday will not happen again, though. I won't allow it. I sure hope so, Kurosaka-san. Ichigo watched the man step back. He looked at his group. Let's go. With those words they rushed forward and, in a matter of seconds, left the shop far behind them. This time, nobody tried to attack them and so they reached their destination in no time. When the small apartment building they had been looking for came into the view, they all slowed down. Walking up the stairs, Ichigo reached for the bell. He rang it. Not even a second passed before the door opened and a fairly young-looking woman appeared in front of the teen. "Ah, you must be Ichigo. I've been expecting you guys yesterday but I guess you ran into some troubles. Come on in." "Thank you," Ichigo said and glanced at the rest of his group. "Well, come on. For some time, this will be your home." Soul Society. Sui Feng scrunched up her nose at the most unpleasant smell that seemed to surround her from every side. The smell wasn't just bad, it was outright disgusting. It vaguely reminded her of rotten corpses mixed with a distinctive odor of various chemicals and something she couldn't put her finger on. It caused her to gag and roll her tongue in repulsion. I expected his laboratory to stink but this is just nasty. Can't he just open the damn windows once in a while? She thought while walking forward. Led through the numerous rooms of the 12th Division barracks, Sui Feng had to fight the urge to kick some windows open. What boggled her mind even more was the stoic expression on the face of the one leading her, the vice captain of the 12th Division. It's almost like she has no sense of smell. Well, I wouldn't put it past him to modify his vice captain like that. Sui Feng mused. Mayuri-sama will be with you shortly, Captain. Please wait here. Watching the vice captain leave, Sui Feng allowed herself to groan. The smell was really getting to her. Fortunately, she didn't have to wait long as the doors on her right opened very soon. "Captain Sui Feng. To what do I owe this pleasure? I'm kind of in the middle of something." Mayuri greeted her with an obvious sneer. Sui Feng ignored his tone and turned to face him. "Don't worry. This won't take much of your time," she stated, prompting him to give her an expectant stare. "Well, then. What is it?" Sui Feng crossed her arms. "I came across an information that a certain class of illegal weapons is being used by individuals within Soul Society. Have you ever heard of the term Bakuto?" she asked. When Mayuri didn't answer for several long seconds, she rolled her eyes. "This conversation is completely off the record, of course," she added. As soon as the words came out of her mouth, Mayuri changed his expression and formed a wide smirk. "In that case, yes, of course I have heard about them. Who do you think I am?" He paused for a moment and put a finger to his chin. "Used by individuals within Soul Society, you say? Interesting." Sui Feng narrowed her eyes. "You noticed something?" Maybe I have, maybe I haven't." "Are you sure you want to know?" Mayuri retorted with a wicked smile. Sui Feng hardened her gaze. "Don't play games with me, Kuratsuki. You know very well that I'll do anything for the sake of the Soul Society's security." Unexpectedly, Mayuri chuckled. "For the sake of the Soul Society, huh? Well, when you put it that way, follow me," he said and motioned her to walk with him to the room on the far left. When they entered it, Sui Feng was welcomed with the sight of multiple large screens, all showing something else. Before she could ask anything, Mayuri walked up to his computer and pressed a long sequence of buttons. A moment later, all of the screens flashed. A single image appeared on every screen. Sui Feng frowned. "What is this?" Mayuri began to press more buttons. "I'm sure you still recall the captain's meeting during which I mentioned several impossible incidents. One of these incidents involved the members of the 3rd Division and their encounter with Jillians within the Precipice world." "Yes, I recall that," Sui Feng replied. "Now, let's ignore the Jillians and most of the 3rd Division entirely and focus on the newly appointed captain, Amagai Shisuke. Here, listen to this," Mayuri said and, after he pressed one more button, a mixture of voices came out of the large speaker on the right side of the room. Sui Feng closed her eyes and tried to listen through the background noise. "We can't make it. It's too late. Wait, Captain Amagai said I will protect you. Arg." The recording ended and Sui Feng opened her eyes to look at Mayuri with confused stare. "What was that?" Mayuri pinned her with a contemplative look. During the 3rd Division encounter with Jillians, my men stopped the Kuryu, the resting flow, so nobody would get caught in it. However, it started to flow by itself soon after that. I suspect the imbalance of valleys of screams are the reason. Nevertheless, the Kuryu was followed by an appearance of the Kotosu, the cleaner. Of course, it began to sweep the Danga and quickly caught up with the members of the 3rd Division. That's when Amagai Shusuk comes to the scene and stands in the way of the cleaner as he vows to protect his men. Tell me, Captain Sui Feng, what do you think happened next? Sui Feng blinked. You don't meant. Mayuri's contemplative look changed into one of deep interest. Amagai Shusuk was able to not just repel but also completely destroy the cleaner. Obviously, it repaired itself soon after that, but the point stands. The cleaner is not something a Shinigami is supposed to touch without repercussions. A Shinigami can't repel or damage it. It is an entity beyond reason. Yet Amagai Shusuk somehow did it. He explained, causing Sui Feng to go silent. Of course, I don't have any proof, but I suspect there is something odd about the new captain. I noticed he always carries 2 swords, yet only one is his Zanpakuto. You think he possesses a Bakuto? Sui Feng asked all of a sudden. Mayuri shrugged. Who knows? All I'm saying is that he did something impossible. Coupled with the knowledge of Bakuto that I possess, I think it would make perfect sense. After all, a Zanpakuto cannot harm the cleaner, while a Bakuto potentially could, seeing as it doesn't use just its wielder's spiritual energy but also his life force, or a part of his own soul, if you'd like to put it that way. Sui Feng didn't respond immediately. She immersed herself deep into her own thoughts to think about the whole thing. Thank you, Kuratsuki. I'll see myself off, she said after a while with a blank look. Turning around, she walked out of the room and soon disappeared from Mayuri's view. Once he was left alone, Mayuri pressed another button and an image of a grid with a label Human World appeared on the central screen. Inside the grid, there was a large, pulsing dot. The date on the top right side of the screen was the day before. Staring at the dot, Mayuri formed a disturbing smile of elation. Soul Society, Shino Academy. Heavily panting, Ichigo dragged his sweaty body to the bathroom. With the last ounce of strength, he plopped down, next to the toilet, and leaned over the seat. His mouth were hanging open and he tried to take deep breaths. He managed to take one before his backside arched and he desperately grabbed the edges of the toilet seat. The silence of the room was filled with gurgling, wet sounds of retching as Ichigo couldn't hold the contents of his stomach any longer. When he was finished, he spit the rest of his saliva into the toilet and shifted his position so he could lean against the wall. He closed his eyes. That was a most unpleasant nightmare, Ichigo. Breathe. Through the sense of helplessness, the teen managed to snort. Yeah, who would have guessed they were going to get worse, huh? He replied mentally and formed a fist with his left hand. He was tired. So very tired. Before he had returned to the Soul Society, he had received a message from Urahara Kisuk that confirmed his fears. Several humans had lost their lives. They had died at the same time as he and Urahara fought against each other, when he had lost control over his own being. The scientist had gone on to tell him that he had been unable to determine the exact reason behind the deaths and that maybe they had been unrelated to their fight. The only thing he had been able to discover was that the humans had died in the nearby area of the Karakura Community Park. Ichigo opened his eyes. Ever since he had received that message, he had been unable to properly fall asleep. Nasty thoughts and feeling of guilt tormented him viciously and relentlessly, like a barrage of irritated hornets. Painful at first but deadly in a long run. Ichigo didn't want to die. Not yet, at the very least. There was still too much he had to do before that. But the plague of his mind and of his soul was paralyzing, preventing him from moving forward and preventing him from doing things he had set up to do. There is only one thing I can do, he thought grimly. He had to stop trying to run away from his fears. He had to stop trying to escape from the demons of his past. To move forward, he had to face his past. To live on, he had to kill his fears. To complete his journey, he had to trace his steps back and erase the moments he wished they never existed. He could just surrender, to yield to the dark emotions and thoughts swirling within his mind and to let out the instinctive demon of his bloodthirsty self. But he wasn't going to. No more wasting time over things I can't change, he stated firmly. Still, the task of ridding himself of the bad and rotten was above his own power. To heal, he had to get hurt once more. To never mention his fears again, he had to talk about them at least one more time. When Ichigo woke up again, it was no longer dark in his room. He hadn't gotten much sleep and so it took him a few moments to open his tired eyes and to get used to the glow of the morning. Strangely, the first thing he noticed was the clock on the opposite wall. Maybe it was because of the thick sunbeam that was stubbornly hitting it, but Ichigo felt like seeing the clock should have some sort of a deeper meaning. It was only once his brain caught up with the rest of his body that he realized the absurdity of the situation. It was time for him to prepare for the lessons in the academy. I've been so caught up with everything else that I almost forgot I'm still a student. Isn't that funny? He mentally deadpanned and glanced at the clock once again. I guess I should get up, he muttered. In 15 minutes, he was already on his way to the academy, and it was then, when he dimly recalled hearing something about the current day. So it's today, huh? Honestly, I'm a bit surprised that they reacted to the situation so quickly. Well, quickly, he thought as he walked by a small group of Gotei 13 Shinigami. Making a sharp turn, he glanced at the label, to make sure his sleepiness didn't carry him to the wrong classroom, and opened the door. It took several more minutes for the rest of the students to take their seats. Until then, the teen just stared at their instructor and tried not to fall asleep. Good morning, everyone. As always, welcome to the Practical Shinigami class. Now, there is an announcement I have to make, but I'm sure none of you will be surprised, considering the rumor that has been flying around the corners for a while. The instructor stated energetically and then nodded to his assistant. The other man immediately walked to the door and opened them. A moment later, 2 regular Shinigami walked inside. Starting today, the Shino Academy is to undergo certain changes. Considering the situation the Soul Society is currently in, the Gotei 13 is convinced that there is a need to increase the level of education and the level of practical exhibits. With that said, as of today, several members of Gotei will regularly attend any and all of your classes to guide you in your studies. In light of that, I want all of you to act respectfully, the instructor said and pointed his stare at Ichigo. The teen rolled his eyes. On a rare occasion, you might encounter a high-ranking officer or even a captain of the Gotei 13, so be on your toes. Despite the fact that they all consciously hold back most of their spiritual energy, coming into close contact with a captain can be overwhelming. Do not let that interfere with your studies, he continued. Oh please, if we got used to Kurosake, then we can handle the captains. Ichigo's head shot high and he tried to locate the owner of the voice while the rest of the class laughed. Oi! He growled. To his surprise, even the instructor chuckled. That's true. Still, be careful. Now, these 2 gentlemen will take the mantle for a while and they will tell you what it's like to be a Shinigami from their point of view. Ichigo sighed. He was unable to determine which student made the joke. Ah, screw it. I'm too tired to care, he thought and placed his head back on his table, hoping the things he was about to hear were going to be useful and new to him. Otherwise, he really was going to fall asleep. It was a lot later when the classes of the day finally ended and Ichigo was on his way to the barracks of the 4th Division. After a brief and uncomfortable conversation he had had with Yuno during lunch, Ichigo had discovered the one place he had to visit. However, it wasn't as easy to do so as the teen had hoped it to be. His palms were sweaty, knees weak, and arms heavy. He was nervous on both the outside and the inside. Yet he continued to convince himself that he was ready. The thing pushing him forward was his spirit's pride. Pride in his decision to finally do it. He entered the 4th Division compound while averting anyone's eyes. Somehow, behind all the resolve, there was a sense of shame and he didn't want to be seen. He wanted to turn invisible and make his steps inaudible. As quickly as he could, he made his way through most of the buildings until he reached the room he had been informed about. He stopped right in front of the door and tightened his jaw. Several deep breaths later, after the thoughts of escaping the building receded into the back of his mind, he reached for the doorknob and pushed the door open. And I want all of you to remember this. It was not your fault. Ichigo. The teen froze when a large number of stares pinned him down. All of them belonged to females, and so he had to increase the grip on the doorknob in order not to flee. But what truly shocked him was noticing the owner of the voice. Matsumoto-san. He asked numbly, causing several women to stiffen and back away from the door. The one in question, the vice captain of the 10th Division, quickly stood up. I'm sorry, Ichigo, but could you leave? This is a therapy for rape victims. He interrupted her in a low voice, causing Rangiku to blink. Yes, so, oh. Seeing her expression change almost instantly, Ichigo briefly closed his eyes and fought the urge to flee once again. For a moment, there was an unbearable silence within the room. It was obvious Rangiku was struggling with a solution for the problem. All of the women surrounding her were still pinning the teen with frightened stares, and so Ichigo made a sharp decision. I'll wait outside until you finish here. He muttered. That would be probably for the best, thank you. Rangiku replied. Turning around, Ichigo walked outside the room and quietly closed the door. Once he did, he leaned against the opposite wall and slid down to the ground. Look at me. I just came here and I'm already sweaty as hell. Pathetic. He berated himself mentally. You are not pathetic, Ichigo. On the contrary, you made me and Zanjitsu proud by not fleeing. Don't blame yourself for this sweat. We all knew it was going to be hard. Just take it easy. Yeah, what he said. Closing his eyes, Ichigo brought his legs to his chest. In one swift movement, he enveloped them in a tight hug and placed his head on top of his knees. Thanks. I'll try. He remained in this position, snuggled up to his own legs, until he heard the door in front of him slowly opening and a concerned voice called out to him. Ichigo? You can come in now. In an instant, his eyes fluttered open. Yeah, just, give me a moment. After a brief pause, during which the teen felt Rangiku's intense stare, Ichigo heard the voice of the vice captain of the 10th Division again. All right. I'll wait inside. Enter when you are ready. When the door clicked and closed, Ichigo released a long, unsteady sigh. Then he rapidly took several short breaths and stood up. Forcing himself to take a step forward, he opened the door one more time. Inside the room, only silence and a strange warmth awaited him. He couldn't see any of the women he had previously seen. Instead, there was only Rangiku. In the center of the room, seated in a comfortably looking chair, the vice captain nodded to him with a sad smile. Hello, Ichigo. Please, take a seat. Accepting the offer without a word, Ichigo sat down a bit on her right side, so he didn't have to look her directly into the eyes, and swallowed down a lump within his throat. So, how do you do this? As he was looking everywhere but the vice captain, he was unsure of what expression she made, but the tone of her voice cleared that for him. Ichigo, the first thing I would like you to do, is to look me in the eyes. I realize it may be difficult, as I am a woman, but I believe you can do it. The gentleness of Rangiku's voice surprised him so much, Ichigo found himself gulping and slowly doing as told. At first, he took just one glance, but, when he noticed the tightly closed clothes of the woman, he managed not to avert his eyes again. Yes, that's it. Very good. She said with an honest smile, causing Ichigo to stare at her with confused eyes. The difference between Rangiku's usual behavior and the current demeanor was like a night and day. How is it that you are the one leading this therapy practice, Matsumoto-san? I thought. He asked and trailed off when a distant look formed within Rangiku's eyes. I volunteered for this a long time ago. I thought I could connect with the victims better than an ordinary therapist could. An unpleasant thought formed within Ichigo's mind. You were our dash. No. She quickly cut him off and shook her head. At least I don't think so. Taken aback, Ichigo blinked. You don't think so? Rangiku released a sigh, which was accompanied with a short and humorless chuckle. My past, there are things from my past which I can remember and things which I can't. I definitely went through a bad thing, but, for some reason, I have been unable to find the memory of it anywhere within my consciousness. For more than 100 years, I've been trying to find the truth, but that's enough about me. This is not about me but about you, Ichigo. Ranjika said quietly, causing Ichigo to tighten his jaw and briefly look away, at the door. You can leave, if you want to. No. Jumping on the seat, the teen angrily exclaimed and instantly turned to face her again. Not even a second later, he cringed. Sorry. I just... No. I don't want to leave. I can't. I want to get rid of this. This, whatever this is. Ranjika just continued to look at him with an honest smile. All right. Let's begin then. She said and straightened her back so she could look at him better. It made Ichigo shift uncomfortably. Just that small action caused him to realize the reality. This is it. I'll start with telling you that everything you'll say in this room remains confidential. It will not leave these four walls. I'm not your enemy and so I would like you to trust me at least so much that you will never try to lie to me. The only thing I ask from you, is the truth. Do not worry about your words or your emotions. Let them both fly wild. Anything is good as long as it helps you. Understood? Ichigo took a deep breath. Understood. You can also call me with whatever name you want to. Okay. Ranjika then placed her hands on her legs and pinned him down with a gaze so firm, it caused him to squirm. Let's just dip into the problem. I want you to revisit the terrifying experience that brought you here. Tell me what happened, in as much detail as you can. Do not leave anything, any emotion or any thought, out. Let it all out, raw and rough. Without him noticing it, Ichigo quickly moved his hands and tightly gripped both armrests. A barely audible whimper escaped his mouth but he instantly masked it with a groan. He had been afraid of this. That before he could heal, he would need to overcome the road to perdition. A personal hell. His own mind. Don't think about it. Just do it. I promise you it'll get easier once you start. A hot wave washed over his body and he felt like sweating again. It had been so long since he told anyone about his experience and now, after all those months, reliving the memory seemed twice as frightening. Coupled with the fact that he was going to relieve it with an intention to get rid of it only made things worse. When the second hot wave came, his breathing increased and he forcibly closed his eyes. The sooner he would get it out, the sooner he could heal. It happened not long after I died and woke up here, in the Soul Society. He finally began in a quiet tone. It was a shy attempt and his voice trembled a little but he did it. He managed to find his voice. It may have looked like a small step but, for Ichigo, it was a giant leap forward. A few days later. Okay class, today we have two extremely special guests. They are waiting for us at the training grounds number 7. Let's go. Ichigo, as well as the rest of the class, exchanged curious glances between one and another. It was a rare thing, to see their instructor have an expression that was a mixture of joy, worry and annoyance all at once. With that said, they all obediently followed the man to the outside area. There they understood his mixed emotions. Although, most of the class, aside from Ichigo and a few others, paled even before they took one step out of the building. The reason behind it was quite simple and the closer they got to the training grounds, the more obvious it became. It was a spiritual pressure. But it wasn't an ordinary one. Not just powerful or dense, the spiritual pressure that was literally radiating from the training grounds felt like something cut out from a Lovecraft's book. Evoking all sorts of emotions and fears, it was hard to describe. Haunting. Daunting. Ominous and egregious. Ghastly and savage. Those words and many more popped in Ichigo's mind when he tried to characterize it. But from all of such words, only one truly managed to grip the underlying tone of the spiritual pressure, the very essence creeping deep within it. The word was simple and yet it echoed not just within his mind but also his soul, as it was the word that could also describe his own instinct. Bloodthirsty. Ichigo felt the hair on his neck bristling. Almost instinctively, he reached for his Zanpakuto to try and raise it in front of himself because the closer to the training grounds he got, the greater the feeling of having an invisible sword pressed against his neck became. Something behind him hit the ground and he barely stopped himself from cleaving the air behind him. Still, he twisted his body around in case something happened. His expression hardened. Several of his classmates were on the ground, shaking uncontrollably. To hell with that guy, I specifically asked him not to do that. The instructor angrily exclaimed and quickly ordered the small group of students who were still standing to help the ones on the ground. After that, he hurried to the training grounds. Ichigo watched him go with narrowed eyes. He didn't miss the beads of sweat on the man's forehead. He wanted to follow after him, but it soon turned out he didn't need to. How many times did I ask you not to release so much of your spiritual energy? As the training area wasn't that far anymore, the instructor's yell easily reached the students left behind, shocking them with the honest anger within it. Ichigo, too, was surprised. Not so much at the anger within the yell as at the yell itself. If the instructor just yelled at the owner of the immense spiritual pressure, then Ichigo had to admit one thing. The man had the balls bigger than a watermelon. A short moment later, Ichigo, as well as the rest of the class, heard another yell. "Come here, class." Ichigo grimaced. The man's first yell clearly worked, but not as much as he had probably hoped. While the insane thirst for blood decreased, the pressure did not. The teen glanced at his classmates and then kneeled down. He grabbed the closest one that was still on the ground and carefully helped him stand up. Mirroring his action, the others did the same thing, and soon, the whole class was on their feet once again. However, it took them more than 5 minutes to cross the rest of the distance. The instant they reached the training grounds, Ichigo looked around and quickly pinpointed the two extremely special guests. When he did, he felt like cursing. The first extremely special guest was a man he had met before, the newly appointed captain of the 3rd Division, Amagai Shusuke. So far, Ichigo had no problem with the man. It was the second special guest that made him feel like cursing. "You have got to kidding me. Of all people we got him." The one standing next to Amagai Shusuke with a bored expression and the one ignoring the obvious rant of the instructor was a tall, muscular Shinigami with a wild and aggressive appearance, a long thin scar running down the left side of his face and hair styled into stiff strands. Unlike the regular clothes that Amagai Shusuke wore, the captain's Haori the tall Shinigami was wearing was sleeveless and quite ragged. "You know who he is, Kurosaki?" The student Ichigo was supporting asked quietly. Ichigo quickly glanced at him. His own thoughts must have shown on his face for the boy to notice it. "Yeah," he said with a nod. "That's the captain of the 11th Division, Zaraki Kenpeki." Several minutes later, once every student got to the training grounds number 7 and the instructor calmed down his emotions, the class finally started. For those who don't know, our special guests today are Captain of the 3rd Division, Amagai Shusuke-san, and Captain of the 11th Division, Zaraki Kenpeki. The instructor said, not even bothering to hide his distaste for the latter. Amagai nervously greeted the class with a wave of his hand, while Kenpeki simply grunted. Amagai-san came here today to talk about the life of a Godai captain, about his duties and responsibilities and about the dangers such a position holds. After that, as this should be a Zanjutsu class, we will have a practical demonstration of the power of a Godai captain. To see and feel the difference between you and a captain, you will be allowed to spar with Captain Zaraki. The instructor continued, causing every student to stiffen. The silence that followed was so loud, it allowed for the sound of gulping and the sound of increased heartbeats to reverberate around the area like a cold breeze. "Well, with that said, I leave the rest to you, Amagai-san." Amidst the silence, the captain of the 3rd Division stepped up to the students but didn't lose his nervous smile. Looking around, at the faces frozen in fear, he rubbed the back of his head and chuckled. "Captain Zaraki sure is scary, isn't he? I remember that the first time I met him, I immediately had to check whether my underpants remained dry," he stated shyly, eventually earning 1 or 2 snorts. "So don't worry about it, it's perfectly normal that you feel scared. Now, how about you lot concentrate on your own spiritual energy and use it to create a protective shield around your body. I'm sure you have already learned about this use of Ryutsu. You just have to overcome the fear." Staring at the captain from among the other students, Ichigo subconsciously formed a respectful expression. It didn't take long before he felt his classmates' Ryutsu slowly expanding all around him. "Good," Amagai said with a nod. You'll have to excuse Captain Zaraki for this, but his reserves of spiritual energy are so great, it makes it really hard for him to control it properly. He quickly continued. Standing in the back, Zaraki's only reaction to that was forming an even more bored expression. Now we can start talking about the things your instructor mentioned. However, before that, let me start by shamelessly promoting my division. Amagai said, and his nervous smile was slowly replaced with a determined gaze. There is no doubt in my mind that all of you know about what happened a few weeks ago. 3 captains of Godi 13 defected and became traitors. One of them was my predecessor, the previous captain of the 3rd Division, Ichimaru Jin. I won't talk about him. Instead, what I want to talk about are men he left behind. Men he betrayed and men he disappointed. Men who became my men. I consider it very important that every single person within the walls of Siridi learns about them. About their strength, about their loyalty to the Godi and, most importantly, about their determination to keep the division together. Because, unlike Ichimaru Jin, they are not traitors. They are victims. Yet they don't see themselves as that. Why? Because they are strong. Sure, insecurities and doubts do float around the division. However, those men will not falter and will not fail. Same with me. He cleared his throat and further strengthened his gaze. I want you to know that the 3rd Division, unlike most people seem to think, is not all about despair. Marigold, the division's insignia, does not mean we accept despair as the only thing worth in our lives. No. We live along with it, use it to instill fear into the hearts of our enemies and treat it as our additional member. What the 3rd Division is truly about, is loyalty. If you choose to enter our ranks, I promise you this. As your captain, I will protect you at all costs, because that is the role of a captain. He finished firmly. Before he could even take another breath, a sound of clapping quickly filled the training grounds, causing him to squirm in embarrassment. Ichigo couldn't help but to shake his head. I don't get it. Sometimes he looks like he's ashamed of his own self, then another moment, he says such good stuff. He's growing on you, isn't he? Zanjitsu's words forced him to blink. You know what? I think he is. He sounds like a good person. There may be more to him than meets the eye, but, right now, I think he's okay. At the very least, it seems he honestly cares about his division. He mentally replied to his Zanpakuto spirit. Over the course of the next hour, the teen, same as his classmates, intently listened to the captain's every word. While most of what the man said wasn't very new to Ichigo, it cemented his opinion of the man. It also showed the man's other attributes. Amagai Shisuke was, without a doubt, very charismatic and ethical. It took him only minutes before he sucked the students into his stories. His voice was friendly and there was a strong sense of justice within it. Even when he talked about his previous duties, where being harsh and ruthless was basically a requirement, it still didn't sound like he enjoyed it. For all intents and purposes, the captain of the 3rd Division seemed like a man from a crowd, an ordinary person and a captain that was definitely needed in Godi. Thank you for your time, Amagai-san. I'm sure my students learned much from you. Here's to hope that you will grace us with your visit sometime in the future again. The instructor thanked the captain of the 3rd Division with a clap, prompting the class to do the same. After the brief applause ended and Amagai took a step back, silence fell upon the area once again. The students dared to look in Kenpaku's direction and were nervously awaiting the inevitable. When he noticed the glances, the captain of the 11th Division finally changed his expression. I'm Zaraki Kenpaku. Let's cut the polite crap and get to the fun part. I'm here only because the old fart ordered me to, and so I'm not really in the good mood. I was told, however, that there is a kid who could amuse me for a minute or two. The man announced in a deep and lazy tone, completely ignoring the glare coming from the instructor. Your order is to spar with students to show them the diff dash. Yeah, yada yada. Like hell I'm going to do that. I'm interested only in fighters, in people who can give me a good fight. Kenpaku cut him off scoff and took a step closer to the crowd of students. Immediately, the closest to him backed away. The spiritual pressure freely pouring out of him almost instantly squashed their feeble riot shields and caused them to cower. Either way, I asked you, Captain, not to needlessly scare my students," the instructor said loudly. In response, Kenpeka formed a terrifying grin. "And why the hell would I listen to you? This is the best way to find the person I'm looking for." It took only a few seconds after his statements that students began to whisper among themselves. "He must be talking about Kurosaki Ichigo. Yeah, I think so too. Of course it's Kurosaki. Who else could stand up to such a monster? He's the only one strong enough." Clenching his fists, Ichigo couldn't help but to scowl deeply. "To hell with you guys. I don't want to fight this guy any more than you do," he thought, and prayed that the tall captain didn't hear the whispers. Obviously, he was wrong. "Huh, Kurosaki? Is that the kid's name? Hey, Kurosaki. Don't be a pussy and show yourself," Kenpeki exclaimed. Ichigo didn't move an inch. Trying to look as innocent as possible, he simulated being scared as the rest of his classmates, but, that day, he was out of luck. "If you won't come out, I'll just start going through everyone here and him. That's Kurosaki. Over there." As soon as Kenpeka's threat came out of his mouth, several students raised their arms and pointed their fingers directly at Ichigo. The teen's scowl deepened even further and he tried to flee, but as soon as he twitched, more students began to point at him. "Ah, so you are Kurosaki?" Kenpeki yelled with an eerily excited grin. In the last resort, Ichigo looked at the instructor, but the man shamelessly avoided his gaze by turning away. "Oh, for the love of, screw you, cowards," Ichigo muttered in disgust and reluctantly stood up to face the captain of the 11th Division with his deep scowl. Kenpeki looked him over and narrowed his eyes. "Wait a minute, you're the guy Akeka has been telling me about. The one with whom he, along with Yumi Chika, spar sometimes. Yeah. You could do," he said. Turning around, he walked to the area where spars were usually held but was stopped when the instructor stood in his way. "I hope I don't need to remind you that we are not interested in a slaughter. So, you will not use your own sword but one of ours, a wooden one. You too, Kurosaki," the instructor said and handed the captain the sword for training. Kenpeki grimaced but then shook his head. "Tch, whatever. As long as I get a good fight." Back in the crowd, Ichigo slowly made his way through it and was almost out when he heard several quiet whispers. They were all the same. "We're sorry, Kurosaki." A bit surprised at the honesty in the whisper, Ichigo glanced at the faces of his classmates. What he saw was only one thing. One emotion. They were all truly terrified at the prospect of fighting somebody like Kenpeki Zaraki, and, deep inside, he knew he couldn't fault them for that. He had, after all, more experience in dealing with strong opponents than they had. He was the perfect candidate for fighting Kenpeki. He just wished they didn't sell him so cheap. On the other hand, at least they apologized. That was something new. "Whatever. Don't expect me to do it again, though," he muttered, and then, without looking back, he walked away, towards the captain of the 11th Division. On the way, he snatched the wooden sword from the instructor's hand and gave the man a stink eye. Then he stood in front of the captain and looked him over. "Yeah, I really don't want to do this," he thought. To his surprise, his Zanpakuto spirit disagreed. "I think you do, but I'll let you realize that by yourself. Unless you decide to play possum." He wanted to retort to the spirit, but the man towering over him didn't give him enough time. With an eerily happy laughter, the man raised his wooden sword. "Do me a favor and last at least a few seconds," he yelled, and, in the next moment, brought down his weapon with such force, it created ripples in the air around it. "Oh, fuck me," Ichigo mentally exclaimed. Having no time to jump away, he put both his hands on his sword, widened the gap between his legs, brought the sword up and braced himself for impact. Boom! The air between the thick wooden blades became so compressed that the following clash resulted in a shockwave powerful enough to force the instructor back. "Kurosaki!" he shouted worriedly. However, as soon as he noticed what happened, he stared at the teen with his mouth wide open. Ichigo felt like both his arms just broke and he was visibly struggling against the weight of the captain's sword, but, nevertheless, he was still standing. He ignored the sweat that instantly formed on his forehead along with the numbness in his hands and glared at the captain. He shouldn't have done that. Seeing him fight back, Kenpaki's grin got even wider. Very nice. Keep it you dash. Crack. Both Ichigo and Kenpaki froze and glanced at their swords. It seemed the first contact had been too powerful and, despite being from a very durable wood, the training swords were simply too frail for the power of a captain. Both of them cracked from the very center all the way to the hilt. TCH, I warned them this would happen. Kenpaki muttered and then glanced at the teen with a renewed grin. Don't worry. We both still have our Zanpakuto, right, Kurosaki? He shouted and grabbed the hilt of his real sword, tucked to his waist. Without warning, he unsheathed it and jumped towards Ichigo with an intent to slash him. Stop! The instructor yelled, but he was far too slow to reach them, and before he could even cross half of the distance between them, Kenpaki's sword was already descending. However, Ichigo was ready. He already threw away the cracked wooden sword and unsheathed his own Zanpakuto only to parry Kenpaki's slash with its blade. Right after that, he jumped back. This is madness. Once again completely ignoring the instructor, Kenpaki laughed with satisfaction. Of course it is. The best kind there is. It's called a fight. He yelled. At the same time, Ichigo shuddered. It seemed the happier the captain of the 11th Division got, the stronger his bloodlust became. Rukia was right. This guy is insane. Still don't want to fight him. Not a chance. He kind of reminds me of you when you're being influenced with the hollow part. To Ichigo's confusion, Zanjitsu chuckled. I wonder why. What does that? Oh, crap. Ichigo had to cut off the conversation with his Zanpakuto spirit as his opponent decided it was time to attack once again. Come on, Kurosaki Ichigo. Don't tell me defending is all you can do. Almost buckling under the pressure of the strike, Ichigo subconsciously released a quiet but angry growl. For some reason, Kenpaki was getting under his skin. It reminded him of his fight with Yuriyuki. Only when he realized that, Ichigo truly began to feel annoyed. It's not. He exclaimed and let his spiritual energy loose. Using it, he strained his muscles and pushed the tall captain backwards. Immediately after that, he switched his sword hand and slashed at the man's torso. Kenpaki lowered his gaze and glanced at the sword digging into his chest. A bit of red liquid trickled down its blade and fell on the ground. The sight momentarily surprised him. Then his elated expression returned in full force. The grin on his face was so wide, all of his teeth were visible. Along with that, even more spiritual energy began to pour off him. What's this? You can even cut me. Standing only inches away from the man, Ichigo couldn't help but the grimace. The pressure on his shoulders was slowly becoming the second most powerful that he had ever felt so far. Only Ryutsu of the captain commander that he had felt on the Sokioku Hill had been more powerful. A lot more powerful. Ichigo corrected himself and quickly backed away. This is amazing. It's been so long since somebody managed to cut me, so keep that spiritual energy sharp, Kurosaki Ichigo. The real fun is just beginning. With a leap, Kenpaki closed the gap between them and sliced the air where Ichigo's head was. Yanking his body to the side, Ichigo felt the tip of the man's blade cutting his cheek. He scowled and retaliated with a spinning slash. Not moving an inch away, Kenpaki let him slice his torso for the second time and repaid him by giving him the same wound. Ha ha ha. This is amazing. I almost can't believe it. Ichigo's scowl deepened. The cut on his chest stung and his opponent's Ryutsu seemed to be still increasing. The fight was shaping to end just like his fight with Yuriyuki. With him losing it. He gritted his teeth. Flashing around the captain, he attempted to slice open his backside, but the man's reaction was fast enough and his strike was blocked from below. In the next moment, Ichigo watched the man reach out with his free hand and grab the end of his Zanpakuto as if he was grabbing a wooden stick. Despite cutting his own hand, the man rotated the teen's sword and forced him to spin his body along with it. This guy. In the air, Ichigo hastily leaned backwards to avoid getting his shoulder pierced and kicked the man's hand away from his blade. As he was landing, he felt a temptation to use a Kido spell. However, against his best judgment, he scrapped the idea as fast as it came to him. He cursed. While he was thinking, his opponent slipped away from his radar and was no longer in front of him. Behind me. He leaned to the side and deflected the sword that was brought upon him by letting it slide along the blade of his Zanpakuto. Good. Your reactions are very good. Ichigo ignored him. He realized that he was beginning to pant. Over the course of the next 5 minutes the two of them exchanged various blows. Their swords clashed with unprecedented power, releasing it to their surroundings in a form of a strong wind. Cuts began to increase on both of them. Ichigo's panting got worse. But I'm not tired. Is it because of his spiritual pressure that is trying to crush me? As soon as Kenpaku's sword finished sliding along his own, Ichigo rolled to the side and cut the area just above the man's knees. You need to release more of your Riryoku, Ichigo. If it goes further, maybe you'll even need to use my Shikai. Ichigo groaned when a sudden attack made a carved into his lower backside. Not a chance, Zanjutsu. Swinging his sword around, he managed to shred the front part of Kenpaku's clothes and create another gash in the man's chest, but the tall captain didn't even twitch. Is it because of what happened the last time? Ichigo momentarily stiffened and it cost him a cut on his outer left thigh. Not now, Zanjutsu. Yes, Ichigo, now. You're acting like an idiot. I know that you are afraid of repeating the same mistake. That you'll let your emotions get the better of you. Fuck that. His Zanpakuto spirit yelled, completely turning his demeanor in a matter of a second. It surprised the teen so much, he messed up his feint and almost allowed Kenpaku to chop off his fingers. You're letting your hollow part influence you. I am aware of that. And what was your reaction as soon as you noticed it? Panic. Despite what you said, you still have problems accepting the hollow part of you. You're going even so far as to deny that you were actually looking forward to fight this man. A burst of Ryotsu escaped Ichigo's body and unexpectedly aided him in an attempt to push his opponent away. I was not looking forward to this. I didn't want to fight this guy. He argued, but his Zanpakuto spirit retorted almost instantly. Really? Then how come you noticed the similarity between me and this man right away? You instinctively knew that he's a being just like me. Just like us. A being of instinct. He's like your mirror image, only without certain attributes. It makes no sense that you wouldn't want to fight him. You are practically fighting yourself. Ichigo froze in place. It was a lot to swallow. Fortunately for him, his opponent stopped attacking in the same moment. Bloody but ecstatic, Kenpaku laughed with his face turned to the sky. I don't know how are you doing it, but you are slowly matching my own Ryotsu. You are strong, Kurosaki Ichigo. Staring at him, Ichigo momentarily shifted his attention from his conversation with Zanjutsu and grimaced. This guy. I cut him so many times yet it feels like it's only making him stronger. What is he, a zombie? I can feel it. I can feel that you are not that different from me. We both like to fight. Still, you don't enjoy the carnage and the pain as much as you should. Ha ha ha. Still in an ecstasy, Kenpaku's laughter seemed to be endless. Eventually though, he lowered his head and glanced at the teen with a crazed glint in his eyes. And that means I'll just have to show it to you. He stated and raised his free hand, only to place it on the eye patch covering his right eye. For some reason, as if sensing danger, Ichigo stiffened. His mind returning to the words of his Zanpakuto spirit, he reluctantly dug into his Riryoku reserves. Whatever his opponent seemed to be planning, it was leaving him with no other option but to completely stop holding back. But before that, I have to thank you. I don't even remember how long it has been since I had this feeling. That you are an opponent worthy of going all out. Kenpaku shouted and grabbed the edge of his eye patch with a clear intention of ripping it away. Standing opposite of him, Ichigo prepared himself to release his Zanpakuto. Enough. Before either of them could push their fight further, a loud yell reverberated across the training grounds and Ichigo felt a hand on his wrist. Similarly, Kenpaku felt a grip on his own wrist that prevented him from taking his eye patch off. The one who stopped Ichigo was the instructor. The one who dared to stop Kenpaku was the only other captain in the area, Amagai. Enough of this. Look around you. Didn't you cause enough damage already? Blinking at the man in front of him, Ichigo turned his head to look to the distance, at the rest of the students, and cursed. Not only were his classmates crawling, with some of them even clearly being unconscious, but even the training ground itself looked like a tornado made its way through it. In the heat of the battle, he never noticed what the clash of every attack or what every missed strike did to his surroundings. An amused voice called out to him from within his mind. Yeah, you really didn't want to fight him. For endangering the well-being of his fellow classmates, Ichigo had been swiftly punished. The teen was dimly aware that maybe he kind of deserved it, but, in the corner of his mind, it bugged him. Especially since he had been literally pushed into the fight. Obviously, the principal outright ignored that part of Ichigo's reasoning and simply threw him out of his office. Only once he was outside Ichigo realized that his punishment wasn't that harsh. He had expected to be banned from the practical Zanjutsu classes, but, in light of recent development within the Academy's education system, such a punishment was currently considered to be too much. When every student needed to get as much skills in order to survive the upcoming years, such a thing would have been counterproductive. Because of that, the only penalty Ichigo had received was a regular detention for the next week, what he easily accepted. And so, for the next 5 days, Ichigo could return to his room only after moon reached its highest point in the sky. During that time, he noticed the renewed amount of stares pointed at him. The rumors about his fight with Kenpei Kazaraki spread faster than a forest fire and, from time to time, he managed to overhear parts of them. Every time he did, he was torn between grinning in satisfaction and sighing in exasperation. Ichigo Kurosaka vs Kenpei Kazaraki reached the status of being legendary in only 24 hours. So childish. Ichigo muttered as he passed through another empty corridor on his third day. Yeah, just like the smirk on your face. Ever since that innocent remark, Ichigo stopped thinking about the rumor as something annoying in fear of getting teased again. When the 4th day of his punishment came, Ichigo was surprised to see the Academy's corridors empty even during the day. His confusion didn't last long, though, as the reason behind it became clear enough. Another captain came to the Academy to offer his knowledge to the students. This time, it was the captain of the 2nd Division, Sui Feng. Unfortunately for the teen, he found about it too late, and the only thing he managed to see or hear was the fluttering of air after the strict captain left the class using a shunpo so fast, even he had trouble seeing more than a blur. Aside from that bit of excitement, the 5 days passed uneventfully. The very next day, he was called to his father's office where he awkwardly greeted Rangiku and where he received a free pass to the human world for that evening. Why? He asked Ishine. The captain shrugged. Why not? Don't you want to see the Kazumioji girl? Ichigo didn't need more convincing and left the office before his father could change his mind. He felt a bit bad about leaving Rukia behind, but that feeling passed soon enough. A bit of freedom can never hurt, he thought. He was wrong. He just didn't know it yet. Check the description for the links to the author.